This live streaming of the Erreplus Maple Ridge President's Cup for 2020 is sponsored by Erreplus, Tack and Togs, Espoir, Midfeeds, Capital Stud, Back on Track, and Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. Well, very good morning to everybody, and there is where we are. We're situated in one of those little gazebos you see in the background at this wonderful, wonderful venue, Maple Ridge. Big thank you to Verity Combrink and her Maple Ridge team for hosting this. Of course, this President's Cup normally hosted in around about March in the year, but because of the pandemic, COVID, etc., we're very lucky to have a show at all, but here we are in October 2020. Let's take a look at the running order for today. That's what we've got coming up. The Impangele Logistics Junior 1m30 President's Cup class, that's first on the agenda. The riders have just completed their course walk, so the first horse and rider will be into the ring in a moment or two. Then, following the conclusion of the President's Cup for 1m30s, we go to the Back on Track Adult 1m35. That's a championship class. It's not a President's Cup class. Then the Hollard Equipage Adult 1m40 Championship follows after that. And the final one, the big one for the show, the big one for today, the Erreplus 1m50 Adult President's Cup. So we hope that you do enjoy this broadcast with you. This is an interactive broadcast. Do remember to subscribe on your YouTube South African Show Jumping channel. Make sure you do subscribe, and then you're free to leave all comments, questions, queries, whatever you like. I do have a team, and here they are. Smile ladies, you're on camera on my left-hand side. Cheyenne De Beer, she's going to be helping me a little bit with all the breeding and faults and making sure I don't make any mistakes, just keeping me in check. And then, of course, Madeleine to be on my right-hand side. Madeleine is going to be monitoring all your comments on the YouTube channel and feeding me all those questions and queries. Keep it tidy, please. First horse and rider is in the ring. That is Alexia Gerber. She rides Capital Hudson. Just to introduce our team, Mtubisi and Chris, they're the two cameramen today, and then in the outside broadcast unit we have Cole, Matthew, Donovan, and our wonderful director and producer Mike Demain. This class sponsored by Impangele Logistics. Big thank you to them. Herman de Waal, associated with the sport through his daughters, and of course Herman pays all their bills and is always a generous sponsor at all these shows, so big thank you to Impangele Logistics. Right, so on track now, Capital Hudson and Alexia Gerber. Now the way the President's Cup classes work, different. It's cumulative scores over the couple days jumping. Of course the show started on Tuesday and we now sit at Sunday. Horses haven't jumped on all the days, have jumped on a few of them. So the way the President's Cup classes work is that it's an accumulative score. If you happen to get eliminated or have to retire from one of the classes, you are given the worst score of any rider in that class plus 20. So unfortunately, Alexia was eliminated on her first outing, so she landed up with a score of 57 penalties. And then on the second day she accumulated 4, so she currently sits on 61 after the first two competitions coming to the final day of this President's Cup, currently sitting on 61. President's Cup run over 2 rounds, and then in the event of equality of score after the first 2 rounds and of course the first 2 days competitions, if there is equality of score, which there very well might be in this case because we have 3 young ladies sitting at the top of the qualifications all on 0 points. If after the event of the first 2 rounds in this class, in these qualifiers, we then go to a jump off, so everybody barring eliminations or retirements will go through to that second round. So I believe 8 penalties for that. Wasn't really watching Alexia's round. Sorry about that, Alexia. But 8 penalties to add to her 61. So after this round, score of 69. My fact checker, Cheyenne, correct. She gives me the nod. 69 penalties. Of course, Alexia will decide whether she would like to come in for that second round. But she's pretty much out of the reckoning, sitting on 69. Remember that this is in reverse qualification. So the highest qualifiers will go towards the latter end of the competition. There aren't too many in this class, 18 riders, and we do have 3 on clear. Those are Jean Soliers on Chiquita, Kelly Duplessis on the wonderful Cincinnati, and Hayley Stradham on Locarno Cosmopolitan. Visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal, it's Alexandra Rick Hansen. She goes now on Calaho Laos. Her first day saw her retire, so she also ended up with that score of 57, which was the worst score plus 20, worst score of the any rider in the class plus 20, and then 4 penalties in her second qualifier, so also much the same as Capital Hudson, and Alexia sitting on 61, so desperately needs a clear now. Although she really is just riding for confidence and for experience on this Laos. Laos, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was formerly the ride of Rainer Korber. Correct, says Shay. And here this 2020 Erreplus Junior President's Cup, sponsored by Impangele Logistics, is over 1.30 meter. Kate Launder has been pitching some testing tracks throughout the week. So this is a partnership that does need to grow. Relatively new ride for Alexandra Rick Hansen. Clear round and inside of the time, so we'll remain on that 64 penalties, I beg your pardon. So 65 penalties after that round this morning in those first 2 rounds of the week. So I believe that number 3 is a scratching. So we move on to Caratu Z, Olivia Jane van Rooyen. And Olivia, another visitor from KwaZulu-Natal. She sits on 10 penalties, 5 penalties from her first qualifier, 5 penalties from her second. I imagine a pole down and 1-time penalty on both those occasions. So really looking for a nice clear round to keep her on the 10. Let's see how she goes. It's Caratu Z and Olivia van Rooyen. Z standing for the breeding Zangershired stud, so this would be an import. Shay shakes her head, not? All right, I'm correct. Sometimes you got to fact check the fact checker. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of a miss there. So already sitting on 14, 4 for this round, and 10 carrying into this round, so currently on 22 now, gone up to 22 after that disobedience. Olivia has had plenty success in the past at these showgrounds, a top child rider, pony rider. Doing very well in the junior ranks, but I haven't actually seen her out on this horse before, so this is another partnership that must be relatively new, and of course it does take some time for things to establish between horse and rider. I believe trained by Chad Cunningham, who does a lot of travelling, one of the top coaches in the country, trains a lot of top young riders and makes his way down to Natal. Not sure how often Chad gets down to Natal to train the Van Rooyen sisters. Of course, Olivia does have a sister, Jamie, who I believe has made a transition to dressage now, has decided to leave the show jumping behind her, leave that to Olivia, and she's going to pursue a career in dressage. So let's see how she goes here. Second time, better shot in. Caratu gives a wonderful jump through the treble there. Had a good rhythm coming in. Doesn't seem to have lost any confidence. So a little bit of a late correction in the distance there, going to the Hollard fence. Reason for that rail. So now sitting on 27 penalties. 16 for that round. 1-time penalty. Final score, I make it 27 after all those rounds. So once again, we'll have to see if Olivia does decide to come back into the second round for this Junior President's Cup. Remember that All horse and rider combinations, barring eliminations or retirements, will be permitted to come through to the second round. Turn now of Bianca Pitt. She rides the wonderful Bakato. This combination, the current South African junior show jumping champions, sitting on 8 penalties. She had 1 time penalty in the first day and 7 penalties in the second qualifier, puts on a current score of 8 after those 2 rounds. So carries in her 8 penalties. She'll be desperate to go clear here to keep herself in the hunt, and then of course these classes will bring out the worst in her character, because she'll sit on the sidelines and probably hope that other riders have a few penalties on their rides to keep her in the hunt. It's the only way she'll really stay in it, because if we do have 3 competitors who are sitting on 0 penalties. Let's see how she goes. Bianca Pitt and Bakato. Bakato, wonderful Dutch bred by Ukato. He's a gelding. Born in 2006, now a 14-year-old. She's had lots and lots of success on him. Another rider trained by Chad Cunningham. Won the South African Junior Championship under Chad's tutelage. Unfortunately, a rail going down there, so will now be on 12, 4 to add to the 8 that she carried into this round. That's not going to help her chances, I'm afraid. Nice forward ride there. Around the corner she goes. Coming on now to the tack and togs treble combination, and unfortunately a mistake there. Tried to correct the horse late, and the horse just deciding, well, what question are you asking me? Unfortunately not Bianca's day today. Woodwork has been put back in place, just waiting for a bell. There it is, so she'll come in once again. Needs to get her eye on the fence early. Forward. There we go, gets a better shot the second time round. Bianca just seemed to come into that fence a little bit unsure of her distance and try to make a late correction, and Bakato just didn't understand what she was asking him. The reason for the mistake. Should be could be a time penalty or 2 to add. 2 time penalties. We'll wait for the final tally. So unfortunately, I think that's going to put Bianca pretty much out of the running. We'll give you her final tally in a moment or two. Zeiss Leschamp now, Kerry Rees, currently sitting on a score of 12. So Bianca sits on a score of 18 after 3 qualifying rounds. Kerry Rees currently on track. Wonderful little horse. Very competitive in a runoff. Remember that the only time, well, of course, each of these rounds does have a time allowed, and if you exceed the time allowed, you're going to incur time penalties. But really, the riders are looking for clear rounds now in the event of equality of score after all the qualifiers, which will be 4 of them, taking into account there are 2 today. They carry scores from all those rounds through. And if after those 4 qualifying rounds we do have equality of score, then we move into a jump off, and then that's where time plays a factor. Time does, however, play a factor to determine the minor placings. So only the riders on equality of score for the lowest scores will go through to that jump off, but there's only 3 of them, so to determine the minor placings we then take into account the time, the accumulative times of this round, as well as the round for the first qualifier, which happened on either Tuesday or Wednesday or one of those days. So rather complicated, but we'll guide you through it. Lovely clear round, well done Kerry Rees on the Zeiss Leschamp by Chanel out of or by Delacour, I beg your pardon, out of the mare Chanel. Wonderful little campaigner, honest horse. So she finishes on 12. That was the score that she carried into this opening round. Well done, Kiri Reese. We now move on to Road to Flow DSP Crashman and Jade Kutsia, sitting on a score of 12. On her first day, she was actually clear, but had a bit of a tough time in her second qualifier there. That's where she picked up the 12 penalties. And now really looking to go clear here to remain on the 12 penalties. This is a wonderful, wonderful horse, formerly the ride of Chris van der Merwe, formerly owned by Conrad Ferree, now in the ownership of the Road to Flow team and ridden by young Jade Kutsia. I think this horse actually had a good placing in the Hamburg Derby earlier on in his career. He was an import. Born in 2007, 13 years old now, by Con Sherry out of a Coco mare. Mare called Coco. And Jade building a nice partnership with Crashman. Kelly O'Connor, just got away from her there, so she really needed to get him back together, but I see the reins got pretty long and landed up right underneath the base of number 10. So unfortunately 1 down. That's 4 to add to the 12, finishes on a score of 16. I think Kelly O'Connor coaching the Kutsia girls, Jade and her younger sister Janine. And Kelly riding a few of the horses in their string. Quite a large string they do have. Next to go, number 8, Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl, Ada Rain Ferguson. Currently sits on a score of 12. 4 penalties from the first qualifier, then 8 penalties from the second qualifier. So really does need a clear here. Formidable combination, very quick on their day, has won some ultra fast jump offs that you wouldn't believe how fast she went. Unfortunately, if she's going to get into any sort of jump off today, she's going to have to be another one who hopes that those who have gone clear have a few mistakes in the first of the 2 qualifiers today, but she really is hunting down a clear round here if she's to have any sort of chance. Currently sitting on a score of 12 penalties. So far so good. Ada Rain, I believe, formerly from the Western Cape, and now to further her riding career, her family has moved up to Johannesburg, based in Kyalami now. And a good ride there. Finishes on a 0 score, so we'll carry just the 12 penalties through to the second round of this final day of President's Cup. Well done. Action Girl, formerly the ride of Lauren McKillop. We move on now to Lauren Duval, Impangele Capital Cavalier. Spoke about Impangele, the sponsors of this class, Mr. Herman Duval. A big thank you once again to you. Big thank you also to the sponsors of this live streaming. Without them, we wouldn't be able to bring you these broadcasts, and of course, they're not cheap. So once again, a big thank you to Tack and Togs, Espoir, Capital Stud, Peter Morrison Equestrian, and Back on Track. Do your bit, please. Go onto their Facebook pages, social media, give them a thumbs up, a thank you, and what would even be better is if you supported their various enterprises. Impangele Capital Cavalier currently jumping, sitting on a score of 11, 10 penalties from the first day, just 1 time penalty from the second qualifier puts her on 11, so really looking for a clear round now. Wonderful horse by Katoki, and that unfortunately is not going to do Lauren's chances any favors. Unfortunately, that does mean elimination, and that means her chances are well and truly over. elimination means that Lauren will not advance through to the second round of competition, and that is her President's Cup for 2020 pretty much over. We might get an action replay of what happened there. See if we can just cue, and there it is. So looked like she just got her distance wrong. Was a bit of a passive ride into the A element. I think you had to ride a little bit through the distance there, and Lauren just seemed to sit a little bit quietly going into that second element, got her distance wrong, and Cavalier just deciding, well, he couldn't jump it from there. And that, I'm afraid, is show jumping. That's what happens. Not her day today. Coach Charlie Crockart just throwing an arm around her and said, well, don't worry, kiddo. Tomorrow's another day. We live to fight again. That's what it's all about. Turn now of Olivia Jane van Rooyen. She returns. Of course, she went earlier on Carrot 2Z, sitting on a score of 27 now. Now she goes on Stario. Currently sitting on a score of 9. 5 from the first qualifier, 4 from the second qualifier. This is a wonderful, wonderful horse. Imported Hanoverian by my favourite sire, Staccato. So one that I'll have my eye on. Another combination that's growing in confidence. She had the ride for a little while now, but not a huge amount of time. And of course, not a lot of competitions to build confidence this year in 2020, given the pandemic and the fact that so many horses and riders were out of action for so long during the beginning parts of this year. Great that we have the show, and big thank you to Verity and her team, and of course all the sponsors responsible for bringing us President's Cup 2020 at a completely different time of the year to what we are used to. Stario so far going well with Olivia. If I recall, she had a mistake here on her first ride, Carrot 2 in the first round. No mistakes this time round. Easy as you like through that treble combination. Round the corner she comes. One left to come. Takes a little check on the corner. And a wonderful effort there. Remains on the 9 penalties. Well done, Olivia. 71 seconds is the time allowed for this first round. Remember that there will be a course walk before the second round. Second round will be over fences 13, 2, 3, 4AB, 5, 6, 7 and 11. Riders will be allowed to walk the second track. And thus far all riders will be going through, except unfortunately for Lauren Duval, who had that spill in the treble combination. So now we move down to Cascaya. That does not look like Cascaya and Bianca Pitt. That favour the bold and Zandi Alcock, who is not next to go. In fact, waiting for Bianca Pitt. She had to change over from her first ride. Bakato. So we should see her any moment now. Don't know if the judges are going to allow Zandi to go before Bianca. These championship classes, we do like to keep horse and rider combinations in order. We will be lining up some interviews for you throughout the course of the day with various riders and some of our sponsors. Once again, our sponsors for this live streaming: Piet Morrison Equestrian Civils, Tack and Togs, Espoir. So we'll be chatting to a couple of our sponsors. Back on Track, Kylie Pettit is going to be our first in a little bit later, I do believe, around about 9:30 or so. And then Capital Stud, of course, does have their online auction coming up a little bit later in the year, and we'll be featuring some of their top lots. Henning Pretorius will be in the studio to chat to us about that a little bit later as well. So, still waiting for Bianca Pitt. He's holding up the works here, but of course she did have to change over. I see in the background she is now walking into the arena, pretty much under where that shot is being filmed from. That's at the gate. Once again, a big thank you to our production team here, our cameraman Mtubisi, Chris, and in the outside broadcast unit, Cole, Matthew, Donovan, and of course Mike Domain. That is Zandi Alcock and Favor the Bold, and just behind her, about to enter into picture, will be the grey Cascaya. Now owned, I believe, by Bianca Pitt. Formerly the ride of Lucas Katebe, but he's stationed or domiciled in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So Cascaya now the ride, and I believe also now owned by Bianca Pitt. I stand corrected though, and Lucas, if you're watching and I'm wrong, I do apologize. Cascaya 6 penalties in the first qualifier, so would have had a pole down, I imagine, and 2 for time, and clear in the second round. So Bianca didn't have the greatest rides in her first ride on her first ride Bakato, so would really relish the opportunity to go clear here and keep her in the hunt for this President's Cup title for 2020. On a good rhythm. Gave that Canon EOS jump a bit of a rattle, but it stays in the cups. Coming now to the treble combination. Got to keep moving forward. That's where she had the trouble first time around on Bakato. No mistakes this time around. Safely through the tack and togs treble combination. Not too many more to come now. 2 in fact. Still clear. Gave that one a little bit of a wrap. Again stays in the cup. Equipage Hollard, 1 left to come. Clear for jumping, 68.32 the time allowed 71. Clear for time, will remain on that 6 penalty round. So she'll definitely be coming in. Thumbs up, looks over at her coach. He gives her the thumbs up as well. So the 2 of them will definitely be coming in for the second round. Remember, this over 2 rounds, and then in the event of equality of score we go to a jump off. Favor the Bold has been waiting patiently in the wings with young Zandi Alcock. Sits on 4 penalties. Remember, in a reverse order of qualification are these rounds. So she's sitting on 4 penalties. Just 1 pole behind the leaders, Zandi Alcock and Favor the Bold. Favor the Bold, wonderful horse by Stage Call. An Irish thoroughbred, an Argentinian thoroughbred mare, For My Love by Kitwood, thoroughbred all the way, albeit international thoroughbred pedigree. Charles Baker, if you're out there watching, perhaps you can send us some information on our YouTube channel. Just remember to subscribe. And for those viewers out there, if you wouldn't mind just disseminating the YouTube link, we're really trying to get the link out to all show jumping fans, push our numbers up. It really helps getting sponsors in the future. Live streaming certainly the way to go. Are trying to make this sport more mainstream and attract more corporate sponsors to our game. The only way to do it is if we all work together, so please disseminate the link. Use your WhatsApp and your social media, help us out. Also, of course, we want to make this interactive. Any comments, Madeleine? Just Rolene saying nice to see the broadcast again. Thanks, Rolene, one of our biggest fans. Clear all the way there, Zandi Alcock. Well done, remains on the 4 penalties. Brilliant stuff, keeps herself well and truly in the hunt, keeps her chances alive. If you just joined us, very good morning to you. This is the Junior President's Cup, this class sponsored by Impangele Logistics. And we're getting to the back end. The higher qualified riders now in the first round of a 2-round qualifying class. And currently on track is Shake a Little. This is Jessica Vermaas. Jessica was clear on her first day. 0 penalty score there. 4 penalties on her second round rather. So currently sits on just the 4. That's the score that you're watching in the right hand corner of that little rectangular box. That is the score that she carries forward after her 2 qualifiers. So in case you thought, well, hang on a sec, she's only just gone, she doesn't have any penalties, why does it say 4? That's her carried forward score from those 2 days. It's an accumulative, President's Cup works. You just tuned in. It's an accumulative score over all the qualifiers. The lowest penalty will be declared the winner, and unfortunately that won't be Shake a Little and Jessica Vermaas, because unfortunately that does spell elimination. Damn. She's just carrying the 4 penalties, and elimination means that she's now right out of it. We're going to have a look at what happened there. Not the first rider to be caught out by the distance in that between that A and B element of that treble combination. She had a good ride in. She sits up, and I'm afraid that was a little bit naughty of that horse, because she was on the distance. She gave a good ride in, and Shake a Little just decided, well, don't like the look of this treble combination. I'm more into single fences, thank you, Mom. Gave a stop, unseated the rider. She went over the head. None worse the wear. She'll be back. But unfortunately, that does mean that her chances are now gone, as eliminations and retirements will not go through to the second round of this final qualifying class. Well, not a qualifying class. Points count. Callagho Conventional, Michaela Powell currently on track. Just the one-time penalty, and she'll be kicking herself for that she incurred in her second qualifier. Probably trying to play it just a little bit safe, ride for the clear, and got caught out by the clock. So could so easily have been sitting on 0 penalty score along with those leaders. Looked like she lost a shoe. Callagho Conventional certainly lost a shoe. Wrapped that that fence. Managed to keep the fences up, but not the shoes on. Strange. Oh, Hollard Insurance Equipage jump. Tapped with the back toes. Shoes stay on this time. Poles stay up. Well done, Michaela. Michaela Powell. Callagho Conventional finishes just on the one-time penalty incurred in the second of the qualifier. So they'll now look for a farrier, get the shoes back on, and she'll definitely be with us for the second round in this final class. So the last 3 riders are all clear. These are top qualifiers now. Jean Solier goes first. He's the first of them. 65.54 her time, her combined times, and so she's the third of the highest qualifiers because of the time she has. The but that won't count for anything really. It's what it's the scores that count, and she's one of 3 on 0 penalties. So go well here, Chiquita and Jean Soliers. Chiquita by Shakadi out of Najola, Najola by Bachelor. Had plenty rounds under her belt on this. Chiquita has been competing this horse for quite a few years, so a well-established partnership. They know each other very well, so expecting a really good round now. Pressure would be on for these higher qualified riders, because they obviously have far more to lose than any of the riders that have gone before them. They'll feel the pressure a little bit. It's all about defense now, defending that score, and unfortunately that's sometimes what happens, a pole coming down there. So Jean will be pretty upset with that. 4 penalties now. That will drop her from the top of the leaderboard. Safely through that treble combination, although she gave that C element a bit of a tap. One left to come, sitting on 4 penalties. Oh, falls in off the turn slightly, but got away with it. Jean will be upset with that. If we do have a action replay, we'll go to it. I'm sure the producers are looking to see what happened at that Oxa. Had the front rail, I think, just got a little bit deep. Here is the replay. Yeah, Jean just got a little bit deep there on a strong ride, and the horse didn't have enough space in front to clear the front rails, just tapping it off with the front leg. She'll be a little bit upset with that. Need to just maybe hold her off the fence a little bit and sit up. 4 penalties, I'm afraid that's what happens. So 2 left to come who are sitting on 0. It's now Cincinnati, Kelly Duplessis. This is a little freak of nature, this mare. Wonderful, wonderful horse. Not big in stature, but got a heart of a lion, and Kelly rides her to perfection. She's not young anymore. I think she would be about 19 by the wonderful Nelson von der Heller. Stallion formerly ridden by Ronnie Lawrence. And this is out of a Quito de Bossi mare. Quito de Bossi, I remember with that wonderful, wonderful stallion of the 1990s, ridden by Eric Nave, winner of the European Championships. Top class performer. Cincinnati, formerly the ride of Aaron DeSantos. Before Aaron, Sten Muchner cut his teeth on Cincinnati, so she's been around for a while, and Kelly will be so annoyed that A Element gone down, so now also on 4 penalties. So now this has really left the door open for Hayley Stradham, who's last to come on 0. Kelly will be kicking herself. If our directors are in the OB unit, going to cue that up for us, the A Element of the treble combination. She was clear coming to 8A. The top of the leaderboards, we're going to take a look. Comes round the corner. Yeah, and no real reason for that. It is a combination. Kelly would have been cognizant of the fact that she would have had to sit up for the second element and perhaps just sat up a little bit strongly, pushing the mare's quarters down, and she had that down behind. Just one of those things, really. Could so easily have been a clear. On track now, Locarno Cosmopolitan, Hayley Stradham, highest qualifier, sitting on 0 penalties. This has really left the door open. If she goes clear now, she is in the pound seats coming into the final day's competition. That'll put her on top of the leaderboard going into the second round. Just a reminder that there is a second round. All riders go through to the second round, barring those 2 eliminations that we have had. Hayley needs a good shot in here. This treble combination has caused a few problems. She gets it. Locarno Cosmopolitan, Namibian warm blood, jumping out of his socks by Caprivi, out of a Rubino mare. 1 left to come, still clear. And there you have it, big smiles from Hayley Stradham, big pat down the neck for Locarno Cosmopolitan as the sting rings out. The only one of them that go clear. Bred by the Brannock stud, says Rolene. Well done to Linda Rabi and her Brannock stud. Locarno Cosmopolitan she's talking about? Cincinnati, I beg your pardon. Of course, not Locarno. That must have been bred by the Locarno stud in Namibia. Thanks for that tidbit. Cincinnati, bred by Linda Rabi. Well done, Linda Rabi. You bred a good one there. So, 0 penalties out of all of those 18 who went, 17 as Brannock Hijinks was scratched, and number 9 as well. So 16 went through that start. Of those 16, there were 2 eliminations. I'm sure a few of the riders who finish on 69, 65, perhaps 27 penalties might elect not to ride in the second round, as they pretty much are out of the reckoning. Just a reminder that there will be a course walk for the second round. That second round over fences 13, 2, 3, 4A, 4B, 5, 6, 7, 11. That will be 48 seconds time allowed. We're going to go for a quick break. We'll be back with you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Big thank you to our sponsors and a big sponsor of this live stream broadcast, Tack and Togs. And please go and visit them. What a wonderful, wonderful shop they have. All in equestrian's heart desires they have. www.tackandtogs.co.za. Well done to Simon Byrne and his Tack and Togs team. And Jennifer Nunn will be in studio chatting to us a little bit later about what they can offer. Any equestrians out there shopping for saddles or tack or specific brands, they have them. Wonderful, wonderful shop. Once again, a big thank you to Linda Ellerine and Back on Track. Go and check out what they have available. They have a wonderful online store, www.backontracksa.co.za, and you can find all sorts of things on that website that'll help both horse and rider. We'll be chatting to Kylie Pettit from Back on Track a little bit later on in the broadcast as well. Don't forget about the Capital Stud online auction for 2020. That happens on the 23rd to the 28th of November 2020. Henning Pretorius will be with us in the studio a little bit later, speaking about that online auction, how it's all going to work, and of course some of their top lots. I have been out to the farm and seen some of the horses available. Tryouts are underway. They do have some wonderful, wonderful horses once again, as usual, from the Capital Stud. 23rd to the 28th of November 2020, that's when the auction happens. And for more information about that online auction, you can find whatever you need to know at www.capitalstud.com. Another one of our live stream sponsors, and it's a very big thank you and a good morning, or should I say top of the morning to you, Peter Morrison, as the family has moved to Ireland. Hope that they are tuned in. If you guys are watching, we've seen some of the pictures on Facebook. Love the look, Matthew, and of course hanging out with Lawrence Mowat. Speaking of things Mowat, Gordon Mowat will be with us in the studio. Of course, he's teamed up with the company, now Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils, to tell us a bit about what they can offer, what they do, arena surfaces, all sorts of things. Gordon will be with us a bit later. More information, go to www.pmecivils.co.za. Coming up next, the Impangele Logistics Junior 1m30 President's Cup, round 2 of their final class. Of course, we've just seen the first round. In reverse order of merit, I suspect we will be fed a few scratchings. Shay, have you heard of any scratchings? Capital Hudson. Just those two. Caratu and Bakato have come out. Do you believe? So Caratu and Bakato have come out. And it is in reverse order of merit, and riders will have the opportunity to walk. They have walked. While I was looking down and doing things, they have walked. Okay, so we are waiting the first horse and rider to come in, and that should be Capital Hudson and Alexia Gerber. So let's just have a look at the track then. 13, 2, 3, 4A, 4B, 5, 6, 7, and 11. 48 seconds is the time allowed. And of course we must give a shout out to Kate Launder as well. Talked about the courses. She is our level 3 FEI course designer, our very own in South Africa. She's been pitching her courses the entire week at this wonderful President's Cup show for 2020. Big thank you to Kate. Always wonderfully fair but sometimes testing courses that she has pitched this week. I find them a little bit testing. Shay gives a nod, she did too. We'll be with you in a few moments' time, just awaiting the first of the competitors in the second round.
A reminder that here is the sponsor of all the photographs for today, and you can find them through the website of www.infantstudios.co.za. Right. First horse coming down. Is this Capital Hudson? I don't think it is. It's Erreplus versus number 2. Number 1, Capital Hudson down, please. Right, that's available for number 1, Capital Hudson, 69 penalties.
So welcome back to our live stream commentary here from Maple Ridge. Wonderful day. It has been hot as Hades throughout the week. Yesterday was particularly bad. There's been some strong gales as well, but not a breath of wind today. Perfect conditions at the current time for show jumping. It's not too hot. We are expecting a little bit of heat later on in the morning. Time just gone 9 o'clock, and if you've just tuned in, very good morning to you. Currently on the second round, first rider in for the second round of the junior 1m30 President's Cup for 2020 in this President's Cup class, sponsored by Impangele Logistics. But of course, this live stream broadcast brought to you by Tack and Togs, Espoir, Peter Morrison Equestrian, Capital Stud, and Back on Track. A big thank you to them. Currently in pictures, Alexandra Rick Hansen on Calaho Laos. The reason why she's walking around is she's not carded to go first in the second round. We are in fact waiting for Capital Hudson and Alexia Gerber. Seems to be a little bit of confusion whether Alexia will be coming down, currently sitting of 69, and Shay has just let me know that Alexia Gerber has indeed scratched. So a late scratching at number 1, so that then will be the bell for Alexandra Rick Hansen and Calaho Laos, who after 3 rounds is sitting on 65 penalties. Now reminder, over 2 rounds, this is not a jump-off round. If after this round we have equality of score, we then go to a jump-off. So really Alexandra riding for a clear round, but really just riding for experience. She's building a nice partnership with Laos, formerly the ride of Rainer Korb. Unfortunately, another pole coming down there, so that'll be 4 to add to her 65, puts on 69 penalties. Had a very, very good pony rider career on My Irish Boy, where she pretty much won everything there was to win. But now making the transition up onto horses, and that does take a little bit of getting used to after transitioning off the ponies. I think that was just one down, so 69 according to my reckoning. 69 is what her final tally will be. We'll have a little replay, have a look what happened. I think she just got a little bit tight. She was in a good rhythm coming in. Yeah, just a fraction tight to that fence, and Laos just not coming up quick enough. Jade Kutsia on track now. Rotoflow DSP Crashman. Bakato has been scratched. Caratu has been scratched. Jade Kutsia currently sitting on a score of 16 penalties after those 3 rounds. Another one really who's has to go clear if she's to be even in the minor money. Remember, the minor money will be adjudged on the times of the first qualifier and the first round that we've just seen. So not this round, this is the second round of the final day. So Jade pretty happy with that. Clear round finishes on 16 penalties. Well done, Jade Kutsia. Kerry Reese next to go. Zeiss Lechamp. Currently sitting on a score of 12. And there she is. Or the champ, as they call him. I don't know a huge amount about Kerry, I must be honest. Gauteng Gosha is from Gauteng. Shows her she didn't have a huge pony career, but I've seen her win a good few classes in the junior rankings on this horse. Still sitting on the 12 penalties. And there you go, big smile from Kerry. What a wonderful little horse he is. Just a replay here. So 1 going down for Kerry. So we'll finish on 16. Adrian Ferguson next to go. Mitsubishi Ravonia Action Girl in this combination sitting on 12 penalties. Yeah, she trots in. Just a reminder that we do have 1 rider on 0 penalties. Hayley Stratham leads the charge here in this Erreplus Junior President's Cup final competition. Sponsored by Impangele Logistics. Big thank you to them. There is the bell for Ada Rain. She really needs to stay on just the 12 penalties. Looking for the minor money. No real chance of victory today, unless things go horribly pear-shaped for the other competitors still to come, but we really can't see that happening. And Shay, do you know who trains Ada? Ronnie Healy. Ronnie Healy, the trainer of Ada Rain. I think she lives pretty close to Ronnie. Based in Maple Road in Kyalami. Really the hub of equestrian sport, not only in Gauteng, but one could very definitely say in South Africa as well. Well done, Ada Rain. So we'll remain on the 12 penalties. Next to go will be Stario, Olivia van Rooyen. Currently sits on 9 penalties. So another one that really needs to give herself a nice clear here in this second round of this final competition for President's Cup Juniors 2020. Olivia, as we said earlier in the broadcast, from KwaZulu-Natal, based in Elveston, trained by Chad Cunningham. He not based in KwaZulu-Natal, but does a lot of travelling, a lot of frequent flyer miles. I think he's in Natal just about every other week. Once a month, I'm told. But he'd spend a few days there, probably, giving them not just the one lesson, 2 or 3 days there, yeah, so they'd get a few lessons crammed into one. Family very supportive, the Van Rooyen family supportive of the 2 daughters riding. Father Rolf travelling up and down, working hard to support the sport. Well done to all those parents out there, long-suffering, broke parents supporting their kids in equestrian sport. Hey Madeleine. Well done. Remains on just the 9, clear round. So, Cascaya goes next, Bianca Pitt. Sits on 6 penalties. Nice clear in the first round. Another rider trained by Chad Cunningham. Trained her to success in the South African Junior Championships hosted at Kyalami Equestrian Sport last year. She's the reigning South African Junior Champion. Decided to scratch her other horse from the class, Picato. And unfortunately a pole going down there for Cascaya. So we'll have to add the 4 penalties to the 6, currently on 10 with 1 left to go, and we'll finish her President's Cup campaign for 2020 with Cascaya on 10 penalties. So that'll drop her behind Olivia van Rooyen, so there will be a change in the rankings. Going to have a little bit of a look at why she had that pole. Just seem to have it behind, push the mare off the turn, and no real reason for that. I couldn't see that the horse was unbalanced. She seemed to have enough space in front. Perhaps just the change in rhythm as she rode off her turn. Sometimes poles just seem to happen. Zandi Alcock, favour the bold now, 4 penalties. It's what she carries forward. So she really needs a clear round now, because she's one of 3 riders on 4. Then we have Michaela Powell on 1 and only 1 rider on 0 penalties. So a pole here could really mix things up, could change things up. To keep herself her chances alive, Zandi really needs a clear round here on Favour the Bold. Thoroughbred blood. One left to go. Don't look backwards, look forwards. Stayed up. And there you go. There's another look back. Favour the Bold. Tapping a few with the toes, but they stay in the cups. And that's what counts, 4 penalties. So she really does stay in the hunt here with that lovely clear round. Jean Soliers goes next on Chiquita. She's another one on 4. Kelly Duplessis also on 4. Michaela Powell on 1. And then Hayley Stradham. Pressure is on Hayley Stradham. If she jumps clear here, she will be crowned the President's Cup Junior Champion for 2020, but not there yet. First to go, Jean Souliers on Chiquita, who really needs a clear round, keep herself on 4, and then they'll be hoping that both Conventional and Michaela Powell and Hayley Stradham somehow find a rail in their rounds, because that will force us to a jump off. So things could heat up here. Did that stay in the cups? I heard a rap. Stayed up. Jean breathes again. So far, so good. Jean unfortunately had her race round today. Again ducks to the right hand side, but again gets away with it. Chiquita, Jean Souliers, they stay on 4 penalties. Well done. So as we said before, she'll now go and sweat it out on the sidelines and hope that the other riders to come will have penalties. Kelly du Plessis, unfortunately she had the A element of the treble combination down in her previous round, came into today's competition on 0 penalties, now sitting on 4, so we'll be desperate for a clear. This 19-year-old superstar, Cincinnati. We've seen her way around many championship classes in her illustrious career. It's a long way off that one, gets away with it. That's the scope of this true jumper. And clear round, Kelly Osmars. Well done, Kelly du Plessis. Mom Isla will be beaming as well, so she remains on 4 penalties. Michaela Powell now, just the one-time penalty. Oh, she'll be kicking herself. She was clear today, just in her previous qualifier. That's where the penalty came. She goes clear here and she loses it because of that one-time penalty. She will be kicking herself. Oh, not a good start, unfortunately. She's currently on 5. She came around the corner, the horse was cross-cantering, changed to the outside lead, and that put her on a funny distance there. And she kind of took off from no man's land and caught the back rail, so not the start that she wanted. It pretty much drops her right down the rankings, because with that one-time penalty and 4 to add, she's currently now on 5, and that from 2nd place drops her all the way down to 5th position, and that is the cruelty of the sport. Coming to the last. And unfortunately, Michaela, not a happy camper. Can't blame her. 5 penalties. Let's take a look at that replay. I don't know when we'll pick it up from. You can see the horse cross-cantering, then changes onto the left lead. A little bit unbalanced coming around the corner, and what you can't see from that shot as we were filming from behind is she was pretty off the distance there and just could not make the back bar. Also, riders tend to just lack a little bit of rhythm into the first fence. We talk about having the same rhythm into the first fence that you have into the last fence, but it's always easy to sit on the sidelines and make these comments. Championship leader now, Hayley Stradham, Cosmopolitan. Pressure is on. She's clear. She has one down. We go to a 3-horse jump off. She leaves them up, she'll be crowned President's Cup champion for 2020. A little bit stuttery into that one. She's got to regain her rhythm, which she does nicely. 2 left to come, safely over that vertical with the water tray sponsored by Canon. To the last, she's still clear. And she's clear all the way, all smiles. Hayley Stradham, there, ladies and gentlemen, is your 2020 Junior President's Cup champion. Hayley Stradham and Locarno Cosmopolitan. Well done. Pressure was on. She had to go clear. Had to make that round count, and she did just that. Well done. Cameras stay on her, giving Cosmopolitan a big hug. Shay's going to call up that breeding of Cosmopolitan one more time. And you've ridden against Hayley once or twice, yeah. And she trained by Nicola Syme. Well done, Nicola Syme Riley. So Hayley Stratham doing her riding out of the or training out of the Sunny Park Stables setup of Nicola Syme Riley. So there you go. Well done. Cosmopolitan C, the sire of I beg your pardon, Caprivi, sire of Cosmopolitan. Just a reminder that this is an interactive broadcast, so what you need to do is just hit that subscribe button under your picture, and that'll allow you to post any comments, questions, queries, tidbits, suggestions on this broadcast. Or you can also give a shout out to our sponsors. And remember, in the digital age, it's all about numbers that count. This helps us to entice our sponsors back again for more streaming. These broadcasts are not cheap. They do cost. And once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this live stream broadcast possible. Big sponsor, Tack and Togs, Espoir. Big thank you to Simon Byrne. We will be speaking to a representative from Tack and Togs a little bit later. That'll be Jennifer Nunn. We're talking to us about some of the brands on offer and what the shop offers to equestrians out there. My home away from home, really. Pop in there a few times a week. Top up on supplies. Of course, Tack and Togs upstairs section of Midfeeds, who deals in food as well. Big thank you to Simon Byrne and his team for the services that they do provide. So just waiting for the ceremony, the recognition ceremony. It is now dubbed, now named, of course, in the times of COVID. And we'll take confirmation of the final result as well. Big thank you also to the other associate sponsors in this live stream broadcast. Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. Gord Moat will be chatting to us a little bit later. Back on Track. Kylie Stain coming in to tell us about Back on Track and what they offer, where you can find their wonderful, wonderful products. And then, of course, Henning Pretorius from Capital Stud will be chatting to us a little bit later about the online auction, which happens later on in November. Some of the lots available, some of his picks. Top picks for the 2020 Capital Stud auction. There is the winner in picture, Hayley Stratham, Locarno Cosmopolitan. Congratulations to all those Namibians at the Locarno Stud. If you happen to be watching, well done to you. So, confirmation of the final result. The winner of the President's Cup Junior section for 2020, Locarno Cosmopolitan and Hayley Stratham, the only combination to finish on a 0 penalty score after all the rounds of jumping. Remember, coming into today's competition, there would already been 2 qualifiers and 2 rounds of jumping today as well. So 4 rounds of jumping in total and 0 penalties after all those 4 rounds. Well done, Hayley Stratham. Second place going to Cincinnati and Kelly Duplessis. Their final score 4 penalties. In third place, Favour the Bold, Zandi Alcock. They also finish on 4. but Kelly's time a little bit quicker, and those times judged the first of the qualifiers, where you had to take time into consideration, move along a little bit, and today's first round as well. So those two times added together to give an overall time, and Kelly du Plessis' time a little bit quicker than Zandi Alcock's time on Favour the Bold. Therefore, she comes out in second as Kelly, and Zandi Alcock gets that third position. Fourth place to Chiquita and Jean Soliers, also finished on 4 penalties. And the fifth and final placing going to Michaela Powell, who unfortunately in the final round of jumping found a rail to add to just that one-time penalty that she had from the second qualifier, and that then relegated her down from the second position down to fifth. And as quick as that, that's how things can change. In picture, Mr. Herman de Waal going forward to present the prizes on behalf of Impangele Logistics, the sponsors of the Junior President's Cup for 2020. Big thank you to Herman de Waal and Impangele Logistics. Lots of money invested. So the winner walking away with a first prize payday of 4,000 Rand, 3,000 Rand to a second, 2,500 for third, fourth place walks away with 1,500, and fifth place 900 Rand. Of course, there's all sorts of day sheets and sashes and medals as well. Talking about Impangele Logistics and Herman de Waal, of course, Herman's two daughters do ride. So he's an ardent supporter of equestrian sport, especially in the junior rankings. Impangele Logistics, a transport company, have fleets of trucks running around. So if you need anything transported, do look up Impangele Logistics. I'm sure they do have a solution to your transport needs.
So, please put your hands together. Now we
So there you have the winners for the 2020 junior section of the President's Cup, sponsored by Impangele Logistics, and congratulations to Locarno Cosmopolitan, Haley Stradham, 0 penalties score, wonderful achievement. Second place to Cincinnati, Kelly Duplessis, that 19-year-old superstar. I wonder if this might be her last season jumping. I know that Kelly does finish school pretty soon and heading off to varsity, so we wonder if we'll see much more of Cincinnati. What a career she has had. Third place to Favor the Bold and Zandi Elcock. Well done. Fourth place to Chiquita Jean-Soliers, in the fifth and final placing going to Callahoo Conventional and Michaela Powell. There are pictures if you've just joined us for this live stream broadcast. We're broadcasting from the Maple Ridge setup, President's Cup 2020. And there is the confirmation of that result. And once again, big thank you to Impangele Logistics, sponsors of this class. Always happy to come forward and sponsor equestrian sport is Mr. Herman de Waal. Great to have you associated. This was over 1.30 meters. It was throughout the course of the week. Today was the final rounds that we saw. Haley Stradham prevailed. Locarno Cosmopolitan, Cincinnati, Kelly Duplessis, Favor the Bold, Zandi Alcock, Chiquita Jean-Soliers, and Callahoo Conventional, and Michaela Powell.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Big thank you to Tack and Togs. If you haven't visited their website, do so. Lots on offer. www.tackandtogs.co.za. Tack and Togs, purveyors of the equestrian lifestyle. Don't forget also about the Capital Stud auction. That's an online auction for 2020, obviously due to the coronavirus pandemic. This year online. That happens from the 23rd to the 28th of November 2020. Henning Pretorius will be with us a little bit later talking about some of his favorite lots on offer from the 23rd to the 28th of November. For more information, go to www.capitalstud.com. And you can go to that website and have a look at all of the lots on offer. And of course, Capital Stud also has a Facebook page, so you can just pop onto the Facebook page for more information. But there it is. Anything you need to know about the auction or about Capital Stud, what's on offer, some of the stallions, pedigrees, videos of all the lots, it's all there. Go and have a look. www.capitalstud.com. And of course, the tryouts are underway. And I think you go to that website to book yourself a tryout. But we'll have all that information a little bit later with Henning Pretorius when he joins us in studio. Big thank you also to Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. The Morrison family now relocated to Ireland, but Peter Morrison back and forth. Very many air miles he's going to accumulate in the coming years because the business is very healthy and going strong here in South Africa. And of course he's joined forces with the Mowat family, with Gordon Mowat, and Gordon will be talking to us in studio a little bit later. But for more information about Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils, go to www.pmecivils.co.za. And of course, as you can see in your pictures there, the trucks dousing the arena down with water, wetting the surface, all provided by Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. But not only the trucks, the surface itself. Most of the top equestrian venues in South Africa have been done by Peter Morrison and his team, and Maple Ridge no exception. Don't go away, we will be chatting to Kylie Stain a little bit later. That's in the next 15 minutes or so. Kylie represents Back on Track and will be telling us about some of their products and where you can find them. Currently walking the course are the adults for the Back on Track Adult 1 meter 35 Championship. That's due to start in around about 15 to 20 minutes time. Don't go away, we'll be back shortly.
So we are going to move into the 1 meter 55 championship. This is a standard championship, so 4 rounds, so we do a second round jump. Sponsored by Back on Track. Okay, and the ball will go to close the course, please.
Welcome back to our live stream broadcast from this wonderful Maple Ridge venue just outside of Krugersdorp in the foothills of the Magaliesberg. Wonderful venue. Back on Track, they sponsor not only the live stream broadcast as part sponsor of this broadcast, but also this next class, that's the adult 1 meter 35 championship. Big thank you to Back on Track, Linda Ellerine and Kylie Stain. Kylie will be joining us a little bit later. She's running just a little bit late, but for more information on Back on Track, go to www.backontracksa.co.za. Next class is a championship class. It's not part of the President's Cup format. It is a regular championship class for 1 meter 35s. 1 round and a jump off. Time allowed in the first round 72 seconds. Jump off track 3, 4, 6, 8A, 8B, 10, 11 and 14. According to my running order, 1 scratching I know of, and that's number 20, Sparkling. Sparkling takes no part. I do hear over the PA there are some further scratchings. We will get them for you in a moment, but from what I could hear, 14 Fly D, L and J, 20 Sparkling, 35 Sunny Park Crispin. And Carlson 113, Carlson 113 as well. 21 also takes no part. That is George Cutlass in picture. NCT's Callagho Lord Chris. He's not carded to go first. First in is coming through the gate. Ryan Akorba goes first on the Back on Track entry in this Back on Track 1 meter 35 championship class. And that is Back on Track Sheldon, owned by Linda Ellerine. Wonderful, wonderful horse by Indoctro out of Zeiss Shelby. Shelby by Conti. And I think, and I stand to be corrected, and of course I can be corrected because this broadcast is interactive. So Diane Bortis, if you are watching, and I hope you are, do let us know on the streaming. I think this horse originated from PE from Diane. Of course, Diane, you have my WhatsApp number as well. All you need to do to comment on our South African Show Jumping YouTube page, hit that subscribe button. We need your likes as well. The numbers do count, ladies and gentlemen, so if you are enjoying these streaming broadcasts, then you do have a part to play in making sure that they continue. And it's just giving our sponsors a shout out, subscribing to our pages as well. This South African Show Jumping YouTube channel we are trying to grow. And if you are enjoying this broadcast and want more, then you need to subscribe, grow the numbers. Your votes count. Back on track, Sheldon first to go with Rainer Korber. Minus 72 seconds is the time allowed. It is a championship class, sponsored by Back on Track. Big thank you to them. And Rainer is on his way. This class to be run at 300 meters per minute. Rainer Korber currently on track. He's number one. Back on track, Sheldon. .350 meters per minute. Galloping time, 350 meters per minute. Sheldon really going through the grades, great guns. It wasn't too long ago that he was jumping in the 120s. Found his way up into the 130s. Coped with the 130s so easily. And already up in the 1 meter 35s. Still a relatively young horse. 7-year-old. So really a horse that's finding his feet. Taking to show jumping, taking to the job like a duck to water. Super pedigree, super type. And of course he's got a superstar jockey on his back as well. Does make the job a lot easier. Well done. The time allowed was 72 seconds. Looks like one time penalty for Ray. So Ray's time 72.30, just over the time allowed. But of course the course builder, who is Kate Launder, has 3 horses to watch. Judges can watch 3 horses before they have to make a decision on the time, whether to keep it the same, whether to shorten it, whether to lengthen it. But of course those 3 horses all have to, they can have penalties in terms of rails down, but they can't have stops. If they have stops, then they don't count as a horse to watch, because obviously you can't get a true reflection off of the time if a horse stops. George already having one down there with Lord Chris. So they will still have a look at his time, as that rail won't count at all towards his time. Of course George will feel the pinch, he'll feel the pain of that rail. 4 penalties thus far, will not be advancing to any jump-offs. George, another young rider, training out of Ronnie Healy's yard. Has been trained pretty much his whole career by Ronnie Healy. Must be honest, I haven't seen him on this horse too often. It must be a new string to his bow. Had it for a while? Shay says he has had it for a while. I haven't seen him out on this horse before. Might not have been commentating those days. Used to seeing him on Athena, the Grey, career fight. So that concludes George's round. And just the one pole down. And George's time 74.04. So having a look at the replay where he found that pole. Yep, just found himself right underneath that green oxer. Horse really had no chance of clearing that front rail. Caught it with the knees. So George's time 74.04. Time allowed 72 seconds. Another one who's had time penalties. So Bruce Dewar on track now. Number 3, Capital Guidam. Wonderful horse by the champion Kidam de Revel out of a Cento mare. Finds a rail there. So judges as well as Kate Launder will have their eye on the time. I would imagine she might lengthen it by a second or 2. Kate always rather nice to riders with her times. Personally, I feel she needs to teach them to gallop. And that includes myself, Kate. So 4 penalties thus far for Guidam and Bruce. Bruce has been around for a very long time now. You'll see the South African flag on his jacket. Rode for South Africa, campaigned in France for many years. Went to the World Equestrian Games. Wonderful success as a young rider, junior, aboard that wonderful thoroughbred Okinawa. Took the horse into adult ranks as well, cleaned up. Great speed horse. Many, many moons ago. Total of 9 penalties. 9 penalties in 74.44. So really I think that this we can expect an announcement that the time has been increased. There is a look at Guidam's first pole down. Finding his feet a little bit, Guidam. And there you go. Time has been pushed out, extended by a second, so now gone out to 73 seconds. 73 seconds, which means that back on track Sheldon will go clear. But unfortunately, Lord Chris and Guidam will retain those time penalties, as both of those exceeding these now 73 seconds time allowed. Next to go, Cameron Dawson, Callao Caspiano. Caspiano by the warm blood stallion Casperon, who goes under the Callao banner, and this out of a Con Coriano mare, so Callao bred all the way. Cameron, one of 2 brothers that ride. Brother Travis, slightly younger than him, former winner of the South African Junior Show Jumping Championship 2 years ago now, I think. Very, very horsey family, the Dawsons. Father Andrew involved a lot in administration of the sport, former chairman of Kyalami Equestrian Park. Mom Michelle, professional coach, coaches a lot of young riders based out in Kyalami. So a real show jumping horsey family, the Dawsons. So far, really, really good round by Callao Caspiano, but I feel that Cameron might want to just keep an eye on the clock, despite the fact that that time allowed has been pushed out. It was only by a second, and for me, he looks like he might be on the way to incurring a time penalty or 2. Got to get through this treble combination. He's already on 69 seconds, got to get home in 73. He ain't going to make it, I'm afraid. Time ticks over. Clear for jumping, but I'm afraid in 75.98 that will mean 1 for time for Cameron. 1 time penalty. So at this stage, just the 1 clear, and that was back on track Sheldon, who had that time penalty just over the 72 seconds, but it was pushed out to 73, so that gives him a clear round. Next to go, Callao Cornisha and Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Lorette, another rider who needs absolutely no introduction. Been around for many years now. Married to Barry Taylor, of course. Previous winner of South African Show Jumping Derby on Greta Star. Winner of World Cup qualifiers. Been at the top of her game for many, many years. Another very horsey family, obviously the Taylors. Daughter Ashley doing great things in the young rider rankings as well. Proud parents, both Barry and Lorette, watching Ashley go around. Chatting to Barry earlier on in the week, he's taken a little bit of a break from riding. Over lockdown, had some health issues. I teased him that his age is catching up with him, but he said no, he'll be back, make no mistake. Already on the hunt for some nice young horses. No signs of slowing up Barry Taylor. Just taking a little, he said for 50 years he hasn't had a break from the saddle, and he's used this time just to see what it's like just getting out of the saddle for a little bit. Gave that B element a bit of a rap, but got away with it. And 71.13 the time means that is the 2nd clear, and we do now have a jump off. Well done, Lorette Knowles-Taylor and Callao Cornisha. Jump off track 3, 4, 6, 8A, 8B, 10, 11 and 14. We'll get there. More on that to come. Saturn Dupashi, Kaylin MacDonald riding now for Delmont Mining and Civils. This is a partnership that has been around for a long time now. A little bit stuttery over number 2. Horse seemed to hesitate there. So Kalen just reminding him with a slap down the neck there into number 3. Saturn Dupachy is not the youngest anymore. Was born 2002, so already 18 years old. Belgian warm blood by Kashmir van der Schuttershof out of a Darko man. He is stamped with a Darko. Got that Darko look about him. Very similar looks to Leona's horse by Darko. It's just going to be jumping in the 150s a little bit later. That old-fashioned Belgian warm blood power that Darko brings. Darko, of course, by Lugano van der Roche, one of the Belgian warm blood foundation sires. So still clear, coming to the final treble, but she's going to have to get on her bicycle here because time may be a factor. Will it? No. Inside. Well done. 71.39. Well judged ride there. Kaylin MacDonald. Well done. So the third of the clears. Kaylin MacDonald, of course, formerly known as Kaylin Fensham. Got married last year, if not this year. Would have been at the beginning of this year if it was this year. Charlie Crockart, Serenella's Capital Lord Derby, goes next, number 7. Charlie riding the crest of a wave of late. Cleaned up at the Gauteng Championships. Had a few wins at the Rio Net show as well. Went to Revel Stables. More wins there. More wins in the Young Horse Performance Series. She really is on the crest of a wave. Riding at the top of her game. And she absolutely loves this horse. Lord Derby, another one by Doctro. Out of an Emilion mare. Has been a gallant campaigner for Charlie. Honest as the day is long. True jumping horse. Temperament to die for. So if anybody's wanting to tick the temperament box at the top of their breeding program and looking for a stallion who does just that, then Lord Derby. Absolutely. Charlie says you wouldn't even know he's a stallion. Super well behaved. Clear coming to the final treble combination. And of course rode at a super forward rhythm, which is one of the hallmarks of Charlie's riding, and comes home in a very respectable time of 69.56 seconds. Serenella's Capital Lord Derby gives us another clear round, so the clears are racking up. Kylie Stain is going to join me in commentary, of course. Back on Track, the sponsors of this class, and Kylie Stain representing Back on Track, so she'll be with me in commentary in the next couple moments. Yvonne van der Sade goes next. Equine Librium Filau, Potato. Yvonne van der Sade, a top class jockey, does a lot of travelling, based out of Plettenberg Bay. Wins a lot of classes whenever he raids Gauteng, and super competitive. So on my left hand side is Kylie Stain. Move in close, Kylie, they want to get you on camera. First of all, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So thank you so much to Back on Track, yourself and Linda, for once again coming to the party with a wonderful sponsorship, both this class and of course the live stream. Let's chat a little bit about Back on Track as a company. We do know a little bit about you, as we featured you in our previous live stream as well at the Gauteng Champs, but tell us once again about the products and what they do.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for everyone for their support after the last show. It was really great to see that.
Did we rack up some sales?
You did.
Oh, fantastic. I feel
nice.
like it's a job well done.
Yes.
Keep it coming, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let me down this time round.
Yes. So just a little bit about Back on Track. It's a Swedish product. And what it actually does is has material that is lined with a ceramic infusion, which uses infrared waves. So it takes your body's heat and redirects it back into the body, which increases blood flow. So that helps with inflammation, aches and pains, swelling, all those sort of things. So it's really great for post-exercise treatment. So for the horses, I have mine obviously kitted out in it. He has his leg wraps, which he wears at night after he's jumped, and also in the truck, which helps to increase the circulation in his legs, and also his hocks. As I said previously, he's a Hanoverian, so his hocks are his problem area. So those really just help to keep the inflammation down and keep everything working nicely there. And then we also have stuff for canines and also people. And I know you sport some of our Back on Track products and hopefully swear by them. So they're really great for increasing circulation with aches and pains in wrists, knees, ankles, good for shin splints, things like that. And then also from a canine perspective for dog agility, we have great blankets which can be worn during activities, and also hock braces, beds and stuff, which are really nice for the older dogs that are a little bit arthritic and things like that. So yeah, it's just a really great product. I swear by my human products that I use, and I know that Lego, you can definitely feel the difference when he's been wearing his. So yeah.
So medicinal, and a lot to do with about keeping inflammation at bay, which is really going to add to the longevity of your horse's career, of your career as well. And you said, yes, I do support some of your products. I have. In fact, they've really helped me through some major injuries, and I do swear by them. Just to recap, Ivan van der Sade scored there a one-time penalty, so unfortunately won't go through to the jump-off. On track now, Nelby van het Hayfeld Z with Jessica de Wit. And this is a Dutch-bred, wonderful horse, honest as well. Honest as the day is long, unfortunately won't go through to the jump-off either there with that pole down. Kylie, a show like this, this is where Back on Track really comes in necessary, because after a hard day's jumping, put on those wraps. You have the bandages. If horses are feeling the sting in the ground a little bit, they come out the next day ready for action, because the wraps have done their job.
Yes, so we recommend them wearing them at night in the stable. And then some of our other products which are nice to use while riding are obviously the saddle pads, which mean that while you are jumping your track, the Back on Track product is doing its thing, increasing circulation in the back. And then we also have a really popular pole piece, which helps with tenderness in the pole.
We'll chat about that a moment or two. On track now, Francesca Sanna, Kelleher Confidor, has had a very good show, and this is a wonderful horse as well. I mean, this is a Concoriano out of a Padderness mare, formerly the ride of James White, but always owned by the Sanna family. Was a very fast participant in its opening round here at President's Cup. And Francesca from the Sanna family, very bright family. Francesca is studying to become a medical doctor. Not too sure what year she's in, but of course Father Ian Sanna, very high up in the medical profession, is a professor of medicine. More about that a little bit later. They would endorse, because they would see the medical benefits of Back on Track. You were talking about the pole guard.
Yes, so just horses that have a little bit of a sensitive pole or can often carry tension there, you just put it on your bridle and it helps to just relieve that tension. I know Jean Orba swears by her one on her mare. So yeah, they are great products for...
Just explain that again. So horses that are like maybe a little bit bridle lame, or just a little bit claustrophobic in their bridles, you have remedies for that through your products?
Yes, so it'll just release the tension in the pole, which is where a lot of our horses carry their tension. So you can really notice a difference. I know Lego, even just this show, had a little bit of a bridle malfunction which caused some bruising, and just the pole protector working at home over the past few days has really helped bring down that inflammation and strain.
Now what I want to talk about are your helmets, because your helmets are the #1 rated safety helmet in the world. Who did that study?
It was a insurance company called Volkums in Sweden, and yeah, our helmets are created with a company called Trauma Void, and they incorporate a technology called MIPS technology, which allows the brain to rotate a little bit more in the helmet than normal, which actually then reduces the amount that your brain then would take on the rotation should your head not be allowed to rotate. So that's what makes our helmets so amazingly safe. Like you mentioned, they have the highest safety rating, and they're at a really great price point as well. They come in just over $5,000, which makes them really competitive in the market and really safe. They come in 2 different styles. One has an adjustable dial for people with a not so normally shaped head.
That would be me.
Yes. And then another EQ3 style, which is a little bit more, they call it a more sleek style, so it's a little bit more shallow on the head. That's what I ride in, and Ray as well. And yeah, they're really comfortable, love mine. And like you said, really safe, which is the main thing.
And like you said, at a very, very competitive price, and I think it comes in at less than half the price, or even a third of the price. It's some of the other recommended or leading brands as well. So if you are in the market for shopping for a helmet, you better get onto the website, the online store. Is that the best way for people to find out about your products, or is your online store, or where can people go? What retail outlets do you support as well?
Yes, so our website is www.backontracksa.co.za. We ship throughout South Africa, and there's sizing guides on there as well. If it doesn't fit, we'll obviously exchange for you. Otherwise, Equestrian Affair and Midfeeds, Tack and Togs, which is one of the big sponsors here, the main sponsor, they also stock our product, so you can find it there.
Wonderful. Let's just recap on some of those scores. So Jessica David 5 penalties on Nelby. Francesca Sun unfortunately had the final pole of the treble combination, landed up on 4. And Lara Neal, who we've just seen on a wonderful, wonderful horse, one big name for the future, Callagher Consuri, finished on just 4 penalties. Katago van den Bos goes next. Martijn Swanepoel, another rider who's been around for many, many years. A great character of the sport is Martijn. We wish him well on Katago van den Bos. Kylie, some of your biggest selling products, where does most of your support come? What are your biggest sellers?
Our most popular product is definitely our leg wraps. They are for stable use, and people use them for trucking. The pole pieces, are beautiful new saddle pads, which come in navy and burgundy, and then have the matching ear veils. Those are popular. And then the hock braces, like I said, just really nice for using in the stable at night. And then our dog products, our dog hock braces, seem to be really popular as well, which is interesting, but really great to see that they work and that we can tap into another market there. We have offer stuff for everybody, so it's really great.
Absolutely. Are the canine fraternity featuring your products? Are they supporting? Is it a slow start, or are they off to a flying start like some of those dogs?
The agility, the actual competition side seems to be a little bit of a slow start, but just from people's beloved pets at home, they are really supportive, especially for their older dogs. The blankets, beds, and hock support and leg wrap seem to be really popular, so it's really nice to see that.
So you have an actual dog basket. So say I've got an arthritic pooch who's getting a little bit old. If they were to lie down into this dog basket, it would do its thing naturally and actually help the arthritis in their body feel better just through sleeping in a dog bed.
Yes, while they're sleeping in their bed.
Don't you have human ones like that?
We have human linen, if you would like to put
really?
that. Yes.
I think I might have to come and invest in some of that human linen.
Please do.
Your leg wraps. Now, you've got the conventional leg wraps that you would put underneath a bandage. So if you enjoy your bandaging and you're good at your bandaging and you're sure you or your grooms are not going to make any horrendous mistakes with your bandaging, like bandages too tight, you can go for those leg wrap. But you also have an alternative, and that's those leg wraps. What are they called? I think they're called the Royal...
So they're the Royal leg wraps, yes.
The Royal... Tell us about the Royal leg wrap.
So, like I said, those are... I personally do not trust myself to bandage consistently, so I prefer to go for that option. But they're really great. They literally just have 4 Velcro straps, and you just put those on and leave them on overnight or in the truck, and they do their thing, as opposed to the bandage pads and bandage wraps, which we also have. A lot of people obviously prefer to do the bandaging, which we cater for as well. But the leg wraps are really, really popular.
And you can't make mistakes. They can't be too tight, so you can't make a mistake, and they're going to do the same thing as your bandaging.
Exactly the same thing, and yeah, just a little bit more.
They're easier.
Exactly.
Takes out the fuss.
Exactly. Yeah. So those are definitely our most popular products for the stable use. So
some of the riders who endorse your products, I know that Ray is a big supporter. I know that Lisa Williams is a big supporter. Liam Stevens is a big supporter. They swear blind by these products. In fact, in our last interview with Lisa, she was telling me when Campbell went overseas, Back on Track was part of the journey the entire time. He had more jumping than any international competitor because she had to qualify. It was the only horse she had. She had a hard campaign. He went through that whole year journey, through Tryon, through Gothenburg, not one blemish, not one wind call, not one jumper's bump at the end of it, and she attributes that to your Back on Track products.
It's amazing. And then just some other riders. Ashley and Ronnie Healy have our walker blankets, which she swears by. I know that they are used commonly throughout the yard, just because they have that nice cutaway shoulder. So when horses are walking in the walker, they don't get those big rub marks, and the shoulder guards. And then Dominique also has a pair of our briefs, which is really nice. So just throughout the riding fraternity, there's been a lot of support, which is really nice and good to see. Nice to know that our product is well supported and that people believe in it.
Well, I mean, it's a great product. Just to recap, Martin Swanepoel finishing with 3 penalties, and Jenna Barrow giving us a wonderful clear round. So that adds to another clear round. So let's take a... Did she not have a clear? Liberty Lord Cassini on my screen goes clear. We'll just give you confirmation of that, unfortunately. Stacey not having the greatest day. She looks miffed. Shakes her head. Have a little bit of a look at the replay. So Western Ferries, Saratoga Maxine, Stacey Lee Weston just coming in for a slightly tight turn to that wall. I think the mare probably didn't sight the wall, and at the last minute was a little bit surprised there. Slams on the anchors and unseats Stacey. Stands nicely though, so she can go and catch her. Didn't make Stacey run around. So I believe Jenna did have 4 penalties, confirmation of 4 penalties for Jenna Barrow. So, Kylie, you riding today?
I am in the 140 champs. Was planning on doing the President's Cup, but our first day didn't go according to plan, so it just went down into the 140s. So hoping for a good round today.
Well, we wish you all the very, very best. Thank you so much for coming in and chatting to us. And again, to you and Linda and Back on Track, big thank you for all the sponsors and for all the sponsorships of both the live streaming and of course on the day as well, sponsoring this championship class, the 1 meter 35s. We wish you all the very, very best. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Aidan.
That's Kylie Stain from Back on Track. She's got to go and do duties in the irons, and please do go and support Back on Track, the online store. All the information about their products is there. They are wonderful, wonderful products. I've picked up quite a few injuries myself in my time doing stupid things, not only on the backs of horses, but on snow skis and water skis and all sorts of tendon tears and muscle strains and breakages. And Back on Track certainly has been my friend, and I can testify that the product certainly does work. Go and get yourself, go and take a look at that website. backontrack.co.sa.co.za. Gail Foxcroft, she's currently on track now, Equifox Casino. So an elimination, unfortunately, for Stacey Lee Weston. Equifox Casino by Consuelo out of a Lindenberg mare. Gail absolutely loves this horse. Unfortunately, not clear for jumping, 1 foot time. So the time is coming into play here, catching quite a few horse and rider combinations. I was hanging out with Gail in her shop not too long ago, a couple of days ago, after the Young Horse Performance Series. She said Equifox Casino has just been kept ticking over, hasn't had much jumping. So the fact that he's coming out here and jumping in the 135s like the champion he is, she's so proud of him, because certainly a lot of ring rust there. So she'll be very, very happy with that round. Kaylee Triggle currently on track now. Kaylee riding Callahoo's Charlene 7. A wonderful horse. She used to be the rider of her brother Tom. And this one by Shaka Blue out of a Full Pleasure mare, stamped by Full Pleasure, has a real make and shape and look of Full Pleasure. Tiny little horse that was at the Triggered stable not too long ago and stood next to this one, and like 15-1, 15-2 hands maximum, but the heart of a lion. Unfortunately, Kaylee just looking like she got the distance wrong down there. So Charlene bailing out at the last minute. Kaylee doesn't look too pleased. We'll have a second crack. No. Unfortunately, not Charlene's day today. Two stops. 2 stops spell eliminations. So unfortunately eliminated Kaylee Triggle, Callahoo's Charlene. Jaden Hendricks. He goes next. Biogen's Kolinko, Belgian warm blood bred, out of a Laudanus mare by Malito de Rêve. Now under the Biogen banner, formerly the ride brought into the country, I think, under the guidance of Ronnie Lawrence. Hannah Garten, that's right. I knew it was the sisters. I was looking for the Garten sisters, who I believe have immigrated or are planning to immigrate, are now in the Netherlands. She's studying in the Netherlands. They've just come back. Okay. Shame my wealth of information on my left-hand side now, telling me that they have just come back, but they've been in the Netherlands for quite a while. Biogen buying this horse, and now the ride of Shayton Hendricks, and certainly getting a wonderful, wonderful tune out of Kolinko.
23 fellow Sancho finishing their warm-up.
Remember to subscribe. Subscribe button underneath your picture gives you the opportunity to add to the broadcast, add your 5 cents. Any tidbits of information on these horses or these riders that you want to offer us, don't be shy. If you'd like to remain anonymous, just say, I'd like to remain anonymous. Shayton really a very, very good, very stylish, very competent rider. He's been around for some years now. Associated with the Kelleher stud, as well as the Gage family. Professional rider and trainer. And a wonderful clear there. Well done to Shayton Hendricks. Biogen's Kolinko clear all the way through to the jump off. There you go. 71.20 seconds. So a lot of the riders are changing and shaving the time. Currently on track now is Jean Corba, Kelleher Simone. This is number 19. Finding a rail. 4 penalties thus far, quite early on in the track. Simone is Hanoverian bred, out of a Calando 1 mare. The stallion Stolzenberg. Jean needs no introduction, professional rider. She and husband Rainer operate very successfully out of Baloo, just behind Kailami Equestrian Park. Very, very well situated, prime location where they operate their equestrian business. John has a few side projects as well that she runs, all equestrian related. She's equine walkers, often a sponsor at shows. A big thank you to Jean for that. And Rainer obviously rides very successfully in all levels of the sport, produces horses, and is a very successful trainer of riders as well, of all levels and of all ages. Second rail goes down and exceeds the time allowed, so a final tally of 9 penalties for Kelleher Simone and Jean Corba. Not going to be their day today, I'm afraid. Seems that we have brassed over Hope van Orshoff and Catherine Neal, so we're going to put a line through that one. That looks like a further scratching. Kelleher Simone has just gone. Sparkling is out, and it looks like Carlson 113 is next, and that's Bronwyn de Santos. Carlson by Korlinski, a Picard mare. Very, very blooded horse. Likes a bit of run at the fences. Bronwyn does very well to sit up and let him run, but also at the same time just hold him off of those fences so he doesn't bury himself. And have been a very, very successful combination for some time now. Lots of speed classes that they've won. Bronwyn based top end of, well, it's called Sun Valley. professional rider. Mother of young Cody also rides. Horses, horses, horses is her life. And they run some very nice shows as well from their venue. Host the Riders Series between her and husband Clem. Big money shows that culminate with a final at the end of the year. We all look forward to that. And there you go. Clear all the way and a good time, 69.59, gives you some indication of the pace that he likes to jump from. Carlson 113. He'll be a lively contender come the jump off, make no mistake. Calahoe Sancho is next to go. Young Thomas Triggle rides. We've just seen Sister Kaylee go, unfortunately. Fortunately not Kaylee's day today. That is Thomas in picture now. Sancho Hanoverian bred out of the Quidam de Revel mare by Staccato. Wonderful pedigree. Sancho, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves, formerly the ride of Caitlin Lepart. Of course, Pierre Lepart, business associate of Thomas's dad, Gubbert Triggle. That would make sense. Tom has become a very, very accomplished rider for his young years. Lots that he's achieved, including Protea Colours as a young rider. He's just come back from overseas. Finished school last year. Very, very bright young man. Now studying, I believe, business economics overseas. Going to be basing himself in England. I think once again COVID has come into play, and this year has interrupted plans somewhat. But big future ahead of him, both in business and in his riding as well. Unfortunately, not a clear round today for young Tom. Final score of 4. Just inside the time allowed, 72.30. Lisa Williams, she goes next, number 23, Pilgrim. How the Pilgrim. Lisa, another rider that needs no introduction. Holder of South African Protea Colours. Took us all on a hell of a journey as we followed her and Campbell around as they raided both Europe as well as America. Did so well. World Equestrian Games at Tryon in 2018, culminating at the World Cup finals thereafter. Campbell now back on home soil and doing very, very well, just picking up where he left off. We'll be seeing him a little bit later on in the day. Forging a really nice partnership with Pilgrim now. A horse that at one stage she didn't feel was her type in shape and make. A very, very big horse. She felt that he was a little bit too big for her, but chatting to her a few days ago, she says no, she's changing her mind a little bit about him. She thinks that she will stick with him. He's certainly got all the size and scope in the world. And there you go. Oh, one nasty little time penalty. Time allowed 73 seconds. Lisa's time there 73.4. So that a little bit unfortunate. Kicking herself a bit for that. Riders do have to be cognizant of the time. They really, really do have to keep moving on. It is, of course, a championship class, so they should really have to move on. There's one fault of South African riders that's been over the years. We are really, really competent riders. There's one thing that we possibly need to work on. It's just the pace at which we ride and getting home inside of the times allowed. We are getting better, I'll say that. I think the international course builders who have come out here, who have forced South African riders to really ride at pace, have done a hell of a lot for the sport, getting it up to standard, international standards. Battled a lot at first. I think a couple of riders still battle, but the situation is certainly improving. Kyla Brimacombe on track now. Mumpro, Kelleher, Floyd. Floyd Hanoverian bred for Joy. The Calato mare. Kyla rides out of the stable of Ronnie Healy. Well, not out of the stable, but trains with Ronnie. Very successful junior rider. On her little friend Laren Bocelli, she won many classes, a lot of them championship classes. It was a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Bocelli no longer with us. Doing a lovely job here on Floyd. Unfortunately, just the one down, 71.58 to 4 penalties. Going to take a look at those penalties, see if we can determine why the rail came down, what the reason for it was. Clear over that one. So that was on a related distance. On the turn, she fell in slightly and had to ride for the fence, and was just flattening out a little bit, pulling the rail. Nicholas Riley, top class rider on her Consuelo bred Contessa out of a Dominion Royale mare, Dominion Royale thoroughbred blood. So this is a half and half the warm blood blood, bringing the power and the blood brought by the thoroughbred side. Wonderful rider is Nicholas Riley. Nothing that she hasn't won. South African championships, outdoor championships, World Cup she's won, Derby she's won. Consummate professional, large string of horses she has to get through every day, and of course she's also a mother and a coach. So very early start to her day, very full day. She does have help from a few riders. I think her string comprises something like 14, 15 horses. Very fit, very tough. Puts in a bit of Pilates as well in the evenings to stay fit. So she is highly dedicated and motivated. Not her day today, unfortunately, 2 going down. So will not advance through to the jump off Nicholas Riley. Wainakoba, he goes next. Of course, he was first to go on back on track Sheldon. There he sits on another back on track entry, also owned by Linda Ellerine. It's back on track Habibi S. Dutch warm blood. Wonderful quality mare by Harmony. Out of a Concord mare. Still got a big future ahead of her. Youngster. Only an 8-year-old. So the future is bright, already campaigning in the 1m35s. And much like his first ride, he had Sheldon, making great strides through the rankings. Already in the 1m35s. Beautiful canter she has, lots of power. Wonderful action. Quick to react. I saw Ray come off the turn there, just sits into the saddle, a little bit of leg stride, opens up. He is a master judge of pace and rhythm, is Rainer. Beautiful rider to watch. Sits super still in the irons. You never see him doing too much on the horse. Perfect balance. But really the trademark of his riding is the rhythm and the pace at which he rides. Just lets the horses use their body, use their canter, doesn't interfere, doesn't get in the way. Don't see him doing too much with his hands. It's all in the upper body position. where the control comes from, and that's never getting in the way of the horse, never interfering with the balance. Really, as a rider, if any young riders sitting out there wanting to emulate somebody, Rainer would certainly be one of those that you would want to emulate. Effective as well. Came into that treble combination. The horse just hesitated. Ray just pressed the button, said, "Get in there, do your job." She responds. Taking a look at the 4 penalties that he had. Yeah, and that's a bit of a green horse mistake. He had a bit of a positive ride into the first one, gained a huge amount of ground in the treble and just ran out of space into the B element and got a little bit tight there. Horse just needs to compress in its body, but of course she is a young mare. Green horse mistake, that'll improve. Ronnie Healy on track now with Consumer Rock International Quisto. We mentioned Kyla Brimacombe a few horses ago riding with Ronnie Healy. Well, this one that belongs to Kyla. Holstein bred by Cuvados. Blood individual. Imported. "11-year-old now is Quisto, normally the ride of Kyla. Ronnie getting the job today. Picking up a little bit of pace around the corner, prepping for that treble combination. Needs a good crack in. Perfect ride. Now he sits up. Perfect ride. 1 down, I'm afraid. 4 penalties for Consumer Rock International Quisto 2. We're going to take a quick replay. Have a look. Horse just looked a little bit tight in the hand, coming in, ran at the fence a little bit, ran out of space. Just actually didn't get the height that it needed. 4 penalties. Capital Clarissimo goes next. Nicole Horwood rides. Class, 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 both horse and rider. Love watching this horse go. Beautiful canter. Still just an 8-year-old, Holstein bred by Clarimo out of Cartago dam line. And doesn't Nicole just ride him absolutely beautifully? Got a huge amount of power, huge amount of canter, scope. Another big ride for the future for Nicole. Of course, you saw the news just yesterday or the day before that the Capital Stud Henning Pretorius and Nicole have taken the decision to retire the most famous of their horses, Don Camarco, the 4-time Derby winner. That'll leave a void in any professional rider's string. But a horse like this could certainly fill that void. Have a big, big future and a lot of quality. One down thus far. Bearing in mind he's still a green horse. Cross canters, changes legs coming to that treble combination. Beautiful balance he has. Must be nice to ride one like that, Shay. Gonna take a look at the pole. Just a bit of a green horse mistake. I think Nicole was prepping for the turn. It was a left-hand turn. Mine was turning left, and unfortunately the horse just coming down on the back bar there. Horse with a big, big, big future. Next on track, number 29, Erreplus Fiorenza, Taryn Combrink from the Combrink family. That brings us the Maple Ridge setup, and Maple Ridge, of course, is where we are today for the final day of the Erreplus President's Cup show. Dutch bred by Nabab Darev, and she absolutely loves this horse. And an interesting story about Fiorenza: she lost her one eye just 9 weeks ago, rehabilitated, came through rehabilitation like a dream, and already back in the ring. Unbelievable. Just on a slightly tighter shot you may notice that Fiorenza is missing her left eye, so to make that adjustment back to competition in just 9 weeks. And of course it's not just an adjustment for the horse, an adjustment for the rider, because the rider has to be cognizant that the horse can't see on the left hand side, so any turn that's coming off the left you can't take too sharp. And I think 9 weeks coming into this show, just running out of steam, because I did see Taryn ride the mare on the first day and she went beautician out of training, and perhaps that's just a little bit of a fitness issue after a couple of days jumping. Of course it was very hot here yesterday as well, so you know, body sapping heat. I think Fiorenza just running out a little bit of puff there, running out of a bit of steam, but Taryn pretty happy with Fiorenza's performance this afternoon as well, and still gives the mare a pat down the neck despite that accumulation of 21 penalties. Lovely to see. Turn now of Kirsty Brimacombe. Saw Sister Kylie go a little bit earlier. This is Kirsty Zonjati Avatar, Namibian warm blood. Another one by Consuelo out of a Drossel Klung Dam line. Has had lots and lots of success on this horse. Super fast in a jump off, super competitive, and has been Kirsty's ride for quite some time. He's won some nice classes. Wealth of information on both my left and right here, telling me that Kirsty producing the horse right from a baby as well, so that's very rewarding for a rider. Far more rewarding when you worked with them all the way. Kind of like winning the lotto, you know. If you win the lotto, it's nice, you got all the cash in the bank, but you won the lotto, whereas if you've earned it, it's far more rewarding. Same sort of story. And there you go. But they stayed there, and that's what counts. Clear all the ways. Zonjati Avatar, Kirsty Brimacombe. So why don't we take a look at our percentages for this class. 28 have gone, 25 still left to come, so we're just over the halfway mark of the first round in this 1 meter 35 back on track championship class. Of those 28 that have gone, 7 have gone 25%. Calaho Lepadino on track now. Oscar Ngube. Oscar, well-established personality for many years now in the show jumping world. As part of the Nissan team, while Nissan was still one of the big sponsors in the game. Sadly, Nissan has decided to leave show jumping behind. These harsh economic times, a little bit difficult for all the car manufacturers out there. But it was part of the Nissan team, and that Nissan team run by Barry and Lorette Taylor. And of course, Oscar pretty much, his surname may as well be Taylor, really, pretty much part of that family. Trained with Barry, given a lot of opportunity, a lot of chances by Barry, and has taken them with both hands, turned into a really good rider and a really good horseman. Has now decided to leave the Farnham ranks, although he's still associated with them and forever will be. He now operates alone. Well, when I say alone, he and wife Catherine McFarlane, just outside of Kyalami Equestrian Park, literally as you could throw a stone from Kyalami into their paddocks, out of the Linrow stable, and they've grown a very successful and really nice business there. Well supported is Oscar. Real character, wonderful back history about how he got into the sport. Go and look it up. on the Kailami Equestrian Park YouTube channel. All there. Leopardino finishes on 5, 4 for jumping, 1 for time in 74.62. He was a winner earlier on in the week. Bruce Dewar goes now. Capital Cherokee. This Bruce's second ride. Of course, he went earlier on Gidam. Cherokee, a son of Chicoletto. Out of Capital Under the Rainbow. She by Randall Z. And he makes Bruce work hard, does Cherokee. Super honest horse, has a huge amount of power off the ground, but not a lot of blood and not a lot of gallop. And Bruce is constantly having to get at him to keep up the pace, give him an effort. Where he really comes into his own is when he finds a jump off that's all about twists and turns with little gallop, because he can get right underneath the fence and has plenty power to jump a big fence right from its base, which means that he can really cut it fine with his turns, and he has been a winner of some good classes in the past doing just that. Fortunately today not his day. 9 penalties, 73.43. 1 for time. Jessica Cheminade next to go. Karina. Don't know much about Jessica Cheminade. Cape Town based, says Shay. That's probably why. Making the trip for President's Cup. Not sure if she bases herself here for any length of time, as is the case with riders like Ivan van der Sade. Although he's from Plet, he picks his shows, pulls them together, finds a stable yard out of which he can base, and just makes the one journey and does all the competitions, leaves his horses domiciled in Gauteng. Very expensive, obviously, to travel up and down, and lorries up and down between provinces, and of course also can take its toll on the horses. Not sure if Jessica has come up just for the one show or if she's planning on being here for a while. Of course, some nice shows coming up. We've still got the Easter Festival show, which is now the Christmas show at the end of the year. That'll be at Kailami Equestrian Park, which will feature the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Of course, in Natal, we've still got the South African Championships. Not too long from now. That'll be sponsored by Rionet. We look forward to that one. Hopefully we'll bring you some live streaming from that show as well. But of course, you got to play your part. It's all about numbers. Send out the link. Make sure we get views. Got to make sure that it's worth it for the sponsors to bring you these live streaming broadcasts. And it's all about viewership numbers and statistics. And of course, in not too long from now, also the Burlington Cup coming up. Going to take a look at the faults from Jessica Cheminade and Karina. So she was a victim of the clock, but we're going to take a look at her jumping penalties. Horse just seemed to dive to the left as she got to the base there. It is what you don't really see right in the corner. And against that side are some back on track flags that are bristling. That could have been a little bit of a distraction for the horse, and just seemed to jump to the left. That's where the faults came. Right, so the son of Euro Chris now goes. It's Little Crispin. You'll all know by now how much I love this little horse. Just love his attitude. Out of the Sharp Romance mare, Clifton Kid. Nicola loves Sharp Romance. Sharp Colt was the horse that she made her name on. Thoroughbred, he by Sharp Romance. Just has the best attitude towards his job, does Crispin. Chatting to Nicola via interview not too long ago, she was telling me about a string of horses, and of course he came into the interview, came into the conversation saying that in fact they really didn't think too much of him as a young horse. He's not the biggest, but he seemed to grow into himself, find his straps, and has turned into a really solid little competitor. I think really best at 1m35. Doesn't really have the top end scope to jump the bigger classes, but at 1m35, really he's a formidable force. As we see once again, super reliable, faultless performance there. Just love his attitude. Ears pricked. Looks for the work. So, another one into the jump off. Crispin, he's been in the money this week, and he's going to be a lively candidate come that jump off in the not too... I'll be in around about half an hour's time from now. So I'm not too sure where George Cutlass is on career fight. I think that one is a scratching. Kaylin MacDonald, she's in next. Calaho Lorenzo, owned by the Mowat family, formerly the ride of who's now an Irishman. Just love this horse. Real quality type, blood horse, South African bred by Lisbon. Lawrence had to give up the ride to go and further his international riding career. He couldn't take all of them, chose to take one or two. And Kaylin fortunate enough to pick up the ride in his absence. 10-year-old now. And Kaylin does get a really nice tune out of him. Picture of the modern day jumper, really light in front, uphill canter. And there you go, clear all the way, 70.40, so no problem with the time either. And we'll add that to our jump off list. So 9 have gone clear now, percentages have climbed slightly to 27%. Well done. Kaylin MacDonald, Calaho Lorenzo. While waiting for a horse to come into the arena, looking for either Ivan van der Sade or Rainer Korber. Looks like it's Eldorado with Ivan. Locarno Eldorado next to go. Ivan already clear. Was he? No, 1 time penalty. Clear for jumping with 1 for time on his first ride. That was Falou. So he'd love to get into the jump off here. His bell has gone. He's going to have to be careful. There is a countdown running. He's got 16 seconds to get through the start. He should just make it. Yeah, he's okay. Super jump over jump number 1. If he jumps some more like that, he's going to go clear. So this horse certainly does have a lot of jump, a lot of scope. Gets up in the air, but a bit unconventional in its way of going. Busy with its front end, busy with its head. Doesn't make the rider's job all that easy. And can throw in the occasional odd jump, more like a leap than a jump from time to time, because he's so busy with his head and everyone's fighting him to get the distance. The horse just needs to settle down into the bridle a little bit. Certainly does have the scope and the power.
Good morning, it is Ian Cup.
Got him in a double rein to try and help things, and there you see the mistake coming. Gluck unfortunately just ran out, coming off the turn, running at the fence a little bit, got himself slightly deep to that, just dropping that front rail. In fact, I'm not certain the horse was too deep. The distance actually looked okay. Let's have a look at the replay. I think perhaps it could have been a balance issue. Well, a little bit difficult to see there. we'll see if we have time a little bit later on in the class to take a look at that. But unfortunately, 4 penalties for Locono Eldorado. Even will be a little bit disappointed. Just had to get himself through that treble combination clear, and he would have been into the jump off. Unfortunately, 4 penalties at the A element. Assegai Cantalara is next. Lee Steenkamp. Anthony K will be watching. If you are Anthony, very good morning to you. Anthony of the Evenflow Stables in Port Elizabeth is where Cantalara was purchased by Elise, and what a great purchase he's been for her. By Cantazed out of a Rix Granos mare. This is a gelding. Cantalara, should this go through to the jump off, always, oh, lucky to get away with that. Always very, very fast in a jump off, and there are a few speedy ones already there. So shaping up into a hot classes 1.35 m back on track adult championship here at President's Cup for 2020. Looking like a good round. Don't want to jinx it, but looking like a good thing. Oh, bellied the B element, just didn't get the height. 4 penalties. Oh, how unfortunate. Oh, she would have loved to have been in that jump off. 4 penalties, so close to home. Lee Steenkamp and Assegai Cantalara. Going to take a look at what happened here. I think the horse just didn't get the height. It was a decent ride in. Yeah, the distance seemed good, the rhythm seemed good. The horse just didn't come off the ground and get the height that it needed, just bellied it. Poland's Waza. Savannah Gierke. This is number 40. Not wanting to play matchmaker, and I stand corrected, but Savannah is Ivan's partner, I think. Yes. So also not from Gauteng, Ivan and Savannah from Plet. Unfortunately, number 2 going down. Just reminded that this we are hoping to make interactive broadcasts. Any comments there, Madeleine? Nothing for the commentator? You're just on your own little mish there on my right hand side, just answering all those questions on your own. Okay, I'll just sit here then, shall I? Okay. If you would like to comment, remember to hit that subscribe button. Anything you'd like to add to the commentary, any useful information for us, feel free to have your say. Another one goes down for Savannah, so unfortunately 8 penalties, not going to be her day today. And time penalties to add, 1 for time, so 9 the total. So pretty much a carbon copy of our previous competitor. Yeah, that B element once again. Just not getting the height that they need. Obviously the B element, there's still one to sit up and look at, and that's the C element, and sometimes the horses just take their concentration off of where they're currently at, and that's in midair, and don't finish the jump off, concentrating on the next element to come. And that's why they have that fence going down. Wonderful horse on track now. Courier Guy, Callagho Elmo, young Danielle Lemmer. She's a top jockey. Super competitive, stylish, effective. been around for a long time now. 16 years young is Elmo, and he's been a wonderful, wonderful partner to Danielle. Out of a Dageraad mare, and by the good sire El Bundy. He's won lots of championship classes in his illustrious career. Danielle just absolutely adores him. She's going the long way around to the treble, but she put the foot on the gas, got a great shot in there. What a ride. It was a confident ride around the turn from Danielle. She went the long way around. She knew that she had to step on the gas to get inside of the time. Also knows her horse that well that she felt that he probably needed a little bit of pace through that treble combination to get him through the distances and clear all the way. That's a thinking rider. Always thought she was very, very accomplished in the saddle. Tracy Davids goes next. Fran Laren Bo Biggles. 15 years young is Bo Biggles. By the Fran Laren stallion Bo Veneur, sadly no longer with us, but he certainly has left his mark on South African warm blood breeding. And this is out of the mare Hakahana Aquila. She by Hakahana Attila from the Hakahana stud. Bo Biggles been around for a long time, and another one who on his day is very, very difficult to beat. Tracy knows the limits of his capabilities. She knows that 135 is his ceiling. Of course, he has jumped bigger classes in the past, but this is probably where he's best. Getting on in years now as well. And another one with one eye. He's had this condition for many, many years, so unlike Fiorenza, who we saw earlier on, he's well accustomed, acclimated to this condition. Also, the left eye is the one that's missing, and Tracy just does well to guide him around and clear him away, keep him away from anything close to his left-hand side. Well done. He was clear? Jonathan a bit slow on the uptake on this thing, or did he have one down? No, one down. I beg your pardon. Didn't see where that fault was, but perhaps our very able producer in the OB van saw it, and he'll let us have a look. Unfortunately, not his day today in the jump off. One going down there for Fran Laren Bo Biggles. Apparently Biggles was a pilot somewhere along the line. Tegan Brains next to go, Capital Cameroon. Another one falling to the left. Falling to the left and paying the price. So important to keep them straight on takeoff, that they're able to use both of their hind legs for the push. They're falling left, they're generally falling onto one side, the balance goes, the push isn't there, and they don't get the height that is desired, and the pole goes down. It's not the first time we've seen that mistake today. Bit of inside leg and outside rein, hey Shay? 4 penalties from Tegan there. She'll be upset with that, because this also very much a lively contender. Oh, I think once the pole's gone down, the concentration goes a little bit. Not his day today, Capital Cameroon. You'll all know his father, the wonderful Castigo, part of the Capital Stud Stallion Band. Brings lots and lots of power, does Castigo. And this out of the Triumph, the mare Avondroos. Tegan deciding to retire. Deciding she can't win it from there, may as well take him out. No point in putting more mileage on his legacy. He's been around the block, he knows his job, just not his day today. Tam Rueda goes next. Tamara riding JK Calaho Liantos. The JK acronym standing for Johan Kakalofa. Johan Kakalofa, South African riding superstar, who's now based in Wellington in from the US, plying his trade from there, deals a lot of horses, and JK is for Johan Kakoloppa's sport horses, so this one coming from him. Although this one wasn't imported, I think Johan bought it from Callagho and then sold it on to Tamara. It wasn't one that was imported. Really wonderful, wonderful little horse out of the Heartbreaker mare Willingen. And by Lissabon. Lientos has some very nice siblings in the ring as well. It's a quality mare producing a quality family. I think Chayton rides one. Desiree Pinner, Licado. Licado is a half brother, yes. We'll be seeing him in the 145s a little bit later. The 140s, is it? You'll get there. So remember Licado, brother of Lientos, coming on a little bit later. Huge amount of jump, huge amount of athleticism. Lovely, lovely horse, well ridden by Tamara Rueda. 71.73 for my money, clear all the way. JK Callagho Lientos goes into the jump off. Well done. Rosefield Royal Union, Chantel Chellin goes next, number 46. I'm not going to pretend I don't know a huge amount about Chantel Chellin. I don't know a huge amount about Royal Union, but what I can see is that he certainly can jump. Thoroughbred. Shay's just called up the breeding. It's a lovely thoroughbred jumping pedigree by El Mufti. There's been a few of them that can jump. This is certainly one of them. And out of the mare Shoe Baby, she by Shoe Danzig. Shoe Danzig by Danzig. Lovely little thoroughbred. Unfortunately, we don't see too many thoroughbreds campaigning in the bigger grades anymore. Although they did the job for so many years and did it so well, bring a huge amount of athleticism to the job. I just love the way this little horse jumps. Beautiful little front end action, pops up through the weather, makes the space for himself. Lovely horse. Like him. I'm on the side of the thoroughbreds. I'm on the side of the thoroughbreds. Well done. Nice to see a thoroughbred in the jump off there. Rosefield Royal Union, I'll remember that name. Lots to like about him. Loved his attitude as well. Russian Jet, Catherine McFarlane, next to go. Well, here we go, from one thoroughbred to another. Said a moment or two ago, we don't see too many of them in the ring at the higher levels anymore. And here's 2 from 2. Russian Jet by Jetmaster, champion sire Jetmaster. Champion racehorse, champion sire. Boy, did he leave a legacy in South African thoroughbred breeding. And this out of the Rainbow Dream mare, Fancy Fantasy. Very, very ably partnered by Catherine McFarlane. Catherine, the partner of Oscar Ngube. We spoke about them a little bit earlier. 2 of them operating their Linro Stables equestrian business together. Mother of 2 children. 2 little Ngubes bouncing about there. Sienna and, is it Kobe? Kobe. Cute little guys. I think during this time I saw on Facebook they're spending some time with Granny and Grandpa. Oh, unfortunately just having one down there. Bit of unconventional style of jumping, Russian Jet. He does the job, but he's a little bit straight in the body. A little bit up with the neck in front. That's of course if you're nitpicking and saying, well, as a stylist looking for the perfect jumping pedigree, you'd want them kind of up through the winner, down with the neck in front, nicely tucked up in front. He's got a bit of a different style, but nevertheless he does the job. Jumps some wonderful, wonderful rounds. And Catherine just absolutely loves him to bit. I think at this show was their first 1m35, so stepping up a level. Going to take a look at the mistakes. 2 down there, 1 for time, 9 penalties. Let's take a look at one of those mistakes. Yeah, just didn't seem to get the height he needed over that A element. Not the first time today we've seen that coming down. Joanne Roberts on track now. Zambezi Z. Super horse. Absolutely love this horse. This is a soldier. Good ride there, Joe. With his weight in gold is Zambezi Z. Out of a Carthago dam line by the stallion Zandor. Not 100% sure who's training Joe these days. I know that she was with Dominique Alexander for a while. She was with Mandy Johnston for a while. I think it might be Tossie. Stand to be corrected. Maybe somebody can answer that question for us on the comment section there. What I like to see about Joe's riding, she's riding at a far more forward pace. At giving the horse the opportunity to have a little bit more space at the fence. Just making the job a little bit easier. Needs a good crack in here. Don't get the pulls. Good round, Joanne Roberts. Well done. Just the 1 down. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that. 1 down at 12A, 1 for time. Going to take a look at the penalties here. Yeah, just seemed to run out of steam a little bit coming off the turn. I think if she had ridden forward to that fence, just seemed to run out a little bit of puff. Of course, it is towards the end of the class as well, the end of the course. Total 5. Next in, Vuitton. Greg Scott. Coming towards the end of the class. Vuitton owned by Jackie Topping. By Valentino out of a Staccato mare. Greg Scott based out of the Northland setup that he's owned in partnership with Rogan Askin and run for many years. Professional horseman, professional rider and coach. Been part of the fabric of equestrian sport in South Africa for many, many years. I hope Greg's mind is on the job. He had a bit of a rough night last night. Some of the staff unfortunately got into a hit and run accident not far from the farm. And were pulling cars out of ditches until in the rain last night. Ambulances had to be called. Everybody, thank goodness, walked away mostly unscathed. Well done, Greg. 71.94 inside the time allowed. And clear all the way through to the jump off. Great ride there. Well done, Greg Scott. Vuitton, quality individual. Bell sounds for Aisling Triggle. Costa Jean, formerly the ride of Barry Taylor, now being ridden by Aisling Triggle for owner and husband Govert Triggle. Wonderful, wonderful horse. Lots of quality about this Holsteiner. By Cosido of a Con Air mare. Huge amount of stride, canter, scope. Lovely canter he has. Consistent canter, rhythmical canter. Makes the rider's job a whole lot easier, getting them to the fence in the correct place. because you know where the cant is going most of the time. It's always far more difficult with those horses that are erratic. They take one big step, two small steps, another big step. You never quite know where you are and have to go from plan A to improvise to plan B to plan D. Horses that remain consistent in their rhythm always a lot easier. She pilots him super well, does Aisling. Another big supporter of equestrian sport in South Africa. Lots and lots of sponsorships through their company, their family company, Top Bet. The O'Connor sisters. Big thank you to them for everything that they do for equestrian sport. Oh, clear for jumping, unfortunately. 1 for time. Well, we'll have to take a review of that. Yes, 74.25. 74.25 is when she cuts the beam, so just 1 for time. That's unfortunate. Next to go, number 51, Western Ferries, Frisch Gewacht. Monteo, is it Monteo? Billabong. Ran out of page length, which is such a long name. Stacey Weston, of course, went earlier on Maxine. Unfortunately, parting company there, so she'll want a good round here on her old faithful Billabong. Partnered this wonderful horse for many, many years now. By Lucano Donatello. Out of Bubbles. Bubbles by Nimrod. And Stacey losing away. So I think, yeah, after that spill earlier on, Stacey's mind just not on the game today. And losing away, deciding to retire. She'll be back. She's a toughie. Wanakoba goes again. Clear on Sheldon. Did he have a time penalty on Habibi? 1 down on Habibi, clear on Sheldon, so looking for a quick double here. Wonderful horse, Lance Sink, by the mighty Lissabon. Kind of a pilote mare. Not an easy horse, super sensitive horse, super blooded. Ray does a wonderful job about keeping his mind in check. You often see him winning classes or in the lineup and having to dismount for the podium and unable to get back on the horse because he's that sensitive to sound, to sudden movements. You often see Ray purveying the arena before he even goes on this horse, looking for things that might upset him on the side of the arena. He often asks people just to remain seated, not to make any sudden movements. Mark of a good horseman. He knows his horse that well. He foresees, preempts things before they happen.
You're around there for Rainer Cortain, hello, country life, hello, joining the jungle. Bell for 52, Gregory McCarty, Consuelo Carlos.
He goes through to the jump off. He's going to be a big contender come the jump off.
Just pause. The stream's not up. Okay, the stream's back. Okay, you can do the apology now.
Big apology for that technical error, just the stream going down there, connection problems. We are, of course, a little bit isolated in this part of the world, surrounded by hills, so the link just momentarily going down. Apologies for that. So just to recap, Rhinocorba, Country Life, Callagho, Lansink find themselves in the jump off. The next horse is currently on track, and this is Bradley McCarty. Consuelo Carlos. So he didn't miss too much as that link went down. Bradley comes towards the final treble. Nice round there, 69.75, nice and forward. And through to the jump off he goes on that lovely Carlos. So we take a look over to the monitor and just have a look at our rankings. Not very many more still to come. Sit on a clear round percentage of 31%, 15 have gone clear. Currently on track, Arden Villas and Tanya Chellin.
3, 4, 6, 8A, 8B, 10, 11 and 14.
Fortunately, a very bit of a strong ride there, just horse flattening out, finding that top rail. Arden Villas, Warm Blood by Norman Point Noir. Relatively new partnership between Tanya and Arden Villas, and a step up into the 135s for the both of them. Not a bad ride at all. Just the two down. 8 penalties, the B element of that treble coming down. We're going to take a look at the replay. So unfortunately just not queuing up quite right then. We just missed the mistake, but not the first time that that B element has come down. Tamar Glixman going next, Otanikwa. She will be, if not the last, I think she is the last, if not the last one of the very last. Just confirmation that she is the last to go. Wonderful little thoroughbred horse this. International pedigree, USA bred by Woodman. And he can gallop. He brings blood and athleticism all the way. Generates that jump from pure athleticism. Tamar partners him super well. Lets him have a run at the fences. Sets him up. Sees the distance and then lets him have a run at it to generate that power off the floor. And she, if she goes clear, will be super chuffed because she'll be sitting in pole position. Won plenty of speed classes on this horse. Come on, boy. There we go, well done. Punches him through the finish in 71.41, clear all the way. She'll be super chuffed with that. That gives her a real shot of taking this championship class, sponsored by Back on Track. She'll have the opportunity of watching all the others go before her. She'll know exactly what she needs to do, exactly what she needs to beat. For me, that's a real lively contender. If I was a betting man, my money would be firmly, I think it would have to be Reinakorba, Lansink, and possibly Otanikwa and Tamar. Let's take a look at those that have gone through to the jump off. They are number 1 Back on Track, Sheldon Reinakorba.
7, so remember Capital Road Derby. 18 by James Brinker, 22 Colton 113, 31 Glengarry at the top.
Others did before him, Consuelo Carlos and Bradley McCarty, and then last to go will be Tamar Glixman. And the jump off, it is over fences 3, 4, 6, 8A, 8B, ready by the team from the Once again, apologies. The heat apparently is affecting the equipment in the outside broadcast unit. Things getting pretty sweltering here at Maple Ridge, and that's the reason why things have gone offline. We're doing our best to remedy the problem. Jump off coming up next over fences 3, 4, 6, 8A, 8B, 10, 11 and 14. This class sponsored by Back on Track. Wonderful products on offer from Back on Track. Big thank you to them for their sponsorship. www.backontracksa.co.za. Please go and support them. Love to get as much online traffic to their online store as possible. It's numbers that count. Keep our sponsors hungry. Keep them coming back for more. It's the only way to continue with these live stream broadcasts. So do your part. Ice Vibe and Horseware, just some of the brands, some of the products available from Tack and Togs. Go check them out, www.tackandtogs.co.za. Don't forget about the Capital Stud online auction from the 23rd to the 28th of November 2020. Tryouts have started. They started on the 12th of October, run until the 20th of November. For more information, to book yourself a tryout, go to www.capitalstud.com. Big thank you to Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils, the men responsible for all these wonderful fibre high-tech arenas that we do all our top-class jumping on all around South Africa. And also the team from Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils currently in the arena prepping us for the jump-off.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Jump off time, ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready for the back on track 1 minute 35 jump off that'll crown the champion over fences 3, 4, 6, 8A, 8B, 10, 11, 14. Back on track, Sheldon Reinakorba goes first. On a really good rhythm. Of course, he comes in a little bit later on Land Sync as well. Super Ride is giving this son of Indoctro. Give us a really good gauge of what they have to do because he isn't hanging around. Oh! One down, 39.55, the time there for Reinakorba, and back on track Sheldon. Really like this jump off track, it's got a little bit of everything in it. Some opportunities to exploit the turns if that's your thing, and if your horse is all about the gallop and using its stride, then a long gallop to the last where you can make up some time. So I think we're in for a good one here. He's set the bar pretty high, but unfortunately he's had one down. 4 penalties in 39.55. Let's see how the others go. Lorette Nels Taylor next to go, Calaho Konisha. Big jump over that Hollard equipage fence. Shay's going to be counting the strides and the distances for us, keeping an eye on to see if anybody can maybe drop one out. Says Ray's already up on Loretta, she added. Ray's gallop seemed far more forward than what Lorette's able to do here on Konisha. But let's see the gallop to the last. That's where one can really make up a lot of time. Now it's on. Now you got to press. and of course have the guts to leave one out to the last. 43.37, so some seconds behind Ray. Some 4 seconds slower, so that just shows you how fast Reiner was going. Now, if he was going that quickly on Sheldon, what is he going to get up to on Lansink when it's his turn? Good ride by Caelan Fincham there. Gets a strong ride. Caelan MacDonald. So used to calling her Fincham, her maiden name. Hasn't been married for too long now. Oh, unfortunately, one comes down off of a very tight turn into that double. Unfortunately, her chances are dashed, so deciding not to run the old man off of his feet. Safely to the last she goes. Good ride there. 4 penalties in 43.67. So, going to take a look at the first element of that Rotoflow double coming down. Oh, just came in off of a tight turn. That's jump off riding, it's high risk stuff. Charlie Crockart goes next. Serenela's Capital Lord Derby. Now this is going to be fast. She's been in blistering form. This horse is deceptive. Dropped a stride, gets inside of that Kia vertical. Caelan went round there. That's the risk you take if you drop a stride there. It puts you on a very forward trajectory on landing. You run the risk of not making the turn inside of that Kia double. So Kate Launder has given the riders lots of decisions to make. She looks like she's on a good one here, Charlie. Dropped a stride there as well. She's quick. $39.71 into the lead she goes. Charlie Crockart clear all the way. 39.71. That's the new leader. Well done, Charlie Crockart. Serenela's Capital Lord Derby. That's just become almost blasé the way that she's able to do that. I'm so used to seeing her just... And it's not reckless riding, it's good riding, it's good thinking riding, it's using the course, using the turns, using the horse's scope, exploiting the horse's attributes. Really, really good stuff from Charlie Crockart. It's not just balls to the wall galloping madly. Not a great start there, unfortunately, for Shaitan Hendricks and Kalinko. 2 down, that's 2 he's gone over, and both of those fences have come down. So his chances, I'm afraid, pretty much gone already. So Charlie's time, 39.71. Ray was quicker on Sheldon, 39.55. But unfortunately had the 1 down. So I do think Ray's going to be quicker on Lansink. Lansink is the quicker of his horses, the more experienced of his horses. So has Charlie left the door open a little bit for other riders? I think possibly she has. They're certainly going to give it a go. Whether they can leave them all up in their efforts to try and better her time remains to be seen. Score for Chayton, 12 penalties in 50.20. That's a partnership that will grow in time, make no mistake. Next to go, Carlson 113. Bonwin de Santos. This a little galloping machine. Even got a little swagger about the way he walks. I like it. Lots of attitude he has. His natural jump comes off of rhythm, comes off of a gallop. Generates his power off the ground from galloping. Let's see how she goes. Bronwyn de Santos and Carlson 113. I think this jump off track going to suit him. He's able to turn, and he certainly is able to gallop as well. For me, I think she's going to be quicker. 6 strides. Oh, having said that, it all counts for nothing when you have a pole down. So I think she's going to slow up now. She can't win it with a pole. Or, no, well there goes my argument once the second pole comes down. There haven't been too many clears in the jump off, so the riders are going to have it in their mind that even if they have a pole down, there's still good money to be made for 4 penalties, because the percentages of a double clear are not high at the moment. But once you've had 2 down, then I think pretty much your chances of getting any sort of prize money are well and truly blown. She certainly would have slowed down after that first pole, and more so after the second. 42.302 down, 8 penalties. Let's take a look at the classifications thus far. Leading the way is Lord Derby, from Konisha and Lorette in second, in third Sheldon, and in fourth Saturn Dupachy. Top 2 at the top of the rankings are both clear, and then we move down into the 4 falters. So double clear, whatever the time, is going to put you right up into the money, but of course quite a few left still to come. Next to go, Zunjati Avatar, not the horse in picture. The horse to go is the grey, so our cameras could pan around and find the grey. It's about to come past into picture. There we go. Well done, guys. Kirsty Brimacombe on track now. Zunjati Avatar took a check there at that second one. Wanted to make sure she got that inside turn inside of the clear fence. Got to make it pay dividends now and keep on rolling. Keep up the rhythm. Kirsty can tend to just over-check her horses at times, make sure that the distance is correct. And of course, when you do that, you pull them right out of rhythm, and like there, you can see just over-checks, over-balances. And once again, I think she could have left one out there. Just didn't trust the rhythm that she was on. And pays the price there, I'm afraid. 4 penalties, 40.59. I think Kirsty will concede when reviewing that a little bit later on that possibly was her fault. I think if she just let the horse roll down the distance to that cannon vertical, chances of jumping that would have been much better, and the time, in fact, would have been better as well. Sunny Park Stables, Crispin, come on, Crispy! This horse can turn on a tickie. He's very experienced now. He doesn't have the biggest step in the world, doesn't have the biggest stride, but he's going to make it count when it comes to quick turnbacks. Shaves the upright there. She's certainly a master against the clock as well. Nicola makes every yard count, every angle count. Deceptive a lot of the time how quick she goes. She slowed him up, gets a good shot in, wants to make sure she clears the double. On too many double clears, just the 2. Comes in off of a short turn. Doesn't look like he's going that quick, but the turns have been good. Now he's got to gallop. Go, boy, don't buck. You waste time when you buck, although we love to see you buck. Super ride. 41.72, well done, puts you into second place. Sunny Park Stables, Crispin, Nicola Syme Riley moves into second. So the leader still Serenella's Capital, Lord Derby. Charlie Crockart leads in a very quick time of 39.71 on a long stepping stallion. Desiree Pino, we see you're glad that you're watching, by the way. Liantos is Lakado's full brother, she says. We'll look for him, and here's Liantos. So this bodes well for Lakado later on in the day. Let's see how Liantos goes with Tamara Rueda. Getting exciting here in the commentary point. Love the jump offs, love the jump offs. Right, Kaylin MacDonald. Before we get to Liantos, we've got Lorenzo. Kellen's already been on Saturn Dupachy, so she knows her way around this jump-off track. That counts in her favour. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides. Has anybody done 5 there, Shay? Has anybody done 5 and made the inside turn, Shay? Yes, they have. So the 5 is on. Anybody who's brave enough to try. Was Charlie on the 5? Charlie did the 5, and therefore she's in the lead. So anybody who's got spotters out there maybe watching this live stream, and run up to those in the warm-up arena. The 5 is on, and the 5 in the inside turn is on. Fortunately, there go her chances as she drops one down. So the win has gone. She's on now for minor money. $42.87, 4 penalties for Calaho Lorenzo and Kaylin McDonald. Going to take a look at the 4 penalties at the pole that came down. See if we can see what happened. Well, just didn't have the forward momentum off of that short turn to make the bake rail. Right, next to go. Is it Elmo before Lientos? Elmo's next to go. So tomorrow Rueda snuck into the arena early just to have a look around. Cunning plan. We all do it. Elmo will be quick. Got to leave them all up. Experienced campaigner. How many was that, Shay? Did you count? 5 makes the inside turn. This is quick. Drops the stride. Gets the 5 strides. On a good rhythm. Danielle Lemmer is very... Oh! She chucked her hands at him off of the turn. Asked him to go forward. Didn't keep the connection in the contact. And he just said, well, I'm not too sure what you're asking me to do. All very good and well, punching the horse off the turn, but it's got to come from the seat and it's got to come from the leg. And unfortunately, Danielle saw what she wanted, but just went forward with the hands, and the support was broken, the connection was broken. Elmo said, well, I need you with me, mama. What a pity. What a pity. 59-2-3, total of 10 penalties, many of those being full time. Let's see if we can see what happened off of the turn. She sits, she sees what she wants, punches him forward. The hand just came forward slightly, and he said, oh, I can't. What a pity. Right, who's next? There she is, Tamara Rueda. Been hanging in the wings for the last couple of horses. She's been looking at every single inch of this track where she can make up the time. Let's see how she goes on the full brother to the Lacadere. Super jump over that first. I wasn't counting, Shay, how many? 6. So she didn't manage to drop the stride. Gets the inside turn, make sure she gets it. That's why she went for the 6. Good round the corner. For my money, she's not up on Charlie. Let's see what happens. He's got blood in his veins. Let's see if he can gallop to the last. Let's see if she's brave enough to let him take a flyer to the last. Now let him go. No. For my money, not quick enough. Although I could be wrong. It's deceptive. 39-3-3. 4 penalties. I didn't see where that came down. Ah. Okay. Was hidden behind from my view. Ah, there we go. Just got a little bit tight. Was a really good turn, but just a little bit tight to that, finding that front rail. It was a great effort. What was her time? 39.33. The leader's time 39.71. So had she left that up, she would have gone into the lead. Great effort. Good effort by Lientos. Right. Thoroughbred time. Of course, thoroughbreds born to gallop, bring the speed. Let's see how we go here. Love the look of this horse in the first round. This is Rosefield Royal Union. Come on, boy. Good for the thoroughbreds out there. Great stride there. Great turn. Shaved that upright. Was she on the 5? Shay. Oh no, she's gone too wide. That's dashed her chances, I'm afraid. Very wide turn back to that double. Can't win it from there, but I think Chantel just enjoying this ride aboard this thoroughbred jumper. Come on, leave them all up, boy. That jump's a little bit obscured from my view, so Shay, if they come down, you'll have to let me know. Don't want to look like an idiot. Well done. Well done. Rosefield Royal Union, Chantel Chillen, clear all the way, 42-32. He enjoyed that. Look at him playing. Love it. So that good enough to go into third. Well done. Well done, Chantel Chillen. Like that little horse. Royal Union. Greg Scott next to go. Jackie Toppings. We don't. Still in the lead, Charlie Crockart clearing 39.71 in second at this spot at this time. Sunny Park Stables Crispin in 41.72. Then 42.32 in third is Royal Union, and then Konisha back and forth. Those are the 4 clears. Thereafter they're on 4 penalties. Greg just looking like he's going for a nice clear. Get himself into the money. He's going for the safe bet. Make sure he gives himself a nice clear. There aren't too many, and there aren't too many left to come after him. Playing for the minor money. Well done. 50.46 the time, but it's the penalty count that matters, so that puts him into 5th position. 5th ranked out of those clears. Right, now next to go, Rainer Korber Lansink. Of course, he was first to go and back on track. Sheldon, he gave us the quickest time on that, Sheldon, but of course he had 1 down. I think Lansink's going to be quicker. He is a master against the clock on this horse. This horse is super fast and very economical, and he's like one of those little slinky malinkies. He just slithers around the turns. Love watching him go. Deceptive the amount of stride that he's got for a relatively small horse. How many was that, Shay? 6. So he added the 1 there, so he's going to have to make up for that. So smooth. Wonderful to watch. Just looks almost effortless. There's no pulling and kicking, and just lets the horse use its rhythm, use its step. Now he balances up a little bit. 6 again. Now he's got to go. What's he at now? 32, 33, 39 to beat. Can he do it? Coming to the last, takes the flyer, gets home. 39.21. Charlie's time. 39.71 into the lead. He goes. Rainer Korber. He is deceptively fast. I really didn't think he was going to make it the first part of the course. He didn't look like he was going quick enough, but he's so economical on the turns, and you never see him taking a pull. It's just about rhythm and balance all the way. Of course, he picked up the pace on the gallop to the last, didn't take the check, took the flyer, and it pays dividends. Well done. Not too many left to come. Can Bradley McCarty, Consuelo Carlos beat this one? Time to beat. 39.21. Pole goes down. He's out of the reckoning. Ray still leads with just Otanikwa to come, and Otanikwa can fly. Very different style from Lansink. Otanikwa's all about quick pace, taking the check. Quick pace, taking the check. Let's see how she goes. Of course, Bradley McCarty's still on track here. Good time. 33.35 coming to the last. 38.69. Very good time, Bradley McCarty, but unfortunately takes the risk to the last, and as a result pulls the front rail with those back feet. The horse just flattens out. So 8 down, but it was a good effort. Nice horse. Very, very nice horse. Right, so we were talking about Otanikwa and Tamar. She's surveying the landscape here, seeing what she has to do. This horse very reactive off the leg, so she can get in tight with the turns and punch him up to the fences. Just got to leave them all up. We know that the time is going to be quick. Just leave them all up. Otaniqua for the thoroughbreds. Will it be a warm blood win? Or will it be a thoroughbred victory? Let's see. Okay, you ain't going to win in that canter. Come on, Tamar. Move him up. Remember, time starts as you cross the beam. 6 to that. Gets the inside turn. For my money at this stage, Ray is up. She's going to have to pull off a very good turn here and a very fast run to the last and leave it up. She's going to have any chance of beating Ray. Good turn back there. You see how reactive he is off the leg. When she let his head go and pressed with the leg, he shot forward to that oxer. Oh! Different ride. Different line to the last. Take a flyer! Oh! 39.36. Good enough for second. Well done, Tamar Glixman. Nobody spotted that line. She's the only one who took that ride to the last. What an effort, Tamar. That's why she was going so, I'm not going to say slowly. She certainly wasn't going slowly in the beginning, but she was hedging all her bets on the run to the last on the different line, the different approach that she took, and it nearly paid off. Well done. Good enough for second. And that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up that class, the 1 meter 35 back on track championship for adults. What a class it was. Really enjoyed that. We'll have the full result for you in a moment or two. Don't go away.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Mid-Feeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Stand by, your microphone is open, okay, and go through to the wide, okay, and put it in, and Q80.
Big thank you to one of our sponsors there, Tack and Togs Mid-Feeds. Of course, they're the home of Erreplus, and Erreplus, the big name, the big brand behind the President's Cup once again. For more information, go to www.tackandtogs.co.za.
Take it out, we're going to run another ad so we can pause our
Fourth place rider 2,000 and the fifth place
Once again, a big thank you to one of our sponsors, Back on Track. Do go check out their online store, www.backontracksa.co.za. And of course, a big thank you also to Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. Do go and check them out, www.pmecivils.co.za. Peter Morrison and his Equestrian Civils team responsible for these high-tech fibre surfaces, as well as lots of high-tech surfaces around the country. And their team doing wonderful things here in the arena, dousing it down with water in this extreme heat. Big thank you to them. We'll be chatting to Gordon Mowat a little bit later on in the day. And of course, a big thank you to Capital Stud. Their online auction happening from the 23rd to the 28th of November 2020. And with me to chat a little bit more about their online auction is none other than the main man behind Capital Stud. And it's great to have you with us, Mr. Henning Pretorius. How are you?
Hi, Eden. Very well.
Are you enjoying your day? Some top-class show jumping. I enjoyed the last class.
Very, very good. Very good. Some good horses, good riders.
Now, your stud has been on a roll because Gauteng Championships, Hitoshi, devastating performance. Loved watching that. He really, really dominated. And then, of course, in the recent Young Horse Performance Series, you had the best South African warm blood dominating across the board. It must give you a great sense of achievement and satisfaction.
Thank you. That's what it's about, eh? It's the passion, and
Yeah.
and getting some results is at least a bit of a reward. Eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Henning, we've got to thank you, of course, for your sponsorship with bringing us this live streaming. But let's talk about your online auction, which happens in the not-too-distant future. Different format this year, of course. That's because of coronavirus and pandemics. This time it's online. What exactly does that mean? How does it work?
Aidan, yes. We're not having people coming out to the event. So it's all happening online where people register. And then from the 22nd to the 28th, horses will be sold in different groups, 15 at a time. So you'll have a few days to look at the horses, and then obviously the whole process will end over 3 days, where the first lot two horses that will close, and will be followed by the next two, and then the next day would be exactly the same. So people, they need to register. The website will be up by Monday. That'll enable them to see the different lots and also to register. And of course, people that want to do tryouts are welcome to start.
Have the tryouts not yet started? That's
They
all.
have,
Okay,
they have,
all
yeah.
right, okay. And the pandemic hasn't put a damper on any of the tryouts. That still goes
Not a
ahead as
problem.
normal.
Not a problem, Aidan. People can come out, so it's not a lot of people together. So it's easy to handle, and there's no risk.
Now, you have had some videos made up, and you have picked out some lots for us. Obviously, we can't go through all the lots, but some of the highlights we've got lined up. Lot number 2. I think this is Capital Casino. So you can take us through this one, Henning.
Casino is a son of Consuelo, and he was actually one of twins. It was an embryo transfer out of Look at Me D that was ridden by Nicole. She was an exceptional mare with very good results, and Consuelo doesn't need any introduction.
Absolutely not.
So it was Consuelo, a little bit more old-fashioned, a little bit more scopy, more substance, combined with a smaller mare with a lot of energy and a lot of jump in her. And the result is very good. People are fond of the horse, people that have tried him, and also his brother Catch Me. So I think it worked well.
And of course, temperament plays a big part. And watching the video here with Nicole seems pretty straightforward. Got the mind of a champion. Looks for the work and happy to do the work.
straightforward, rideable, good jump.
Rideability,
careful,
that's what it's all about, isn't it?
yeah.
Right. So that was lot number 2. Of course, you can go on and have a look at a lot more. The lots go onto your website, capitalstud.com. Lot number 18 is who we have lined up next. And here it is, Capital Aiden. I love the name, it's just misspelled. It should be A-I-D-A-N.
I'll remember next time.
I've got to tell you, I've been the brunt of all the jokes this week. Oh, I had a ride on Aiden. Oh, funny, yeah. The whole showground, we've all had a ride on Aiden. Okay, we'll keep it tidy. But he is a magnificent sort.
Yeah. Aiden, this is one of the best horses that I ever bred. He's by Arezzo, out of a sister of Levubu's by my Lord Carthago. And the quality comes from his granddam, the Cassini mare, who is the mother of Levubu. Now, again, the horse is extremely rideable. It's very scopy, very careful. A big horse with all the power in the world. But anybody can ride him.
Not only the power though, Henning, because I've seen him in the flesh and I've seen Luke working on him. He brings power inside, but for such a big horse, a huge amount of athleticism and elasticity in that big body, in that young green big body as well. So the amount of improvement to come from him is going to be enormous.
Yeah, absolutely. I watched him work with the tryouts, and it's very interesting to see different people ride him. It's always the same. He has all the power, and he doesn't look at the jump, which is very important. I think it's a very exciting horse.
Has there been a lot of interest in him?
There's a lot of interest in him. Yeah, I think he's by far the best horse in the auction.
Do you think we're breaking records with this one? Are we quietly optimistic?
I think this would be a very good investment.
Yeah.
This is something, if ever the protocol changes with the export, this is one to take to Europe. That will definitely be able to
This is a top class. This is an international horse.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So watch out for Capital Aiden, one of the big talking points at the President's Cup as well. Everybody's talking about him. Let's take a look now at lot number 22. It's Capital Osida by Boobaloo. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, we all know who Boobaloo was. Balubé de Rouet, and then on to Cosido Alcatraz. Damline 18B1, one of my favorites from Holstein. A mare with huge quality. Not the easiest, not an amateur horse, but a horse that needs time to develop. So it needs a professional rider, and will develop into a very, very good and very competitive horse. Extremely careful, a lot of energy in her. And,
electricity. I'm just watching the pictures
absolutely.
now. Quick off the ground, sharp
very
in the
quick,
air.
very sharp. So it's something, it'll be the ideal speed horse. Very careful, very quick.
Yeah, looks a lovely sort. But like you say, we'll need a competent rider. So all professionals out there looking for something where you can chase the clock. Look no further. Capital Cedar, lot number 22. Very, very exciting. Right, let's take a look. Lot number 34, I believe we're going to. Lot number 4 now. Capital Colida. Just queuing it up. Capital Colida, there you go, by Castigo, out of a Capital A-star mare. And he's turning into be, everybody's talking about the look for the ones out of the dams by A-star.
Yeah, A-star was by Argentinas, out of a Granus mare. And he himself was never a horse that did very well in the ring, but somehow he had the genes. And all the mares, all the A-star mares are breeding extremely well. Of course, this one is by Castigo. There are a few on the auction by Castigo, and she's a mare that wants to jump. She's got super technique, super bascule, and I just love her. She's just a very, very nice all-rounder. A mare that really excites me.
Sure, lovely technique just watching there. That's Capital leader, lot number 34. Make sure you get onto the Capital Stud website, www.capitalstud.com. Make sure you book your try. It's lots and lots to look forward to. Last lot we're going to have a look at is lot number 42. I love the name of this one, Henning. Capital Pretorius.
Yeah, thank you to my friend in Belgium. That's where the name comes from. He couldn't find another name that starts with P. So that's the first thing you could think of, was to name it Pretorius. A very good horse, same as Aiden, comes out of the same dam line. He's by Douglas, out of Zenia the Cassini mare, the mother of Levubu, and again lots of power, lots of jump, super careful. A horse for the big classes, definitely.
Lots of power off the ground.
Yeah.
And of course, remembering most of these horses are really, they're youngsters. They're green. So what you're seeing here is a quick production. So you must see the bigger picture. There's going to be lots of improvement from all of them, and already they're looking like proper horses.
Also, looking at the videos, the time when the videos were done was a few months ago. These horses have improved so much in the last 2 months. You can't believe it. It's not the same horses anymore. When you watch them going with the tryouts, it's absolutely different to what they were when we were doing the videos. They also, from now until the auction, and every year it's the same thing, they develop so quickly. And if you look at a horse that Nicole rides, Capital New Star, a Night Star, he's jumping 130 overnight, and he does it with ease. So they develop so quickly. A lot of people don't want to buy young horses because it takes time to develop them and to produce them. But I think it's not that long, especially if you have horses with more quality. It doesn't take long. Before you know, they're there, and they're competing in the 130s and ready to go to the 140s.
And of course the rewards are so great, and let's be honest, you want to buy the quality of horse that you are breeding that's already been produced to the 130s, 135s. The price tag on what you're buying on the sale is going to be 3 times as much. So I mean, you're buying the quality. That's what you need to look for, the quality, the potential. You know that these horses are going to do the job for you.
Absolutely, and one can see it. It's very clear in the last few years how these horses have developed. So it's absolutely ideal investment opportunity.
Exciting times. Well, as we said earlier, it is an online auction for 2020. Let's take a look at the dates once again. The 23rd to the 28th of November 2020. That's where it's all happening. Go to www.capitalstud.com to book your tryout and to have a look at that catalogue. All the videos are there, Henning. All the information that you need to know, everything is on that website.
Yes, very important for people to know that this website is not up yet. It will be in the coming week.
Okay.
So if they want to book, they will be welcome to do so as soon as the website is up.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful having you, and all the best. You've got some horses in the bigger classes later on. Chantilly's coming through. It's exciting.
Very exciting, and I can feel the nerves already.
Go and enjoy. Henning Pretorius, ladies and gentlemen, a proud sponsor here, President's Cup 2020, a man who's always willing to give back to the sport that he loves so much. Coming up next, riders are currently walking the course, and we'll be back with you for that class. There you go, the Hollard Equipage Adult 1 meter 40 Championship. That's in a few moments' time. Do spread the word about the link. Please do send it out on all social media, your WhatsApps. We need to grow the numbers. We need to get this live streaming platform growing. Remember to subscribe. We want to grow this platform and attract our sponsors back for more. Please do your part. Help us to do so. Of course, this is an interactive broadcast as well. If you have any questions, queries, comments, please hit the subscribe button underneath your picture and feel free to comment in any way you desire.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Big thank you to Tack and Togs, one of the leading tack retailers in South Africa. I spend a lot of time in that shop, I can tell you. Love it, love it, love it. www.tackandtogs.co.za. I spend a lot of time there because not only do they have wonderful products, but their staff are so nice and so friendly. So, you know, we enjoy our time there. And of course, Jennifer Nunn from Tack and Togs. She's a very, very capable young lady, knows a lot about the job and the tack. She's going to be coming and chatting to us a little bit later on. Big thank you also to Peter Morrison, Equestrian Civils. We'll be chatting to Gordon Mowat a little bit later on. He's teamed up with Peter Morrison. Peter, we hope that you are enjoying the broadcast. If you guys are watching from Ireland, very good afternoon to you. I bet it's not as hot in Ireland as it is here today. The conditions are rather sweltering. Not as hot as we expected them to be, but hot nonetheless. As you can see, the guys from Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils doing a great job prepping the arena for the next class, which will be the 1 meter 40 Hollard Equipage Adult Championship. Winner will walk away with 5,500 Rand. We look forward to that one round and a jump off. For more information, go on to the Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils page. But of course, we will be chatting to Gordon a little bit later and he'll tell us a lot more. Coming up next, the Hollard Equipage 1 meter 40 Championship. We look forward to that. We're going to take a little bit of a comfort break and we'll see you in around about 10 minutes time. Welcome back, everybody, to our live stream broadcast here from Maple Ridge Equestrian Centre. Big thank you to the Combring family for once again hosting us. Of course, the President's Cup usually towards the end of March. This time around, in the heat of summer, we are. And hot it is, I can tell you that much. But at least we're having the show. We never thought we'd get it on the calendar when COVID reared its ugly head, but here we are. Different time slot, different time of the year. But we are here, President's Cup time, as we gear up towards the big class. But before we get there, we've got the adult 1m40 championship to take care of. Proudly sponsored by Hollard and Equipage. So for all your insurance needs, go and check them out. Hollard Equipage, or Equipage division of Hollard. 5,500 rand will go the way of the winner here. 3,500 rand for second. I have been advised of 2 scratchings. Number 7, Capital Levubu, and number 29, BBC. Bronwyn De Santos takes out both of her horses. First to go will be Rathmore Quiet Man and Paige Gage. Jackie Wood just got a little bit of a skrick. Rathmore Quiet Man, Paige Gage goes first. She'll come forward, take the salute on behalf of all the other competitors in this adult 1m40 championship class. This is a interactive broadcast. Don't forget to subscribe. We need your votes, we need your numbers, we need to keep bringing live broadcast to you. So if you are enjoying this live broadcast, please let us know. You can comment in the comment section there next to the picture, but of course you first have to hit the subscribe button. We are trying to grow show jumping in South Africa, take it to an international platform, and if our numbers grow significantly, we might be able to get onto some international platforms and take this sport to a much bigger global audience. It all depends on you. Quiet Man is playing as he canters to jump number 1. 86 seconds time allowed. Going under the banner of Biogen. Paige, one of South Africa's top young riders. Quiet Man was her junior horse. South African bred warm blood, bred by the Rathmore stud. By Landau, out of a Bachmann 3 mare, Elzu Whisper, has been a wonderful, wonderful servant for Paige over the years. She's had to work hard on him. Have been some moments where the wheels fell off slightly, but she's rallied. I suppose that's every horse's career. They have good times and bad times. Very difficult to keep consistent form, consistent top form throughout their career. There are ebbs and flows, but certainly jumping super well at the current time. Helped a lot by Shayton Hendricks, very much part of the Gage stable. And I believe there are big plans for the future, but that's all I'm going to say. Watch this space. Wonderful ride there from Rathmore for Paige Gage and Rathmore. Quiet Man. Well done. Like it. Clear all the way. That's the way we like to start a class. Clear. Right, the turn now of Chris van der Merwe, all the way from 100 kilometers or so past Polokwane. I was going to say Polokwane, then my brain said, hang on, Aiden, it's much further than that. Blouberg region. Very dedicated young man, originally from the Eastern Cape, now settled in Blouberg. Racks up a lot of kilometers on the highway, coming to Joburg to compete. Riding here, Kitchen Beligny Z. Interesting horse, was imported into the country by Bronwyn De Santos, and she produced him up into the bigger grades by Kidam de Revel, out of a Chin mare. Lovely pedigree he has, super type of horse. Then Bronwyn, the wheels started to fall off, and Sean Neal took over the ride, and that partnership never really panned out. And I heard via the grapevine at the time that the horse was possibly going to retire and just do dressage, and the next thing Chris got the ride, and it's turning into a really nice partnership. Horse really seems to suit Chris's way of riding. Chris, a very accomplished accomplished rider. He said he likes to figure horses out. He doesn't like them simple and uncomplicated. He enjoys a challenge, and Kitchen, or Kid as is fondly known, would have been a challenge to begin with, but getting a wonderful tune and a really good partnership going. And there you go, the second of our clears. Well done. Said he's a horse that doesn't enjoy pressure. If you put too much pressure on him in racing, we say he's a bit of a tea leaf. He wilts under the heat, meaning doesn't really like too much pressure. Wonderful job, well done. Time allowed 86 seconds, 2 from 2. 2 have gone clear. Let's see how it pans out. Hakato RLH is carded to go next, and Charlie Crockart now the rider. Unfortunately, already with one pole down. Another very strong bow, strong string to Charlie's bow. Formerly the ride of Nariska Prinsloo, owned by Ryan Lee Harvey Sport Horses, but sold now to Isabella Lewick Martins. Quality individual, breeding stallion by For Pleasure out of a Staccato mare. Wonderful pedigree. Has already proven himself in the 150s under Nariska Prinsloo, and his progeny that he does have on the ground also turning heads, quality types. Charlie's still in the infancy of her partnership with Hakato, but this one that's surely to grow and become quite a formidable partnership. I think this is possibly only the third time I've seen Charlie riding the horse, so a relatively new partnership. Second fence for her going down there, now an 8. 1 for time in 81.55 time allowed. Just going to take a look at this. Just got through that distance a little bit quick. Also, the horse to me not looking quite like its form, looking a little bit stiff in its body to what I'm used to seeing. Will all come, make no mistake. So a total of 9 penalties. Next to go, Heather Mostert from KwaZulu-Natal. .78 seconds time allowed, 450 meters per minute. Just been advised. Thanks, Shay. Heather Mostert goes next in Summer Bridge Cruise. Wonderful horse. True jumping horse. Huge amount of scope over a fence. Lots of power. Memory serves was the winner of last year's mini derby. Know Heather pretty well. We went to school together. She was a year above me at that stage, Heather Hamilton. And those who follow beauty queens will remember Heather Hamilton as a former Miss South Africa. Quite a long time ago now. Always a very good rider, very stylish rider to watch. Remember her on her junior horse Tidal Wave all those many years ago at Shongweni Club. Summer Bridge Cruise by Cruising. Those remember Cruising. Used to be ridden by Trevor Coyle, was a runner-up in the 1999 World Cup finals behind Balubé de Rouet in his first win. Wonderful stallion cruising. Clear for jumping, great ride there, but unfortunately 1 for time. Oh, what a pity. It's been on such good form this week. Oh, Heather will be devastated. She's come a long way from Natal for the show. She didn't come here for a time penalty. That'll upset her. 79.60. Time allowed 78 seconds. Shame. Dominic Alexander next to go now. Number 5, R&R Kojak van der Cornelius Hoover. R&R, another sponsor that puts a lot of money into the sport of show jumping. Ross and Natalie Robinson. Haven't seen them this week, not sure where they are. It's a wonderful horse that Dominique's riding. Has had him for a few years now. Been producing him the right way. By Deauville de la Vie out of a Lister Diamond mare. Got a huge amount of stride, scope, power, big individual. Belgian warm blood. Didn't need that. That's a pity. Take a look at the replay a little bit later and try and determine what happened there. Whether something, I think the horse just didn't finish its jump. Having said that, the next 2 fences go down as well, so something gone amiss and Dominic pulling him up here. That is not that horse's form. So that quite out of the ordinary, and Dominic deciding, no, something's gone wrong here. We'll take a look at the replay quickly and see if we can determine. I'm going to have a look and see, did the horse twist in the air? Did he hurt his back? Something's gone wrong, because that's certainly not his form. Couldn't pick up anything out of the ordinary other than just a fault there, but having had the next 2 down, something definitely. Dominic will take him home, have him checked over. He'll be back to fight out another day. I don't think he's a relatively young horse still, I think. He's a 10-year-old. Cover Triggle goes next. Kellehoe's Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. Another Belgian warm blood by Mascaris de Ariel. Another one that's just 10 years old and has already jumped some big classes with Govett. Powerful horse, short coupled. Powerful horse. Lots and lots of power. Fortunately, 1 down already. So at this stage, just the 1 clear round, as Kitchen Belignisi in fact had a time penalty. Govett deciding enough's enough as well. So after the first 2 horses, Kate Launder, the course builder, would have looked and gone, sure, have I pitched this course too early? Am I going to have a high percentage of clears, which as a course designer in 140 championship is not desirable? And thereafter, things have gone a little bit pear-shaped here. A few of the horses really struggling with this track, and the time certainly coming into play. So Rathmore Quietman, who was first to go at this stage, the only clear round, getting inside of that 78 seconds. Timing from our previous competitor Cadiz. It's now the turn of Nariska Prinsloo, and I love this horse. Just an absolute out and out little jumping machine. GCS Max Chianti for Ryan Lee Harvey Supreme Warm Bloods, in partnership with Nariska Prinsloo, the owners, and of course ridden by Nariska. She rides him at a very good pace, good rhythm, lets him canter, uses that beautiful canter that he has, this Belgian warm blood by Clintissimo. Is a breeding stallion, loves to play, looks like he loves the job. 10-year-old now. And just what a beautiful technique he's got. Does things all the right way. I think he's turned a lot of heads. We haven't seen a lot of him in the ring, but he's done enough. Oh, that's a pity. He's done enough to show everybody that he's a quality individual. Absolutely, make no mistake. Not his day today, unfortunately. One pole quite late in the course. And the risker all smiles. Why? Because, man, that must feel good. It's nothing like riding quality horses over big fences. And he's a quality horse. Just caught the back rail. Just one of those things. Just sat down a little bit early. Catches the back rail. Watch out for that name, Chianti. They've got a good one. John Corbin next to go, number 9, Star Fragrances, Callao Lexington, a horse that she has produced all the way. Lovely individual, Hanoverian bred. Bred by the Callao stud, well done to them. Class individual is Lexington by Lissabon of Callao Fiorella. Fiorella by For Joy. And perhaps some viewers out there can tell us a little bit about Fiorella, a name that some people should remember. Let's see who's listening. Get in that comment section. So far so good for Jean. Riding him at a lovely pace, lovely rhythm. Sure, good behind there. I believe this class running at 400 meters a minute, is that correct? 450. 140 championship class, so they need to move on. I think we need some confirmation of 450. That feels very fast to me. Shay's going to go and chat to the judges. What a pity for Jean. 78.03. 350 meters per minute. Yeah, I thought, hell, 450 is like a... 350? 350, thanks. Sell me down the river, Shay. 350 would be running in the... 450 would be running in the July. It's the home straight of the Durban July. With the 140 oxer in your way. But still, 350 is quick, and they're not getting inside that time allowed. They are battling because Jean's pace looked good to me. I don't know if she went round something, perhaps instead of an inside line where Kate had measured, but also coming home with a time penalty. And she wasn't hanging about. George Cutlass next to go, number 10, NCT's Capital Athena, South African warm blood by Capital Armani, one of the Capital Stud Foundation sires, out of a Revel Dorme. Some old blood here. This horse bred, born 2007, so 13 years old now. And has had one down, as we said earlier on in the broadcast when we saw George for the first time of the morning. Rides with Ronnie Healy. And if Jean got time penalties at the clip that she was going, then I'd imagine George is in for time penalties as well, because he doesn't look like he's going at the pace that Jean went. Unless she went very wide. Sometimes when you talk so much you forget to watch. So not panning out the way George would have liked. "13 penalties, 3 down, 1 for time for NCT's Athena." We're going to take a look at a replay of his first pole that he had down. Oh, just got that all wrong, I'm afraid. Looked like a bit of a pull, then a kick, then a pull. It was bad decision making, I'm afraid. Gone from plan A to plan B to plan A. And that fence coming down. George is young. Plenty more experience to come his way. Rivervale's best wishes, Yvonne van der Sade. Spoken at length about Yvonne van der Sade today. Very, very capable jockey. Super competitive. He's had some wonderful wins on this horse. If this goes into the jump off, this is going to be difficult to beat. And he, for my money, he really should go into the jump off. Another hallmark of Yvonne's riding as well is the pace that he rides at. He's always going somewhere. He never hangs about. You can see he's always on a rhythm. Sets the horse in the middle of its range and always presses forward to the fence. You never see him going backwards to a fence. And that's why his strike rate for clear rounds is so high, because he's always going forward. He gives the horse every opportunity to clear the fence. Gives him space because he creates the rhythm. I think it's very good. That's why he's a winner of the Mini Derby and a winner of multiple championship classes. Very good body control. You just saw him with the possibility of running a little bit deep to that oxer. So what did he do? The hands stayed where they were, the body just came up, and the horse responded by sitting back on its hocks and creating some space before the oxer. Lovely rider to watch. Well done, Yvonne van der Sade. Another clear round. If you're a betting man, that would possibly be a short price in the odds. Not possibly, would be. Very, very good rider, Yvonne van der Sade. Especially for somebody from Plet. I mean, what happens in Plet besides whale watching? Whale watching and holiday makers, apparently a show jumper or two as well. Right, Elzu Lombard, Anya Mola. Game campaigner. Old man now, already 18 years old. By Elzu Landego. Kind of a Bambix mare banjo beat. He's been around the block, has Lombard. Been a wonderful, wonderful horse for Anya. Plenty of rounds they have together, big competitions, World Cups, derbies, you name it, they've been there. One chink in his armour, I'm afraid, which we don't, is not that much of a problem for two reasons. A, that he's getting on a little bit in years now and probably in the twilight of his career, and B, that you just don't see them anymore, and that's water jumps. Doesn't like water too much, Lombard. If there's ever been a problem, is if he's ever said no, invariably it's at the water. But he's funny. One day he'll jump it and the next day he just won't. Wonderful efforts. Unfortunately, the time coming into play, 80,88. Just the one for time. What a pity. Great effort, she'll be happy with that. Number 13, Ultimo WC, Lara Neal for Delmont Mining and Civils. Great story here. It's a 9-year-old South African warm blood by Ulano van Lebos of a wunderbar mare, and bred by Lara, produced by Lara. And yesterday the two of them stepped up for the first time into their 150s. So it's been a good few years since Lara was in the 150s, and what a story that it's a homebred that takes her back there. Unconventional a little bit in the way he goes. Cross canters virtually on every stride. Would make an absolutely wonderful dressage horse because his temporary changes would be world class. He tap dances behind. I would personally find that a little bit off-putting, but I suppose it's something that you might get used to. Oh, unfortunately, just one down behind there. Not really his form today. I think that was 3 down. Is it 2 down? Ultimo WC. 8 penalties in 74-1-4. And you see the first of those mistakes at jump number 9, just sitting back behind. Of course, he jumped the 150s yesterday. Lara would have gone into the 150s with some sort of trepidation, being his first 150 and possibly overridden a little bit. And that can light them up, and perhaps that coming back today was the reason. Kylie Stain, of course, she was in commentary a little bit earlier on, chatting about back on track products, and here she goes in her wonderful, wonderful Lego. Back on track Legato, Lego as she calls them for short, by Staccato Gold. What a wonderful horse he is. So much to like about him, his attitude, willingness to get on and do the job, and he certainly can jump as well. Oh, almost jumps her right off there. Taught by Rogan Askin. There's Kylie Stain. Stables at their Northland setup. Been a client of theirs for many years now. So far so good, hoping it stays that way. 1 to come. Wonderful effort from Kylie Stain, well done. Those back on track products, you see. Well done, Kylie. Through to the jump off she goes. Super effort. Back on track Legato joins the jump off fray. That's number 14. So 14 have gone, 22 left to come. Just 3 clears. How many clears do we have? 3. Just the 3 clears. Currently on track, Equan La Adorado. Tamara Rueda. Number 15 on track. By Adorado out of a Centre Mare. Lovely type of horse. Lots of kick off the ground. Lovely rhythmical ride. Tamara comes from a very horsey background, but not so much an equestrian background, more of a racing background. Her grandmother is the late Shirley Pfeiffer. Had many, many great horses, including the great Flaming Rock, winner of the July. And of course an ardent thoroughbred breeder. Let's take a look at the poll now. Looked to be a little bit of a balance issue on takeoff. The horse was travelling towards the fence, and Tamara just wanted to create some space, and he looked like he was a little bit unbalanced getting to the fence. Just got a little bit wrong there. Just the 5, 1 for time in 80,84. 5 penalties, the final tally for La Adorado. Amor Waronda with Lorette Knowles-Taylor for the Farnham Stables now. Lots to like about this horse. He is a stallion, although you'd never say. He's got a wonderful temperament. Another one that brings a lot of power, by Air Jordan. Used to be under the ownership of Tamsin Vegristek of Silhouette Stables, Silhouette Equestrian. She then didn't really have a great rapport with the horse. Horse was then sold and then resold to Lorette and Barry, and Lorette does seem to be getting a very, very nice tune out of him. Pippa Baxter bought the horse from Tamsin and also got a lovely tune out of him, was going super well, and then Pip decided to have a baby. And I think that was part of the reason why the horse was sold. These kids are not good for your riding. Four for jumping, clear for time in 76.52, a total tally of 4 penalties for Amor Warundazi. That's another partnership that's going to grow, and I think into quite a formidable one. Watch this space. Number 17 now, Mark White Nissan's Capital Kronos, and Nicole Horwood for the Capital Stud. Another horse that fell in over number 3, but Kronos gets away with it. Sire of the mighty Darko. Darko, remember, with Ludo Philipparts. One of the great formidable combinations of the 1990s, World Equestrian Games, Olympics, all the top competitions. The sire of Kronos, Darko, out of a Cashmere. Breeding stallion. I think quite a few Kronoses on this year's Capital Stud sale. Do go and check out their catalogue. Website will be up in a couple days. Sale happening from the 23rd to the 28th of November of this year. You'll see his full brother jumping a little bit later. Under Leona van der Merwe. Breeds super well, does Kronos. Some really, really nice progeny on offer. So a total of 5, 1 for time and 1 down. So a element of that treble combination coming down, just flattened out a little bit, didn't get the height needed, just tipped it off. And Mark White, if you are watching, very good afternoon to you. Been a big supporter of equestrian sport, a big supporter of Nicole Horwood as well as Mark White, and now our newly elected president of South African show jumping. Jumped right into the fire, have you, Mark? Sucker for punishment. No, I don't mean that. He's going to be wonderful in the job. Mark, you still haven't returned my call, by the way. I wasn't calling for the reason why you thought I was calling, actually. But Madeleine was, so please answer her calls. Chayton Hendricks on track now. Biogen's Greta G. Graph Top Silvio. Exciting times for Greta. I think I saw a Facebook post not too long ago. She's through embryo transfer, has another baby on the ground. Really, really wonderful times for South African warm blood breeding when you've got progeny from this quality mare and others. And there you go, 74.74, time allowed 78 seconds. Chayton, you could see the way that he was hustling around that track, had the time in mind. Thinking ride, positive ride, strong ride there from Chayton on Greta. And that gives himself a wonderful clear, and they advance through to the jump off. So how many do we have here? 4. Is it 4? 4 in the jump off now. Desiree Pinar goes next on Le Cadeau. This then is the full brother to Liantos, who you saw in the previous class. So quality family. Desiree rides out of the Mandela setup of Mandy Johnson. She's trained with for the past couple of years, has produced this horse all on her lonesome. It's been a wonderful, wonderful horse for her, and super satisfying for her that she's produced him all the way. It was bought on the Callagher sale a few years ago. She's taken the long road to Calgary. Now she's going to have to hustle if she wants to get inside of the time allowed, because that wouldn't have been where Kate Launder measured. Oh, Desiree! That's unfortunate. One down. So currently on 4 penalties. Wonderful horses, Le Cadeau. And what a pity. So 4 for jumping, time allowed 78 seconds, sneaks inside. She hustled around there, even though she went around that back on track. Vertical, still makes it inside of the time allowed. So wonderful rhythm that she was riding, and well done Desiree Pinar. Just the 1 down, 4 penalties. Good effort. Martin Minet goes next now, number 20, Zuidam, by Guidam, out of a Ricardo mare. Lovely mare this, who he bought off Amy Engelbrecht. I think the horse was originally sent to Martin to deal. Martin does make his wage from dealing. Unfortunately already got 1 down, number 1 coming down. He was originally sent this horse to sell for Amy, and decided to buy it himself, as he got such a nice feel off of it. Martin and his lovely wife Lorianne live just outside of Pietermaritzburg in KwaZulu-Natal. Professional equestrians. Martin comes from an illustrious equestrian bloodline, Karen and Rick Minette, famous eventers. Mom Karen, hope you are watching. Used to teach me as a junior. Hope that you're well. Got her Springbok colours for eventing. Was one of the very, very best there ever was in this country. Martin cut his teeth as an event rider, but subsequently turned to show jumping, and has been show jumping at a very successful and high level for a long time now. Past winner of the Mini Derby, as well as lots of Natal championships. Nothing that he can't ride. Has to have those skills if you're going to be a horse dealer. Fortunately, another one going down there. Exceeds the time allowed, 80.28. 2 down, 1 for time, total of 9 penalties for Zuidam and Mana Minette. Number 21, next to go, Plasticella's Master Batch Feeding. We're going to take a quick look at, well, that's number 1. Horse just seemed to change its line 2 or 3 strides before that fence. That would have changed the distance. Can so easily come to number 1, and just a little bit lackluster have that down. I always think, well, at that stage I just want to hack right out the gate. Just turn away from 2, go out the gate. This is a lovely mare that's on track now. Michelle Fleming rides. Also a relatively new partnership, cross-cantering to number 3. Dutch bred by Gaillard de la Pomme. He must be a son of Jus de Pomme, or maybe not. Dig deepish, eh? Oof, class. Michelle, very competent rider. One will remember her on Shagori, who's ridden about derbies. So pedigree of Nabab Derev and Darko on the sire side of Gaillard de la Pomme. So In fact, not. Lovely. 76.97 inside the time allowed, leaves them all up through to the jump off class animal. Well done. Nothing that you can actually fault that horse on, just pure class. Currently on track is young Jenna Barrow, Liberty Figo H. Jenna also hailing from KwaZulu-Natal, if not mistaken lives up in the Summerveld area there. Trains with Gonda Beatrix, has done for a long time now. Super stylish rider, very, very competent jockey. Super string of horses as well that she does have. Unfortunately, that one's gone down. Has had a ride around World Cups last season, made her debut in the World Cup series. So she's got quite a lot of experience, given her relatively young age. Cantarano, the sire of this wonderful horse, out of a Burggraaf dam line. Figo. What a pity, just the one down. Once again, that treble combination doing the damage, causing the problem for Liberty Figo and Jenna Barrow. Let's take a look if we can pinpoint exactly what happened. Just a bit of a innocuous mistake there. The horse just having it behind. One has to set one's body position pretty early when coming through a treble combination. Get the balance right, and I think possibly Jenna just sitting up and the horse dropping slightly behind. Also could have been looking up at that C element right in front of it. Mistakes did happen very frequently. So, wonderful horse and rider combination on track now. It's Biogen's Casper. Now the ride of Paige Gage. This is a proper jumping machine. Wonderful, wonderful horse. Formerly the ride of Brian Mayer. Brian then sold it to the Gage family, and Shayton Hendricks picked up the ride for some time. Did super, super well on Casper. I think had a ride around the Derby. Was second in the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa in the rain behind Chris van der Merwe and Chantilly. Just pipped into second on that day. And was always going to be an interim ride for Shayton. It's always going to be destined to be a ride for Paige. He's forward. Uncomplicated, powerful, scopy. Will allow riders to make a certain amount of mistakes without phasing him too much, and he just keeps on going forward to the fences. Loves his job. Real partner. There you go. Class horse goes clear. Well done, Paige Gage. Let's take a look at our stats for this class. 27% clears, 14 left to come, 22 have gone. Michelle Hobbs currently on track now, number 24, Elzu Okinawa. Michelle, a real competent rider, has been around for a long time there. Long time now, beg your pardon. Not too many horses she wouldn't be able to ride. She's had all sorts pass through her hands, been able to do a real good job on a lot of them. She and partner Jose make their wage from producing horses and moving them on, which I would find too difficult, I must be honest, when you get a good one and you've got to part with it. Difficult thing to do. And 2014, the year of this horse's birth, Okinawa. I don't know if that could be correct. I think that could be misinformation. Would make this only a 6-year-old jumping in the 140s. Nine penalties. Elzu, Optimum van der Wellington, bit of a Landjonker mare. Optimum van der Wellington, another real good sire of South African warm blood horses. Total of 9 penalties. There you see the replay, just getting a little bit wrong there. She'll be back to fight another day. Capital Castigo next to go, number 25. This is Chris van der Merwe. Of course, not his first ride. We saw him a little bit earlier on in Kitchen Belignized. So yeah, a little bit of misinformation regarding Okinawa. He's a 9-year-old. 8 or 9, says Michelle's mum, Regina. He's doing duty in the judge's box alongside us today. So, Chris van der Merwe, number 25, Capital Castigo. Breeding stallion, part of the Capital Stud group of stallions. 15 years old now. He's been around the block. Plenty experience under his girth. Chris has partnered him for quite a while now. Won some big classes, won some wonderful 6-bar competitions. Height, certainly no problem for him, all the power in the world. When he does have a mistake, it's generally because of distances in between fences. Beautiful canter he has, that big Holsteiner canter, that exaggerated hock action generates all that jumping power from behind. Super. By Calato, out of a Cascabel mare. And also go to the website, the Capital Stud website. See if you can spot some of Castigo's progeny on offer in the 2020 online auction coming up from the 23rd to the 28th of November. Sure, it's on form. Yes, Chris. Well done, 76.23 inside of the time allowed. Clear all the way, Capital Castigo. Chris van der Merwe, you little biscuit. Well done. 7 in the jump off now. 26 next to go, Heather Mostert returns. Of course, she went on Summer Bridge Cruise. She gave us a lovely clear, but caught by the clock. Now, come on, Heather. Don't make the same mistake again. 78 seconds time allowed. It would have been very disappointing to get that one-time penalty. Contees is who she rides here. Holstein bred by Contenders. Oh. So I'm afraid not to be Heather's day today. She's not going to advance through to the jump-off in this 2020 President's Cup. Long-time pupil and associate of Ronnie Lawrence. Wonder if her partner in crime, Nicola Kerner, is watching. Where are you, Nicola? Why are you not here? So already the 2 down for Contees. And once again a time penalty in 78.34, but I'm sure Heather wouldn't have had paid too much attention to the clock once 2 had gone down. Heather Mostert there, Contes, finishes on 9. Dominic Alexander will be next to go, number 27, Coutinho for owner Stephanie Glover. Was well placed earlier on in the week. Horse on form, jumping super well. This little guy, son of Katoki, now an 11-year-old. Oh, Dominic just feeling that he was backing off that jump number 1, jump number 2, having to press him a little bit to that one. I think Dominic will concede that that was his fault. A little bit of a strong ride to the front rail of that one. Difficult though when you're battling to get the horse into rhythm. You saw at jump number 2 that he was having to press him a little bit, that his mind is not that focused. He's having to ride him a little bit harder than he would like. And then you start riding the horse a little bit hard and you have a front rail like that. Another one coming down. Dominic, an absolute superstar rider, has been around for many years now. He's had huge success, holder of Protea colours. Only title that has ever eluded him is the Derby. Second many, many times. Ever the bridesmaid, never the bride. So not a round he'd like to reminisce about. A few poles going down there for Coutinho. Cover Triggle returns, number 28 now, Kelleho's Volca 334. Covered owns and rides this brilliant mare, past winner of World Cups. Campaigned with her overseas before bringing her back to South Africa, or bringing her to South Africa, I should say. By Quinal, out of an Accord 2 mare. Volca 334. Now apparently the numeral after the name means if that's not the first one that there's been, they just keep adding on. I can't imagine, have there been 334 Volcas out there? I don't know. Maybe it's popular amongst the Germans. Volca. Go to the field and bring me Volca 5, 9, 12 and 16, please. $76.13. There you go. That is going to be speedy in the jump off. Well done, Govert Trigel, Kelleho's Volca 334. Through to the jump off, there you go. Drop down the order now to number 30, Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z, Jean Corber. Obviously a new sponsor. I've never heard Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. If Your Perfect Africa is out there as a sponsor, let us know what you do. We'll give you a little bit of a punt. Perhaps you're a safari or a Perfect Africa. It has to be a safari company. Let us know. By Le Premier out of a Consuelo mare Matilda. John Corber rides, has produced this mare. Wonderful, wonderful mare. Super game. She really is a little fighter, this mare. Your Perfect Africa. Shay's looking... Was I right? Luxury Game Lodges. There you go. Free punt for you and live streaming. Come and sponsor something. Pays to sponsor equestrian sport. Still looking for a sponsor for the youth champs, by the way. Anybody out there who would like to sponsor some live streaming upcoming events? We'll give you your bang for buck, that's for sure. Do get in touch with either myself, Aidan, or Madeleine on my right. Give us a shout. See what we can do for you. There we go. Another one through to the jump off. Lamina Z. Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z at Jean Corba. Well done. So, coming now, thick and fast. Wondering if this class is also in reverse order of qualification. Don't think it is, just on a draw, is it? Okay, so I thought, well, the higher qualified courses might be coming towards the end, and hence we're getting more clears, but in fact that's not the case. This is just a draw. Liam Stevens now. Guillaume, number 31. Owned by Liam Stevens in partnership with Elizabeth Ladera. Lovely horse. By Heartbreaker out of a Burggraaf mare. Super pedigree. The element of that treble combination coming down once again, not for the first time today. Caused a bit of aggravation for riders. I think Guillaume's still pretty new to the 140s, Shay. Don't think it's been in the 140s for too long, so still finding its feet. Relatively young horse. Fell down in 2011. Only just a 9-year-old. Big future ahead of it.
9 clear rounds, 32% of the class. Jump off, 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18.
Finding a few rails now is Guillaume. Total of 13 penalties.
13 penalties for Liam Stevens.
Going to have a look at some of the faults on course for Liam and Guillaume. This is the first of the faults. Once again, the treble combination coming down. That B element, I think it was. There you go.
Just roll that top hole that you just put back, please.
Liam looks back at his mistake in disgust. George Philippides now, number 32, Alchemy's Cincinnati for the Alchemy stud, which is of course owned by George Philippides. Born 2008, Cincinnati. From Kelsey Whitehouse, Your Perfect Africa, getting you discounted rates across luxury game lodges and villas by Alison van Deventer. Thank you so much for that. See how we punch you. You just get a foot in the door in this equestrian sport as a sponsor. See how you suddenly punted, hey? Your Perfect Africa. Come talk to us. Thanks, Chelsea. South African Warm Blood by Clarinius on track now with George. Cincinnati.
5 more horses to come in the class, currently on a 31% clear rounds.
Fortunately finding a few rails. Already now sitting on 12 penalties, 3 down. $20 penalties now. Just unraveling a little bit, I'm afraid, there for George Cincinnati. Total tally of 28 penalties, not the mare's form. Alchemy Cincinnati, not her day today. George shakes his head. 33 next to go as we come towards the end of the Class Sunny Park Stables Eagles Laser, Nicola Syme Riley. Woodwork has been replaced. Bell sounds. Ready for action now for number 33, Sunny Park Stables Eagles Laser. Laser. Do you remember that film? Somebody does. Laser. Ah, now you understand. Right, back to the job at hand. South African warm blood, local bred by Lassiter out of an Eagles Concerto mare, massive scopy individual. Really has come along the right way the last couple of seasons. Likes to run at his fences a little bit, and you see Nicola just having to ask him to wait, and then when she's found the distance, she lets him stride towards them. A little bit unconventional in his style of going. She's such a good rider that she just accommodates it. Top ride. Oh, Nicola. 78.04. Oh, that's a cruel blow. That deserved to be clear. 0.4 seconds over the time allowed. She shakes her head. Oh, what a pity. Can be a cruel, cruel sport. One for time. Number 34 now, Lauren Pretorius. Capital Calionid. What a brilliant job she's done with this stallion. Holsteiner bred by Kalido 1 out of Leona Dam. Super scopy horse. Almost, and I mean this in the nicest way, too scopy. And by the way, the reason I say that is if you watch the arc of his jump, a lot of the time his mistakes will come at the back rail because he just almost goes too high that he's going up and not across the fences. I think this is something that Lauren's worked quite hard at. Just to get him to reach, to travel, to have a little bit of run at the fences so that the parabola of the jump is more across the fence. Did I remember something from maths in high school? Parabola. Wow. I thought I slept all those periods. 9 penalties. 2 down, 1 for time. 81.68 for Lauren. Capital Calionid. What a gentleman he is. You know, you'd never say he's a stallion. From one stallion to another. So next the term of KP Laudanum. Robin Shaw rides. The Kilo Park Warm Blood Stud and Arnold Boerter own this formidable stallion together. He is a massive, massive powerhouse of a horse. Arnold unfortunately not riding at the moment. He had a horrific injury some months ago. And he got on a horse. As he got on, the horse freshed up and bucked, and in fact broke his pelvis. I think ruptured some ligaments and tendons. all in that area where you don't want them ruptured, really. So it's been a long road to recovery for Arnold, and Robin doing a wonderful, wonderful job deputizing in his absence. I think she's got a very, very bright future, Robin Shaw. Still relatively young. I think she's only 21 or 22 years of age. She's worked for Arnold for a good few years. If I'm not mistaken, she still also rides at the Lipidzanas. Absolutely obsessed with horses. Real stylish rider as well. Very, very competent and a lovely person as well. And doing a super, super job here on a horse that one has to say is probably more suited to a man. I think he can be quite boisterous. He certainly has settled down in the last couple of years. When he first stepped out into the ring, sure, he was a bit of a monkey. I think he's got far less ADD now. Oh. So 2 down, 2 for time, 82.46, but I think a real commendable job there from young Robin Shaw. Well done, Robs. Going to take a quick replay of this treble combination that's caused a lot of damage to riders, caused a lot of faults throughout the course of the round. Now, she just ran out of space. Big horse, difficult to compress his body. I think that distance, although I didn't walk it, looks pretty short in between the A and B elements. He jumped in a little bit strong, ran out of space, and just couldn't compress that massive giant body of his and get out the way for the second or B part. Not too many left to come. Sean Neal goes next, number 36, Companero's son, who is a son of Companero. Penultimate horse in this class. Sean Neal rides. Used to be the rider Barry Taylor, now under Sean Neal. Owned by Delmont Mining and Civils, along with Quentin Janssen. Sean won't be too happy with that. Horse looking like he's getting a little bit unruly, a little bit strong. Sean needs a little bit of control here. Wire jump going down. Also a very, very big horse. So here coming to this treble combination will be interesting. I think Sean will look for a passive ride in. Yeah. Yeah. Any stronger than that in a horse that size, I think, would be battling in that distance. But we're headed for time penalties. That's for dang sure. Sean just riding this round for the future. What I mean by that, just rather getting the horse to settle. He was a little bit unruly of the first couple of fences, and now he's saying, no, I'm the boss, we'll write off this round, but I need you to settle, come back to me, listen, discipline, rideability, training, all those things to look forward to the future. Going to have a look at the early part of the round, going on to jump number 2. You can see the horse here just absolutely ran at it. Yeah, no respect for Sean there. Time 94.30, so 5 for time total of 9 penalties. Good to see Ronnie Lawrence in the ring. Had a torrid lockdown, I'm afraid. Some health issues. Rallied back strongly. Wonderful to see him back in the ring. Riding here Optimus by Optimum Thunder Wellington. Produced initially by Michelle Hobbs. Has been under Ronnie's care for quite a few seasons now. Bringing him along steadily. He's now an 11-year-old out of a Bambix mare. And a real formidable horse, lovely type, plenty of scope, plenty of power. Ronnie's changed bits with him a few times. He had him in a short shank hackamore for quite a while, Horse has obviously got a bit of a tricky mouth, but has gone back to conventional bitting now. Although Ronnie is a fan of the short shank Hackamore, I remember quite a few of his horses going in them. Panache would have been one who won the Derby with him also many years ago now. I always think it's a good option for a horse who's fussy, doesn't like a bit in his mouth. And Ronnie sits in pole position. Great effort there. Goes into the jump off. Will be last to go. Well done, Ronnie Lawrence. So let's take a look at the horses going through to the jump off, shall we? Fortunately, there should have been a whole lot more, but quite a few of them just excuse me, landing up on one-time penalty. So Rathmore Quiet Man, Paige Gage will go first. Then we drop down the order to number 11, Rivervale's Best Wishes, Yvonne van der Sade, who I make a huge threat to the others in this class. Then it's back on track. Legato, Kylie Stain, Biogen's Greta G, Shayton Hendricks, Plastic Colours, Master Batch Fidin, Michelle Fleming, to be followed by Biogen's Casper and Paige Gage. Capital Castigo, Kelleher's Volca, Lamina Z for Your Perfect Africa, and finally, last to go will be Optimus and Ronnie Lawrence. Course currently being made ready by Arena Party, Peter Morrison Equestrian Enterprises. The Morrison family, in fact, are watching in Ireland. We got all your notes on our streaming here. Hello, Selma and family. Hope that you are enjoying. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, it's time for the jump off for the Hollard Equipage Insurance Adult 1 meter 40 Championship.
They say a good rider can hear his horse speak to him, but a great rider can hear his horse whisper. The years he's given me, a loyalty without compromise, beauty without vanity. I borrowed freedom when we rode. His body took the weight of mine and I was carried through. I can still hear that whisper.
So in fact, first up, Rathmore Quiet Man. Second, two is Rivervale's Best Wishes. Three is Back on Track Legato. Four is Biogen's Refugee. Five, Blastofellows Master Batch Eden. Six is Biogen's Kester. Seven, Capilcus Ego. 8 is Volcus 334. 9, Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. And 10 is Optimus. Jump off, jumps 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11 AB and 12. Course length 300 meters, time allowed of 52 seconds.
Welcome back to our live streaming broadcast here from Maple Ridge. We do hope that you are enjoying. This is an interactive broadcast, so if you have any questions or queries or comments, please do let us know. Just hit that subscribe button. We are trying to push our numbers, and of course we'd love to continue live streaming. So any prospective sponsors out there who'd like to join the live streaming party, do get in touch with us. Lots of shows still to come. SA Champs just around the corner. Get in touch. Jump off time for the Equipage Division of Hollard Adult 1 meter 40 Championship. 5,500 Rand to the winner. First to go will be Rathmore Quiet Man. Page gauge. Jump off track 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11A, 11B, and 12. Time allowed 52 seconds, but of course they won't need that because they're all going to go blitzvinnig. Let's see how we go here with this Rathmore stud bred, Rathmore Quiet Man. Page gauge. Shay's going to count the distances for us. She's going to see if there are any quicker alternative routes in this jump off, or if Paige has successfully scanned them all out. Strides from 1 to 2. She wasn't counting. 7. Oh, what a pity. 7 strides between 1 and 2, so I definitely think somebody can take out one there and give us a 6. Oh, Quiet Man's getting a little bit unruly. Four, 5, 6, 7. 7 strides down the hill. So a little bit unfortunate there for Rathmore Quiet Man and Paige Gage, the one disobedient costing her rather heavily. That's all right. It happens. Total of 19. 15 of those being for time. Remember, in the jump off, 1 time penalty per second. Of course, in a normal conventional class, then 1 time penalty first round, 1 time penalty per 4 seconds. This is a round to watch. Ivan van der Sade here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strides down the hill. Eye on the next jump. Press the button. Forward he goes. Lovely inside turn, inside of that Erreplus jump. Oh, up the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strides. 1, 2, 5, 6 to the last super ride. Ivan van der Sade. Wonderful efforts. 38, 98 and clear. That, I think, is going to take some beating.
The bell is for number 14,
He did not leave the door open for anybody else in terms of the turns that he made. He pulled them all off, and he pulled them all off well. So that's going to be a yardstick. Remember that time. Leader's time 38.98. Currently on track now. Back on track Legato and Kylie Stain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did she drop one? She dropped one, but she went round. So that's the option. Yvonne came inside of that back on track vertical. Kylie dropped the stride. To do so, she had to go forward. Makes no difference now. She's had a pole, but we're just talking about options that riders have. So to drop the stride down the hill, to sacrifice the 7 for the 6. Unfortunately, you don't seem to get that inside turn. What was Kylie's time? Just looking at the fault. Just a little bit strong through that double. It is a jump off. So 4 penalties in. Next to go, Biogen's Greta G. Shaitan Money. Various sponsorships. Biogen, Benegate. It's going to have to be a good one. Shaitan very, very capable of doing it. 7 strides down the hill. So I think that's always going to be a 7. Good ride. Inside line he opts for. This is going to be neck and neck with Yvonne. 6 strides to the last. 38.24. Very, very good time. So looks like Yvonne van der Sade will retain the lead, but only because Chayton Hendricks has one down. Chayton got the. So if you push too strong up the hill through that double, I think you're going to pay the price in the distance there. It looks pretty short. They keep having that front rail. That's where Yvonne was so good. He took the chances where the chances were there to be taken, but he was cautionary about having too strong rides where he couldn't afford them. Still, he was pretty quick. Left them all up. 38.98. Chayton was quicker. Plasticolors Fidin, Plasticolors Master Batch Fidin. Super jump over that. Has to be said, for me, a horse built for Grand Prix jumping. Although having said that, she's going some. She is going some. Can she keep it up? I think she's on pace, you know. Oh. Good effort, 39.18, and she would have slowed up after that 4 penalties. Once again, that now in the jump off has to be considered the bogey fence, that road to flow double. And I think she just came off of a very tight turn. Paid the price. We won't have the replay for you. Like to see Michelle having a go. Right, so let's just have a quick look as we are waiting for our next competitor. Well, I think she just came off of a pretty tight turn. The horse just having it behind. And that's pressure, you know. Jump offs, high risk. Horses are going to get a little bit unbalanced. You're running them off their feet a little bit. That's what causes the problems. Loss of balance. So we are now waiting for our next competitor. Here is Paige Gage. Of course, she went earlier on Rathmore Quiet Man. So I expect that she's going to be a little while until she's ready to go on her next horse. And that will be Biogen's Casper. Big thank you once again to all of our sponsors. Made this live streaming possible. Midfeeds, Tack and Togs, to Simon Byrne and your team. Well done. Brilliant stuff. Of course, Erreplus, part of the Tack and Togs brands. Erreplus, the big sponsor here of the President's Cup for 2020. Also, a big thank you to Henning Pretorius and Capital Stud. Do tune in now for the online auction. Go and check out their website. www.capitalstud.com. That should be live in a few days' time. Keep an eye out for that. Some wonderful, wonderful pedigrees on offer at the online auction for 2020. Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils, another sponsor of our online streaming, and then of course Back on Track. Big thank you to Linda Ellerin. Please people, we can track online traffic. They gauge the relevance of our broadcasts against their online traffic, so do go and take a look. And there you see capitalstud.com. Tryouts from the 12th to the 20th of October, and the auction happening from the 23rd to the 28th of November. So as I was saying, please support our sponsors. Go and check out their websites. Back on Track has some wonderful, wonderful products on offer, such as their #1 rated safety helmet in the world for a third of the price of other helmets. So apparently we do have a slight technical problem going on with a stilted picture. Our technicians are working on that, guys.
No, it isn't. It is in fact Page Gage, who is down on Biogen's Casper. Standing by, the Fiddle, Walker 334, thank you. And then following Gabbett, Jean Corber, the perfect Erreplus Magneti.
Currently on track, Paige Gates. This is her second ride. She was first to go on Rathmore Quiet Man. Here she returns on the formidable, wonderful horse Biogen's Casper. This horse can jump, he can run, he can gallop, got a lovely step. Very rideable, highly adjustable. This should be a good round. Commentator's curse, right there. Fortunately, one going down, so that rules Paige out of it. So let's take a look at the rankings now. Ivan van der Sade leading Revel's Best Wishes. In second place, Biogen's Greta G, Shayton Hendricks. Ivan van der Sade, the only one of the double clears thus far, with not too many more horses left to come. So this is the decision that riders have to make. There's pretty good money for second as well. So if you jump a nice safe clear round, guarantees you 3,500 rand at this stage, with how many left to come, Shay? 1, 2, 3, 4 left to go. 8 penalties for Biogen's Casper. 45.06 the time. Chris van der Merwe, what is he going to do? Can he beat the leader's time? Does he think he can beat the leader's time, or is he going to be playing for second? Jump a nice clear, guarantee himself 3,500 rand. If I know Chris, and I think I know Chris, he's going to go for it. He is going to go for it. This horse has got a long raking stride. He's deceptively quick, huge power off the ground, and Chris is the ultimate competitor. Time to beat, 38.98. Super turn, turned him in the air, hit the ground running. Again, wonderful turn. I think he's up. Get up! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's prepping for the inside turn, inside a Back on Track. Gets it. Oh! What a pity. Again, the A element of the Rotoflow double doing the damage. 39.70 the time, and he certainly slowed up the hill once he'd had that down. Once again, Rotoflow double doing the damage. A lively contender now. Volker, Gover Triggle. 7 strides down the hill. Meets that Biogen Oxer at the gallop. This mare is very quick and very careful. Come on! Gonna get that inside turn. I think he's up. Gotta leave it up. Gotta leave it up. Gotta leave it up. Left it up. Now go. 37.04 into the lead goes Gellows Volker 334 Govertriggle 37.04. Great ride. What a mare she is. Well done. Ivan van der Sade moves down into second. Govert's time, leader's time, new time to beat 37.04. 2 left to come. Lamina Z for your perfect Africa. Having a crack to beat Govertriggle and Gellows Volker 334, 37.04 seconds the time. I think that was a better turn than Govert. I think that was tighter. Come on, John. Come on, John. I think she slowed up. Oh, again. A element once again of that road to flow double coming down. Time, look at that, 37.46. She would have been just off of Govert's pace had she left that up and would have been in second. Instead, she drops down to third as she becomes the fastest of the 4 faults. Govertriggle leads from Ivan van der Sade. Jean Corbin now in third place with 1 left to come. And that is Ronnie Loris and Optimus. 37.04 target. Chances are gone. He's gone round. Ronnie looking for a nice double clear. Nice double clear will put himself up into third position. That's a thinking man's ride. He knew the horse didn't really possess the speed to challenge Govertriggle and Volker. So rather go for the double clear, get the money in the bag. Best he could probably do is third anyway on time. Even if he left them all up, he decides, well, then what's the point of running the horse off its feet? If I jump a clear, I'm going to go into third anyway. Thinking rider. Well done, Ronnie Lawrence. Bags himself the 2,500.
Lead, others follow.
Do visit them, visit their shop, visit their website www.tackandtogs.co.za. Tack and Togs, purveyors of the equestrian lifestyle.
Govertriggle 37.04. Second place going to Ivan van der Sade, Rivervale's best wishes. Third place to Ronnie Lawrence from Optimus. So well done to the gentleman on this occasion.
Wonderful, wonderful products available from Back on Track. Keep your horse fit and healthy. Go and check out their online store, www.backontracksa.co.za, or find them in leading tack retail outlets. Another one of our live streaming sponsors, www.capitalstud.com. Capital Stud, Warm Blood Champions. Don't forget about the online auction later on next month in November. And a big thanks to Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. We're going to be having a chat in the next couple of moments to Gordon Mowat, who's going to be joining me here in the studio, telling me more about Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. For more information, go to www.pmecivils.co.za.
and you can upload photographs to your social media, and those will be paid for by Kia. So thank you, Kia, for that awesome sponsorship. Right, so the winning rider was Mr. Erreplus. Fellows author 334. Second place going to Ivan van der Sade, Rivervale's best wishes, 38 and 98. And third place going to Ronnie Wellington, Optimus, 44.78.
Welcome back to our live stream broadcast here from Maple Ridge, and we've just gone through some of our sponsors that have brought you this live stream broadcast. One of them, Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils, and the co-founder, who's a man with a hell of a resume, sitting to my left-hand side, Mr. Gordon Moat. How are you, Gordon?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Aidan. And yourself?
I'm very well. It's a good to have you with us, and good to be able to pick your brain, because things have changed a little bit. Peter's no longer here. He's moved off to Ireland. Martin Collins is gone. Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils is a new brand, and you've joined the fray. Tell us, well, first of all, tell us a bit about your background in civils, because you've got a hell of a CV when it comes to that.
Yes, well, we started SpecCon 1994, and since then we've been pretty much specialising in concrete rehabilitation, civil consulting, and we've taken it one step at a time, but always having an interest in horses. When the opportunity came around to combine a bit of civil work with the equestrian part of my life, I decided that it would it'd be a bit of fun, and well, that's what I thought. And obviously, jumping in big boots to fill with Peter Morrison, having done this for most of his life. But we're getting through it, and a few bumps here and there, but actually having quite a lot of fun doing it, Aidan.
You are trained as a civil engineer. So that gives you a good in. So was this a natural thing for you to do? Because I think SpecCon is established. It's probably running almost on autopilot these days. You love the horsey scene. Your kids ride, and of course, you've got to earn a fair wage at the end of the day to pay for your luxury hobby. And all these kids who are immigrating to go and ride it professionally in Ireland and need horses to ride, and etc. etc.
Yeah, well, on that, the science around arena construction is not strange to me. It's the subtleties which are becoming which have been, let's say, challenging. Sand is not just sand, as we all know now, and the science has moved on a bit, and I want to sort of put my little stamp on it by creating a little bit more science in the product, and being able to answer questions and not sort of guess at them. Arena going is something that's everybody's got their own opinions on it, and it'd be nice if we had a set of rules and guidelines that we can actually confirm where we are as far as a good arena is concerned.
What choices do your clients have when investing in an arena, and what governs those choices? Obviously, finance would govern those choices, but what can you offer as a company? What's out there?
Well, there is a significant investment for anybody. It really is, and it should be properly constructed with the use in mind. So the intended use is either for leisure, for exercising, for weekend riding, and more serious for training horses and jumping and dressage, and obviously for commercial purposes. So the intended use would actually dictate the choices available. Historically, in South Africa, we always built sand arenas, and we still do. They're on a hard base with usually a river sand surface. This is fine. This is a very fine material. It starts breaking down with the horses pulverising it, and it does have its limitations. Although there's still a product there for the call it entry level sort of rider who wants to have an arena that's not going to hurt its horse.
So when selecting sand, I mean, how important is the sand that you use in arena construction? What do you have to take into consideration?
Well, sand is very important in arena construction. It's 80% of the arena is the sand, and having the wrong sand would be very, let's say, dangerous for the rider and hard on the horse's legs. River sand, as I say, pulverizes, whereas a silica sand has got a greater crushing strength and it tends to hold together and bind better than a river sand. Because river sand, when it does pulverise, it blocks up any drainage you have. So we steer away from that for the serious rider and for the training yards and for the competitive or the yards where high-level sport is what they're doing,
Essentially, what are the differences between river sand and silica sand? Is it the composition, the size of the granules, and what do you get out of the two different types of surfaces?
All of the above, Aidan, all of the above. So in Johannesburg, river sand is generally a crushed stone, like a decomposed granite. It's quite coarse, and it gives a stable surface to ride on. However, it does break down, and with the action of the horses over time, it becomes powdery and dead to ride on. Obviously, it can't be used as drainage because this fine material starts blocking up all the drains, and we see that on a daily basis when people are looking at improving their riding arena. The first thing to consider is, as I say, use, and then drainage. Obviously, we want to keep the arena dry in heavy rain.
Addition of fibre, there's been this movement, not recently, but actually it's been around for quite a while now, the fibre surface. And they talk about a synthetic surface. Where do those words come from, synthetic? Why is it synthetic, and what does fibre add to the mix?
Okay, well, it's man-made. It's a byproduct used from the carpet industry or the fabric industry, and it's a very controlled and specific blend that we use for arenas. But fibre, it acts as a root structure. So we try to emulate the sand. We try to emulate turf when we're creating an arena, and the fibre mixed in with the sand creates that root structure that you might understand. If your grass has roots, it binds it together. So the horse actually works on top of the surface and not through the surface. There's less chance of soft tissue injury and of course concussion when you've got a root structure which prevents the hoof penetrating during normal work.
Is fibre any old, if you look at it, it looks like offcuts, but there's actually, of carpets and whatnot, but there's actually a science behind it. It's not any old body can go and create fibre and chuck it in an arena and wham bam, thank you ma'am.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's very much like that. The fibre that we use for the various surfaces is a unique and patented blend of fibres. Some heavy fibre and some finer fibre to give you the sort of cohesion that you need on the surface.
And Gordon, recommend maintenance? Are fibre arenas more maintenance, less maintenance when it comes to water? Are we talking more water, less water? Are there advantages of fibre arenas as opposed to just normal sand arenas?
Well, look,
other than the obvious that you don't go through to the base.
That's right, yeah. The fibre does retain water, and initially you fill up the arena, or you dampen the arena, and the fibre absorbs quite a lot of that water. But the advantages of the fibre sort of releasing the water back into the sand on a controlled and level basis is it gives you better use of the water that is available. As far as maintenance is concerned, after a rain the fibre tends to float to the surface of the arena and forms this film on the top, and that's because the fibre, it repels water, it's hydrophobic, and after a heavy rainstorm you get the segregation of the sand and the fibre. So at that point in time we recommend reblending, either rotivating or heavy raking to reintroduce the fibre. But as the fibre wears, it tends to fibrillate itself, and it sets out little tentacles which tends to hold the sands together. So even a river sand can get some benefit by adding fibre because of this sort of fibrillation.
So it actually helps you save on water because your dehydration is not as extreme. It retains the water a little bit as well.
It retains the water and releases the water into the sand in a more uniform way. As I say, you can do it yourself. There's people who buy the fibre from us when they have a specific need. We have white fibre, we have the regular sort of fibre, and Niconic fibre that basically anybody who's looking for a surface, we would give them advice based on what sand they have and what their use would be.
We're talking about water. South Africa is a water scarce country, and it almost seems a little bit criminal that in a water scarce drought country such as ours that we use water on arenas such as we see in the picture at the moment. But things are shifting away from that with the ebb and flow system. This is a new system of technology for South Africa. They're starting to creep in, and you guys are part of that. Tell us about the ebb and flow system, and are they out there? Can people want to investigate that, can they call you up?
Yeah, it's one of the products we offer, the ebb and flow system. It has its limitations, and limitations basically is extra cost. But the benefits would be that the arena is irrigated from beneath, and the water is evenly dispersed into the sand through a system of osmosis. So the ebb and flow arena requires a dead level surface into which we put a network of perforated pipes over a waterproof membrane. There's a sand drainage layer, and on the surface we have the normal riding surface. So there's two different types of sand to create the osmosis we're looking for, the suction we're trying to get.
So it's actually osmosis by evaporation that draws it from the bottom out into the surface.
That's quite correct. So the bottom is a different grading of sands and blend of sands, where the water remains, and the more dense surface tends to draw by capillary action the water that's available, and of course it tops up automatically, so you don't have to water, because a lot of the water we put onto our surfaces just now evaporates before it can actually do anything good. So here you've got water being dispersed evenly throughout the sand and consistently there.
And now, Gordon, Peter is in Ireland, but of course the business is the two of you. Martin Collins is no longer around. It's a whole new structure. Will he be coming back, or has he abandoned you for greener pastures, much greener pastures?
Yes,
being Ireland.
I've been left by own, but no fault of Peter's really. We've been trying to get Peter back to assist, and it's just with the COVID business and all the rest of it, he's not been here. So I'm right in at the deep end and trying my best to keep the whole thing going. But the idea that Peter would be here on the regular basis.
You were joking the other day. You said I was supposed to come in and be a sleeping partner, and it's turned into a no-sleep partner.
Well, I can vouch for that in recent days. I can assure you of that. Particularly when we're doing a big show, like the maintenance on a show like this, there's stresses that come upon you which you don't wish.
Yes. Yeah, but you're enjoying it. I mean, it's a challenge and it's something different.
Well, Aidan, I'm working with people that I know and with animals that I love, and I find that if you've got these two things going for you, it makes getting up in the morning easier, because there's something to look forward to. Not that I don't look forward to all my other work, but there's certainly a challenge to this.
Absolutely. Lovely to have you on with us. Lovely chatting to you. And www.pmecivils on your screen right now, .co.za, Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. Of course, you can get hold of them there. Have a look at the website. Get hold of Gordon if you've got any questions. Arenas, and that's not only jumping arenas, that's dressage arenas. Are you still into the racetracks? I mean,
the reason Martin Collins decided to abandon South Africa was because there was not enough racecourse business, and his business is really based on racecourses. There are several in Horizon, but it didn't fit in with his business model, and it released us from a royalty situation. So we were able to be more economical with our prices, etc., because we didn't have that sort of background sort of cost that we had to do.
Royalty structure and import fees and etc. Absolutely. So wonderful prices. Now you offer any types of arenas, any surface, from entry level river sand arenas to high end fiber silica arenas, ebb and flow arenas, whatever anybody's looking, you can custom make to their wants and needs.
Well, that's quite right. We're building probably the biggest ebb and flow arena that there is in Africa at the moment, out there at Heartland over near Brits, and my customer there, Kubus de Vet, is putting up a fantastic equestrian facilities there, and we're very proud to have been building 3 arenas, for one of which is an ebb and flow arena, which we're really busy with at the moment. But in addition to the arenas, we also supply the PVC fencing around the arenas that you can see here at Maple Ridge, and we construct rakes for arena maintenance, and we'd even get involved in some building works related to equestrian sport.
Gordon's been absolutely wonderful having you on. Thank you very much. I know you're a busy man. You're prepping for the main course now, for the main class. I can see your guys are fervently busy out there, dousing the arena with water, prepping this surface here at Maple Ridge as well. So I'm not going to hold you up very much longer. thank you once again for being with us, and thanks for the sponsorship. It's greatly appreciated, and long may it continue.
That is a pleasure, and thanks very much for having me, and do appreciate it. Bye for now.
That's Gordon Mode, ladies and gentlemen, and if you need anything to do with equestrian arena maintenance, construction, give Gordon a ring. Go and have a look at the website as well. They've got all the answers to your needs. Let's take a look at the result of the previous class. That was the 1 meter 40 championship class, sponsored by Hollard Equipage, and there is confirmation of your result. Kelleher's Volker 334, the winner under Govertrigel. Great win by him. Ivan van der Sade in second with Rivvale's best wishes. Optimist Ronnie Lawrence gave us our third clear round, double clear, and it was the fastest 4 falter was Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z Jean Kuba, and in fifth place Biogen's Casper and Page Gage.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Tack and Togs, home of Erreplus saddles that we'll be talking about a little bit later on with our next guest. That'll be Jennifer Nunn from Tack and Togs. Do check them out, www.tackandtogs.co.za, and of course we're building up to the big one. It is the Erreplus President's Cup for 2020 over 1 meter 50 and bigger. That's coming up next. Don't go away.
about to walk the course for the final competition of the 2020 Erreplus Michael Ridge President's Cup. Thank you once again to Erreplus, to cont, and to all the other major sponsors, Penny, Impangeli Logistics, Retention Projects, Back on Track, Pollard, Equipage, Canon, of course, has also been a sponsor. Rian sponsored the 1-meter championship yesterday, and Smart Equine has the 1-meter 20 junior championship yesterday. Thank you also to Espoir, Equities, EPOL, Sterling Horse Feeds, Delcourt and Thompson, fabulous sponsorships throughout the show, and a big thank you to those sponsors. Shows like these do not happen without those sponsorships. Okay, there is a Nissan Bucky, the registration M-Plus, Western Province. Please, if you can move that Bucky, somebody is trying to get their vehicle out. M-Plus, WP. Right, the track is open for walking. Bell coming now, confirming the track is open for the walking of the adult 1-meter 50 President's Cup.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion, at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Stream broadcast here from Maple Ridge. We're building up to the big one. It's the Erreplus President's Cup for 2020. Who will come out victorious? Time will tell. The result will be with us in around about an hour and a half's time, perhaps even sooner. But on my left-hand side, from Tack and Togs Midfeeds, which is the home of Erreplus, Jennifer Nunn. How are you, Jenny?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Lithgow?
I'm good. It's great to actually have you here. I'm glad that you are joining me. So we're going to be talking about your store. First of all, about the sponsorship. Thank you to you guys, to Simon, your team, of course, Midfeeds, Tack and Togs. But tell us about Tack and Togs. My home away from home. I spend lots of time upstairs drinking coffee with
and
you guys.
Lots of money.
Just because you are so you're a fantastic team, and you're good at what you do. You're inviting, and you have wonderful products as well.
Yeah. So obviously Tack and Togs is situated just above Midfeeds. So a lot of Midfeeds customers are by default Tack and Togs customers. But yeah, we like to think we offer a great range of riding apparel, everything from head to horse. We've got some great brands, and yeah, we like to think we service, from beginner to professional in terms of what we offer.
Some of the brands that you do offer, when we've seen some of the adverts running throughout the course of the day, Ice Vibe, Horseware, but there are plenty more. Espoir also part of the whole thing.
So Espoir is obviously part of the Tack and Togs and Midfeeds family now. And as most people know, it's a great local brand designed by Caroline van Skalkwyk, and yeah, she's also part of the team. But then we've also got Horseway Island, which obviously offers like premium rugs, and they're a superior fit, and I think a great value for money. We've got Capitalia helmets, one of the safest helmets in the world, 100% made in Italy. Stylish and safe. We've got Zandona horse boots, which quite honestly, I wouldn't consider putting any other form of protection on my horse's legs.
Why?
Design, fit, safety features, longevity, just outstanding quality. As you can tell, we kind of love the Italians. A lot of our brands are out of Italy.
Yeah,
made
why
in
is
Italy.
that? Because everything's so chic, and it's got a flair and a vibe about it, doesn't it?
To be very honest with you, a lot of our brands are referrals from our other suppliers. So, that's how we came across Erreplus, is the chaps from Animo said...
I thought it was you going to Spoga because you're in love with the Italians, and it just kind of works out there, so you gravitate towards the Italians at Spoga.
No, the Italians are super charming, but they're also fantastic business people, and yeah, they're great to work with, honestly. But yeah, Erreplus came about as a referral from Animo, actually. So yeah.
Well, now that we're on Erreplus, let's talk about Erreplus, because sure, everybody out there probably knows the brand, but they don't know what's behind the brand, why it's different, what it can offer the horse. Because Roberto Rassia's philosophy is that the saddle needs to fit to the horse, needs to give the horse optimum performance. How is Erreplus different from other brands in terms of that?
Yeah, 100%. So obviously Roberto has been in the industry for over 25 years. And I think what sets the business apart from other saddle brands perhaps is that he takes so much time researching and actually speaking to riders and other professionals in the industry. And the saddles are constantly being upgraded or modified, and I truly believe he has developed a saddle for the modern sport horse. Big shoulders, short coupled, less space for the saddle to fit, but we are requiring more performance, so
we talk about the shoulder-free system as well.
Yeah, so all the saddles, regardless of whether it is the shoulder-free version, the tree is opened in the front in order to allow for those bigger shoulders to actually fit underneath the saddle and optimize movement. And then the shoulder-free is obviously, I'm sure you've seen it, it's the cut panel, which we have over the years seen fantastic results from. Our saddle fitters, who are all trained by Roberto in Italy, they do a profile on the horse and determine whether it is a candidate for the shoulder free. But it's not to say that the other saddles are shoulder not free. It really just depends on the horse and its conformation.
And it's a great relationship you have with him, because once a year he comes out here, he gives clinics, teaches, carries on with the training of you guys, plus he goes around, offers his services to people with Erreplus saddles as well, has a look at their horses, has a look at how their saddles are doing, checks the flocking, the whole thing. So he's really passionate about what he does, and that passion seems infectious to and is adopted by you guys, your team as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the main sort of mottos of Erreplus themselves are they want to offer like the best after sales service. So it's not about just selling you a saddle and getting you out the door. It's, as you said, that ongoing relationship. Our saddle fitters are in constant communication with Roberto and his saddle fitters all over the world. So if there's ever a problem, that we maybe haven't encountered, someone from Spain or Austria might have come across something. So they're in constant communication. And as you mentioned, he comes out here once a year. Obviously 2020 things are a little bit different, but he's made a commitment to us going forward that as long as we stock the brand, he will come out and see our clients. And
Erreplus is a brand endorsed by some top international riders, Christian Ullman being one of them. There is the Christian Ullman saddle, but it's growing in popularity as well overseas.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I would be lying if I said I know what sort of market share he has, but they are growing year on year, like at a phenomenal rate. Not only from Christian Ullman, but I mean Roberto himself has a great rapport amongst a lot of the top riders, and a lot of dressage riders as well. I think they sell probably equal amounts of dressage saddles as jumping saddles, so that's always interesting, because I think the dressage people are a little bit more difficult to please. So if they're happy with something, it's good.
And the Italian quality is just so good, isn't it? I mean,
100%.
these saddles last as well. It's proper quality leather. It's soft, but it's durable as well. So they might be pricier than on the pricey side, as are all saddles that you get out nowadays.
Exactly.
But they last, so it's a quality buy.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been lucky enough to actually visit the Erreplus factory, and it just takes your appreciation for the brand to a whole nother level. Every single person who works there is the best at their job, like whether they're doing the stitching or the foam or checking the leather for any defects, like they are pedantic. And like I said, it just takes, when you see the finished product, exactly what has gone into it. And obviously they only use the best materials.
But that seems to be what Tack and Togs is all about, because you're not going to find rubbish in Tack and Togs. I mean, Tack and Togs, your stuff that you sell is quality stuff.
Yeah, like
your brands are quality brands.
Yeah, well, we definitely try our best in that. And I think our staff also takes so much pride in our brands. I think all the staff that ride only use our brands, so it's tried and tested, and we are really, really proud of our brands.
Well, let's take a look at the website, how people get in touch. There it is, Tack and Togs, www.tackandtogs.co.za. What are they going to find on that website that they wouldn't find in the store?
Everything that is in the store is on the website, including the mid-feeds products, so you are getting the full Tack and Togs mid-feeds experience at your fingertips. And we deliver for free if it's over 500 Rand and under 50 kilos.
Wonderful. Now, obviously, live streaming means we go out to a global audience, and there might be people sitting in territories or watching this and go, oh, well, I'm sitting in the back end of nowhere with no access to this kind of stuff. That's not actually correct, because you can get to anybody, so anybody can get in touch via that website. Do you just have the one store, though? Or are there other stores around? Because I see on some of the notes that you've given, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. Is that where you ship to?
Yes. So I mean, that's where that's as far as our website has taken us. But we do also have our Nelspruit branch. But yeah, as far as actual Tack and Togs branches, it's just the Johannesburg and the Nelspruit branch. But yeah, like I said, our website services the whole of South Africa and beyond, which we've, tried and tested.
Yeah.
So.
Now, President's Cup is a show that has become synonymous with the Tack and Togs Erreplus brand. It's been around for quite a few years now. These riders, I know that they used to win, or perhaps they still do. This is my question to you. Is the winner today still getting an Erreplus saddle?
They are. So it's a JF shoulder-free Erreplus saddle. I think it's worth around 85,000. Plus, you're getting, one of our competent saddle fitters to come and assist you and fit it to whatever horse you choose to put it on. So, yeah, it is a fantastic prize. It is a fantastic prize.
On behalf of all of us, thanks so much for the sponsorship. Thanks so much for the live streaming sponsorship to the rider who prevails today. And take this opportunity to say thanks to Simon and you guys for the saddle that they're going to walk away with as well. It's a wonderful prize and comes in such pretty colours as well, black or off brown or a light
cacao.
brown.
Cacao.
Yes. Cacao.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
Not
what it's
cow.
called? Cacao. I thought you said cow. Yes, I know it's made out of cow. No, cacao. Jennifer, thank you so much for being with us. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to co-commentate should you like.
No.
Otherwise, I suppose you got to go back and join Scar in. Is she here today?
Yeah, she's here today. Yeah,
Right.
obviously with the store. But
All
yeah,
right.
thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So that's Jennifer Nunn, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful person, wonderful salesperson. She undersells herself. A wicked sense of humour, dry sense of humour. Go and share a cup of coffee with her up in the Tack and Tog shop as well. She'll make you laugh. Great fun. Spend a lot of my time there. So once again, let's take a look at that website before we cross over. I think the riders are just about finished walking the course. www.tackandtogs.co.za. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and Tack and Togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
R15,000, the first prize in this 2020 Erreplus President's Cup final competition. 7,500 for the second place, 3,500 for the third place, 2,000 for the fourth place, fifth place 1,200. Right, I see the riders starting to filter down. Hopefully that is our first rider. Michelle Fleming, Plastic Colors, Master Batch Gory.
Welcome back, everybody. Live stream broadcast from Maple Ridge, Erreplus, Tack and Togs. President's Cup for 2020. We're about to get underway with our first competitor. That is Masterbat Shigori and Michelle Fleming, who's coming forward to salute the judges on behalf of all the other competitors in the class. This is a President's Cup class. It's all about the accumulation of points. The lowest score and the fastest time prevails. First qualifier for the 150s was hosted, I think, on Thursday. The second on Friday. The show's been going since Tuesday. And, of course, this is about the accumulation of score. So let's see how we go. 480 meters the length of tracks. Time allowed is 74 seconds. First to go, Masterbat Shigori, Michelle Fleming. It's in reverse order of qualification, so the highest penalty counts will go first, and those that sit on 0 penalties will go towards the tail end of the class. Michelle Fleming, Shigori. First day, she accumulated 8 penalties. Second day, 9 penalties. Sits on a total of 17 penalties, which she brings forward into the final round of the President's Cup. Remember, this is over 2 rounds. And if after 2 rounds we have equality of score, we then go to a jump-off. Time is of no significance at all, except to determine the minor placings. So in other words, if you know you're going to be one of the minor placings, then your time from the first day's qualifier as well as the first round of today will be added together to give you a total time. And in the event of equality of score, the person with the quickest time over those 2 rounds will get that placing. That's for the minor money. Of course, towards the back end of the class, if we land on equality of score after these 2 rounds, then we go to a jump-off, and then time becomes the deciding factor. If, of course, we have level penalties. Michelle riding at a good clip here. Time allowed in this round, 74 seconds. Shigori, a wonderful son of Katoki, out of a Zacharias mare. He's been the rider of Michelle for quite some time. She's had some wonderful outings in World Cups and derbies. Faithful, honest campaigner. Loves him to bits. And there we go, just 1 for time. So time allowed, as I said, is 74 seconds. And Michelle's time, they're just over 74.24. So 1 for time. But of course, Kate Launder and the judges are going to keep an eye on that time. They've got another 2 competitors to make a decision whether or not to extend the time or whether to shorten the time. So I'm not going to write down anything on my sheet because I've got a feeling that the time is going to be pushed out slightly, because it did look like Michelle was on a good rhythm there. 2 more competitors. The next to go, Equestro van der Mispelara, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. This combination brings into the arena 16 penalties, 4 from day 1 and 12 from their second President's Cup class. Quilibert Hero, the sire. Kidam de Revel, the dam sire. Belgian Warm Blood. Fortunately, that rail going down. So now sitting on 20 penalties. Another 4 for the disobedience, time to add. So currently sitting on a score of 24, but plenty of time penalties to add. Gets it right the second time of asking. Further 4 penalties there, 29 now. and a rail at the last as well. So 36 jumping penalties, time penalties to add.
20 penalties, 4 for time. That was Roy Crisco, added to the 16. And that plus 6 penalties carried forward.
Total score of 36 in total after 3 rounds of jumping. Still keeping an ear out for an announcement about the time, but of course Lorette did have a disobedience there, so that round will not count towards determining whether the time is sufficient. So another 2 horses to go. You can knock a pole down, but you can't have a stop in terms of a round that qualifies as a timed round. So because Lorette did have a stop at the treble combination, they will not take that round into account as to whether or not to review their time. Have 2 more rounds to go. Ronnie Healy now, Blue Turtle Cat Weasel, 10-year-old gelding by Cristello out of a Silvio mare. A horse that has continued to impress over the last couple of seasons. Remember him jumping in the 130s and not thinking a huge amount of him, and then having to eat humble pie on more than one occasion as he just got better and better and better. Super jump over there shows his athletic ability. Just noticed a streak or 2 of lightning in the distance. We've had extreme heat here throughout the course of the day, and as you can see from the pictures on screen that are starting to go a little bit dark, clouds starting to roll in, wind is picking up, so we do hope that we will get through this class without interruption. So Ronnie currently sitting on a score of 12 after 2 rounds of jumping. He brings 12 penalties into this round and desperate to remain on just the 12. Not to be, I'm afraid. Add the 4, 16 penalties, the B element of that treble combination going down. One for time in 74.73. 5 to add. 17 penalties. So another one with a time penalty. I have a sneaky feeling that they are going to move the time out by a second or 2. We'll keep an eye on that time. So I have made this mistake before and had to pull for the Tipex. I'm not writing anything down on my score sheet until we have had confirmation of whether or not it remains or is changed. We just move on now to Whitewater's on time. Hannelies Comfort, currently sitting on 16 penalties, 4 from the first day, 12 from the second day, 16. Now this is a good story here. This is Hannelies's first 150 outing at President's Cup 2020. Comes from a horsey family, not local. They live in White River. Her mom as well, Cry, very, very active in the horsey scene. Been a huge influence in Hannelies' life. And she's only recently up into the adult grades. Still with a huge future ahead of her. And although she is having rails, she is finding her feet in the 1m50 outings. It's a big step up from the 140s to the 150s. Sacrificing accuracy for a forward rhythm, and some of these fences just finding herself a little bit off them, and hence finding the back rail. But what she wants to find is the finish, and that's what she's done. 69.40 the time. Time allowed 74 seconds, so 5 seconds inside the time allowed, which means she really was riding forward, sacrificing accuracy to get to the other end. Total of 60 penalties. 40 penalties, I beg your pardon. in total after 3 rounds in 69.40. Wait for confirmation of that score. Gareth Neal next to go, number 5, Dartoli. 2 down on day 1, 8 penalties. Clear on the second day. So starts today's competition on 8 penalties. This wonderful mare, winner of a World Cup qualifier out at Polokwane, the Revel Stables last year. She really is a quality individual that Gareth has nursed and produced super patiently, although she has been in the 150s for around about 2 seasons now. Now a 12-year-old by Van Gogh out of a Kigali mare, Tigali. Oozes quality, unfortunately. Has had 1 rail down, so already sitting on 4 penalties for this round to add to the 8. Combined score of 12 thus far, heading to the C element of that treble combination. A few drops of rain around, I'm afraid. Coming to the last here. Super ride there from Gareth. 4 penalties in this round, plus 1 for time, means 13 in total in 75.37, and I'm expecting announcement any second now about the time. My able assistant Shay is just going to run to the window and ask them if the time remains as it is. Move on now to Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB. Nicola Syme Riley has had a wonderful show. 0 penalties in the first qualifier, just 1 time penalty. That's what she sits on carrying into this round, 1 time penalty. We have been advised that we stay the same in terms of time. 1 time penalty, we stay the same. In Sagi DB by Landetto out of a Gottwald mare. Huge amount of power. She's riding a nice forward rhythm. Riders would know that the time now is staying the same, so to get within that time allowed they are going to have to move on. Ooh, gave that a good rub, stays in the cups. Really scopy through that treble combination. Wonderful ride there, 72.91 inside of that time allowed of 74 seconds means that she stays on the 1 time penalty incurred on the second day. She'll be kicking herself for that. Could so easily be sitting on a faultless score after 3 rounds. Well done, Nicola Syme Riley, Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB. So let's just recap those scores. For Chigori after 3 rounds, 18 the tally, 36 for Lorette Knowles-Taylor, 17 for Ronnie Healy and Catweasel, for Hunnelly's Comforts and White Waters on time. 40 penalties, not her day today I'm afraid, but she was looking for experience. Gareth Neal Dartoli on 13. And 1 for Nicola Syme Riley at Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB. The victor of the Gauteng Show Jumping Championships in brilliant fashion, devastating for Mark Whitenesson's capital, Hitoshi, currently on track. And Hitoshi carrying 4 into this round, was already sitting on 16, so unfortunately not quite emulating that form that won him the Gauteng Championships just a couple weeks back. Hitoshi by Winning Mood. Out of a Sudaboji mare, breeding stallion, part of the stallion band at Capital Stud. Do go on and check out their website, capitalstud.com, for more information about their upcoming sale, and I'm sure you'll find a few Hitoshis lurking in the enrollments for this year's sale. Total of 13. 9 for this round, 4 for the previous round. Total of 13 penalties in total after those 3 rounds. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that all horses, barring eliminations or retirements, will go through to the next round. Of course, those that are sitting on scores of 36 and 40 penalties might elect not to go, deciding that, well, there really is no point. Annalise Comfort might have a go. She's looking for experience, this being her first 150 show. All comes down to experience, no substitute for that. Like Mike van Pellegrossa, Kayla Gartenbach back into the 150s. She'll be loving this. 5 on the first day, 0 on the second day. Just carries forward that score of 5 penalties over 2 rounds. This being the 3rd of those rounds. So far, so good. Still sits on 5. Like Mike van Pellegrossa, formerly the ride of Carl Bunzaya, by Lordanos, out of a Pinocchio mare. And really, a horse in a million. Perfect horse for Kayla's, given a huge amount of confidence. Likes to jump big jumps, he does. Got plenty of scope to do so. Honest individual. Good ride. Good ride through the treble. Came through the turn, moving forward. Hit it perfectly, going forward. Perfect distance and rhythm. Coming to the last, it's a clear round thus far. All drifting on the turn. Gives the front rail a little wrap. Clear all the way. Well done, Kayla Gartenbach. Like Mike van Pellegrossa. What a super effort there. Remains on just the 5 penalties as the thunder and lightning rambles overhead, I'm afraid. I'm sure the judges in the judge box will be looking at the LITO meters, the lightning meters, and seeing how far the lightning is away. If it's within a 10-kilometer radius, unfortunately, we're going to hear a siren and have to put a respite onto this class, but we'll see how we go. Jonathan Clark goes next for Slate Equestrian. Data Science's Hammer van het Bevretov clear on the first day. 4 penalties in the second qualifier. The second class remains on 4. That's what he comes into this class on. 4 penalties. Getting tight. So just a rail between him and the leaders. Anything can happen, and remember, over 2 rounds, and then in the event of equality of score we go to a jump off. So not much in it. Of course, the last thing he wants is a time penalty, which will put him on 5 and move him outside of a single rail. Needs to make sure that he comes home clear inside of the allotted 74 seconds. Horse jumping out of its skin. Good ride there from Jono. Sat up quickly, bought himself a little bit of space in front of that cannon vertical. Jonathan, like Dominic Alexander, winner of multiple Grand Prix championships, Protea colours, rode at the World Equestrian Games. Nothing he hasn't achieved in his life except for that elusive Derby win. I'm sure second a number of times as well. Absolute genius on the back of a horse. Sometimes a little bit unorthodox, but he is a magician. Feel like no other. We call him the master because that's what he is. He is pure feel and talent and instinct. Oh, Jono, the last pole going down. He grits his teeth, I saw as he came through the finish line. He did not need that. So close. 4 penalties to add to the 4 puts him on 8. Oh, that's a devastating, cruel blow. Let's take a look at the pole that went down. Jono would not have enjoyed that. So let's see if we can determine what happened. He was clear coming to the last. Perhaps a touch too deep. Perhaps just one of those things. Cruel blow. Dominic Alexander next to go. R&R Yella. R&R for Ross and Natalie Robinson. Hope you guys are watching. 11-year-old gelding. Belgian bred by Dissonant. Carries forward 5 penalties. 4 to add. After that one goes down. Currently sits on 9. Quite a few riders sitting on a faultless score of 0. All in contention to be crowned this year's President's Cup winner, sponsored by Erreplus, and walk away with that wonderful Erreplus shoulder-free saddle worth in the region of 80,000 rand. So lots to play for here. Good prize money as well, 15,000 rand to the winner. Good ride. A few going down there unfortunately for Domini, but he gave it his all. Just going to take a look at the first of those faults. Just didn't get the clearance. Homerus, Leona van der Merwe goes next. Capital Homerus. Combined total for Yella, 14 penalties. Drops him well out of it, I'm afraid, and I'm not sure we'll see Domini coming back for that second round. Braving the thunder and the lightning that's passing overhead. Leona van der Merwe has had a good show here. Brings in just the 5 penalties, 4 from the first round, 1 time penalty from the second. Nudges that brick in the wall. It hovered like a seesaw on the edge of the wall, but sat back, stayed up. That one doesn't, I'm afraid. Already now on 13 penalties, her combined total after 3 rounds. Still a few more left to come. We spoke about Nicole Hallwood earlier on in the 140 class on Kronos, and this of course the big brother to Kronos, same pedigree, full brother Darko out of Kashmir, Vroni von Orti. Quite different looking, the two brothers. Total of 14 penalties for Leona van der Merwe and Capital Homerus. Let's take a quick replay. What went wrong? And pretty much a carbon copy of Domini's fault that he had as well. Down that line of 3 elements. Third element being that wall. Horses just jumping number 5 with that wall right in front of them. I think sometimes their mind is distracted, taken off of what they're busy doing, which is jumping, when they look forward to that wall, which is the next element. They probably go, huh? Drop a toe. One of my favourite horses in the on the South African show jumping scene at the moment, Hausberger's Eldo, Ronnie Healy, a magnificent specimen. Of course, Ronnie went earlier on Cat Weasel. This, in fact, belongs to wife Ashley. This is Hausberger's Eldo, carrying forward 4 penalties. Beautiful clear on his first effort. Then in the second class, 4 penalties there, 1 down. Sits on just the 4 by Eldorado van der Zeshoek. Eldorado by the champion sire Clinton. And he is a real quality individual. Breeding stallion, available for breeding, I'm told. In fact, we'll be using him this season. Already got progeny in the ring. All look like they can do the job. And Diane Boertis, if you are watching, good afternoon to you. She'll be watching keenly.
Sorry, meaning of what?
Quiet, Siri. Quality. Quality. Came into this class on 4 penalties, exits on just the 4. That keeps his chances very much alive. Just the 4, so just a pole separates the leaders from Ronnie Healy. From one Ronnie to another, to now of Ronnie Lawrence. Avis Gillian van Orshoff sits on just the 4 penalties. Faultless score in the first round, 4 penalties in the second. And that's what he brings into today's competition, just the 4. Ronnie, in fact, was the long-time coach and mentor of Ronnie Healy for many years when he trained him as a junior. Fortunately not going his way there through that Canon double. Big thank you to Canon for their sponsorship. Go and check them out. They've got some wonderful, wonderful cameras available. Cameras that today shoot at 20 million megapixels, 20 frames per second, super fast shutter speeds, all sorts of wonderful tricks that they can do. Go and check them out. I believe Canon, well, they were here yesterday, just glancing over my shoulder, not sure if they are here today. Do go and check out their website as well, and proud sponsors of equestrian sport. Glad to have them involved. Come on, Gillian. So that pretty much in one foul blow means that Ronnie's chances of being crowned President's Cup champion for 2020 are gone. Getting his distance there wrong, adding 1 to number 5, putting him way too deep. Gets away with number 5, but then his distance from 5 to 6 certainly compromises, and he pulls out there. I'm not sure, has he decided to retire? He has put his hand up and decided to retire. So retirement from Ronnie Lawrence, not going his way, but he has been through the wars of late, health issues during lockdown, and he's just rallying back. It's really, really good to see him back in the ring after what he's gone through. One of the real legends of show jumping in South Africa. Nothing that he hasn't won. 4-time Derby winner, World Cup champion, went overseas, represented South Africa, took Ballon Rouge over there with him. Legend of the sport. Domino van der Bosvinick, a past winner of this class with Chris. In fact, I stand to be corrected, he could be a 2-time winner of the President's Cup. I think he is. He's been in devastating form. Obviously loves this competition, loves this arena, as he is on 0 penalties. Gave that a good rap. Did it stay in the cups? No, it didn't. Oh, that B element. They're just coming through that B element of that rear net vertical, and right in front of them is that big wall at number 6, and I think they are just getting a little bit distracted, not finishing the jump behind, and that certainly is the bogey fence today. Although, is that the middle pole that fell and not the top pole? Not a penalty. So I saw the pole come down, but in fact it's the middle pole, not the top pole. So that would be clear. Let's hope he stays that way. Come on, Chris. Domino van der Bosvinick by Clinton. Under Cheyenne de Bourgimé. Wonderful ride here. This is going to be good. Oh, Aiden, why did you say that? Oh. Oh. 4 penalties at the last. Damn. Damn. Here he is coming to the last. Just seemed to dive at that a little bit. Difficult from our perspective to see how far he was off of that, but the way the horse reached with its front legs for the back rail seems to suggest to me that he was a little bit off that and just couldn't quite make it as much as he tried. What was his time there? Was he riding for the clear on time? 72.50, time allowed 74, so he obviously had the clock in the back of his mind, decided to take a little bit of a gallop to the last and forgo the check, and that's possibly what cost him. Oh, what a pity. For the connoisseur now, Nicholas I'm Riley. Clear in the first round, clear in the second round. This wonderful, wonderful horse. I think he's around about 16 or 17 years young now, by the wonderful Consuelo out of his Seducer mare. Some thoroughbred blood in coursing through his veins as well. Wonderful horse. He's 19 years old, I'm told. 19 years old, young. Still evergreen. It's been a magical horse to Nicola over the years, given a huge amount of success. Look at him just canting around this 1m50 President's Cup at 19 years of age, and I promise you, he does not look at anywhere near that age. Doesn't look a day over 10. Clear all the way. Clear for jumping, clear for time. Well done. First of our, not going to say, what can I say, triple clears. Zero penalty she comes into the arena with, 0 penalty she leaves the arena with. Rainer Korber goes next, back on track. Clooney 3, owned by Linda Ellerine. Rainer Korber riding. Holsteiner by Callisto, out of a Kai mare. Former winner of the South African Show Jumping Derby, former winner of World Cups. World Cup qualifiers. Huge amount of power off the ground. And Rainer just rides him to perfection. Oh! Bit of an anxious moment there. He saw the long one and then decided no, he was way too far off of it, had to go to plan B. Gets away with it. Wonderful ride, Rainer Korber, 71.25, well within the time allowed of 74 seconds. Leaves them all up, clear all the way. Well done, 0 penalties. Remember, over 2 rounds, and if after 2 rounds we still have equality of score, we then go to a jump off as the sun starts peeking through the clouds. Still a bit of a breeze out there. Huge winds came up yesterday afternoon following the show jumping, and Kate had just erected the courses for today, and the wind took them all out. She had to rebuild everything this morning. Crowd favourite now, son of Katoki, out of the laptop mare Lawina. It's of course Dennis the Menace Campbell. Trailblazing international superstar horse with Lisa Williams. Oh, she's lost her pedal. She regains it. Now, she really shouldn't have any problems with the time. Loves to ride him at a real forward canter. You can see between the fences, just getting him to pick up the pace a little bit. And after what he's jumped overseas, well, Did it come down just because I thought it? I was going to say this should really be no test for him, but unfortunately, back rail of that Equipage Hollard insurance jump does catch him out. Four penalties. Going to take an action replay and look at that pole that Lisa and Campbell had. Just came down behind on it. A good rhythm. Wasn't too far off of it. Just one of those things, I guess. 4 penalties nonetheless. Next to go, Mark Whitenison's Capital, Sean Tully, Nicole Horwood. Of course, reverse order of qualification means all the horses coming now are on 0 penalties. This is the penultimate horse in the first round, Sean Tully and Nicole. It's her second ride in this class. Hitoshi went earlier, unfortunately not his day today, so Nicole certainly looking to make up for that on Sean Tully. Sure Conrad and Renee are watching out in Polokwane. Afternoon guys, hope you're well. Of course formerly owned by Renee. She'll still have a huge amount of love and affection for this mare. She'll think of her as her baby, no doubt. And of course she is. One left to come. Well done. 70,594 seconds inside that time allowed. Clear all the way. 0 penalties after 3 rounds. Forging a great relationship under Nicole Horwood, of course formerly the ride of Chris van der Merwe. World Cup victory last year. In fact claimed that final victory in this very arena, so knows Maple Ridge very well. Brings her A game here. Jonathan Clark returns on Data Science's Inush RK. Obviously 0 penalties. The daughter of Tinker's Boy out of a Chin Chin mare for Slade Equestrian. Top form. It's been a winner here this week. Former winner of the Bloberg Cup. Die-hard show jumping fans from the 90s will remember Tinker's Boy. Marcus Fuchs. In fact, originally I think with Nick Skelton, if I'm not mistaken, the sire of Inush. On form. Great pace. Well within the time allowed. One left to come. This is looking super good. Come on. Well done. Well done. Remember, Hammer van het Bevreethof was clear up until the last. Jonathan makes no mistake second time around on Inush RK. Keeps that clear round score, 0 penalty score intact. Well done. That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the first round of this Erreplus sponsored President's Cup class for 2020. Remember, over 2 rounds, and if after 2 rounds we have equality of score, we then go to a jump off, and that is looking very likely indeed, because there are 4 competitors on 0 penalties after that first round. They are Fulvig Connoisseur, Nicholas Syme Riley, back on track Clooney 3, Rainer Korba, Nicole Horwood, and Mark Whitenison's Capital, Sean Tully, and Data Science's Inush RK, Jonathan Clark, all go into that second round on a 0 penalty score.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this live streaming broadcast possible. Of course, if you'd like to be involved in our upcoming live stream broadcast, still plenty opportunity for you or your corporate company out there. Still the South African Championships left to come. And of course, the big outdoor Grand Prix show at the end of the year as well. Do get in touch. Big thank you to Tack and Togs, www.tackandtogs.co.za. Wonderful products available from Back on Track. We did have Kylie Stain in the studio a little bit earlier on telling us about some of those products, human products, horse products, as well as canine products as well. And they do work, trust me, I know. www.backontracksa.co.za. Please go and check out their online store. Check out the helmets in particular. If you are shopping for a new helmet, they've got something that could be very enticing to you. backontracksa.co.za. Capital Stud Auction, don't forget about that. The online auction takes place the 23rd to the 28th of November 2020. More information, do go to www.capitalstud.com. Book your tryouts, have a look at all those lots available on auction, and tryouts happening from the 12th of October to the 20th of November, so well on their way. More information, go check out that website, www.capitalstud.com. And of course, a big thank you to Peter Morrison Equestrian Civils. Of course, Peter and family are over in Ireland. I do believe that they are watching. Very good afternoon to you guys. Hope you are enjoying. Gordon Mowat was with us a little bit earlier on telling us about the company profile and what they offer. Wonderful arenas, from your entry-level Riversand arenas all the way to your more expensive ebb and flow fiber type arenas. Whatever you need, they've got it for you. Do give them a call or go to the website www.pmecivils.co.za.
time allowed, time to walk that course for the riders competing. So Huntley's Comfort up first, then riders, please note that we have scratchings 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 all scratched. So after Huntley's it will be Nicole Horde, Mark White Emerson's Capital B Toti, then Light Mike van Tilla Gracia at 4th, and 4 will be Hausberger's Eldo 5. Well, to close the course for inspection and very keen to get her round started. Huntley's Comfort, Whitewater's on time at the gate.
Change, eh?
Right, so we have just seen course walk. Now time for the second round over fences 2, 3B, 9, 10 BC, 7, 8 and 13. Time allowed 48 seconds. We do have a few scratchings. Equistro van der Mispellara, Chigori, Catweasel, Yella, Homerus, Dartoli, and Hitoshi, I believe, is a further scratching. So quite a few deciding, well, they can't win it from impossible positions, so what's the point in putting more mileage on the horse's legs? Whitewater's on time, sits on a rather large penalty count of 40, but young Annelies Comfort is new to the 150 ranks, and she's using this just as experience, because this combination doesn't hail from a strong province in terms of show jumping. In fact, White River is where she's based. It doesn't get a huge amount of opportunity to compete in top-level show jumping. She's just moved into the 150s, so she's going to take every opportunity she possibly can to further her career and get that much-needed experience at top-level courses. And why wouldn't she? Oh, she certainly is positive. This, in fact, a much better ride in the second round than the first round. Well done, Annelies Comfort. Clear all the way. Remains on that 40 penalties. So she wanted to go in there, get a bit of confidence and experience. She does just that. Hats off to you, young lady. Well done. Remains on the 40. So lots of scratchings after her. And we drop all the way down now to Kayla Gattenbach with Like Mike van Pellegrassa. And Kayla Gattenbach sits on 5 penalties. Thereafter 4 penalties. There's a couple on 4. Then just the one-time penalty. Nicola Riley will be kicking herself. And then there are 4 of them on 0 penalties. So if you've just tuned in, very good afternoon to you. This is the second round, the commencement of the second round of the 2020 Erreplus sponsored President's Cup. Out here at Maple Ridge, we're happy to report that the black and ominous clouds have moved over. They've blown over. There's a little bit of wind, but it's very, very welcome. It's been rather hot today, and this wind is cooling things off slightly, but no sign of any more lightning or rain in the vicinity, so that's good news. We'll get through the completion of this class without any worries whatsoever. So, what are we waiting for? Well, I'll tell you. Like Mike van Pellegrassa, Kayla Gattenbach. I'm told that it's 42 seconds, the time allowed. Course length has been reduced, remeasured. One of the jumps in the original jump off has been taken out, or the second round has now been reduced to 42 seconds time allowed. 260 meters length of track. 42 seconds. So where is Kayla Gattenbach? Where is the horse? What are we waiting for? Do we need a commercial break? Should we punt some sponsors? Reminder, this is an interactive broadcast, so what do the people have to say? Do they ship to Zambia? Who are we talking about here? Erreplus. Let me ask them. Jennifer, question, do you ship to Zambia? We can make a plan. We can do anything. We already told people you can, so you have to. Yes, okay, all right. By the way, Simon Byrne, you're now shipping to Zambia. Well done. So we are still waiting for a horse to warm up, so we should have time, Mr. Producer, to go to a commercial break should you wish. We'll take that opportunity.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
And there you go, sponsors of this show, this main event today, Erreplus, and Erreplus sold under the Tack and Togs banner. In picture now, Ronnie Healy. He comes in on Eldo, but trotting past him is the rider who's carded next to go. Kayla Gartenbach on Like Mike van Pellegrassa. She sits on 5 penalties. Beautiful clear round in the first round. She really loved to double up on that. Wonderful to see Kayla in the 150s. What a lovely horse he is, Like Mike. Who was Like Mike? Like Mike. Super jump over that one. Remember this track, 260 meters, 3, 2, 3B, 9, 10BC, 7, 8 and 13. Apparently Like Mike was a movie about basketball. Oh, you mean Like Michael Jordan. I get it. Nine penalties now. Came into this round sitting on the 5. Kayla will still be super chuffed. 1 for time. 4 for jumping, 1 for time to add to the 5, which means that she finishes on a total of 10. That drops her out of the reckoning. But in all fairness, I think 4 was within her grasp. If she could have stayed on 4 and hoped that the others had a pole in the second round, keeps her in the hunt. But sitting on 5 with that 1-time penalty moves her beyond a single pole. I think she was just coming in there fighting for minor money. She'll be super happy with her President's Cup. It's a new venture for her back into the 150s. She's going to be very happy going into SA Champs in the not too distant future, Burlington Cup, and then of course the wonderful Christmas Spectacular at Kyalami Equestrian Park as well, featuring the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Well done to you, Kayla Gartenbach. Ronnie Healy now, Hausberger's Eldo. He's within a single pole of the leaders, so really he needs to go clear. Pleasure, Katie Rabiti. Lovely to hear from you. Thanks for the comment. I do feel it was laced with sarcasm, I must be honest, but lovely to hear from you, Katie. So Ronnie really has to make sure he goes clear in the second round to keep his chances alive. He then has to sit on the sidelines and wait to see if the others have a pole. I think it's a big ask to ask 4 other riders to have a pole, which would buy him into a jump off. And 5 prizes are on offer. 5 the total. 1 for time, I'm afraid. Oh, he didn't need that. Oh, he didn't need that, because that means that if anybody still knocks, he still doesn't make it into that jump off. He'll just be the 1 penalty behind those who do have a pole, should they have a pole. Oh, 42 seconds. Gotta keep your eye on the clock, guys. Next to go, Chris van der Merwe, Domino van der Bosvinnik. Tragic last pole in the first round. He went to the last pole on a clear round and a 0 penalty score, and had that front rail of that biogym jump down. That was a cruel blow. So now, to keep his chances alive, he has to go clear. Has to beat the time as well. 45 seconds. 45-second time allowed. I believe it has been adjusted. Is that correct? 45 seconds. So that means that whole splab that I just rattled off about Ronnie Healy, ignore it. Because he sits on the 4. Well done, Ronnie. Go and kiss the judges for adjusting the time. So he's still within striking distance. Just 1 pole would see him into the jump off should the others have a pole down. But of course, to ask 4 riders to find a pole in the second round is probably beyond the realm of possibility. But anything can happen. Let's see. Oh, he hunts to the last a little bit as well. Gets away with that there. Well done. Chris van der Merwe remains on the 4. Well done. So just to recap, Chris van der Merwe on the 4, Ronnie Healy is on the 4, Kayla Gartenbach, like Mike. We'll have a look at these scores. We'll go down them. Like Mike finishes on 9, also drops a time penalty. Right, so those are the adjusted scores after the adjusted time. Let's take a look now at Campbell, Lisa Williams. Fortunately, 1 down in the previous round. Sits on 4 penalties. Super jump there, plenty of air. Oh, gives that cannon vertical a bit of a rattle, but it stays in the cups. Couple of drops of rain starting to fall during Lisa's round. I think I might have spoken too soon about the weather. It seems to be coming back in from the other side, from behind us now. Oh, super jump. Makes no mistake this time round. That was the fence he had down in the first round. Equipage Hollard. Of course it was an Oxer that time round. Now adjusted to vertical. Safely over the biojump jump at the last. Stays on the 4 penalties. Nicholas I'm Riley, Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB. And we are being told over the PA system that because the lightning is within striking distance, excuse the pun, it's within a 10-kilometer radius, we are going to have to take a little bit of a break until the lightning clears, as are the rules. If it's within 10 kilometers, we do need to call a halt to proceedings, and that is exactly what has happened. Did look earlier on like it was moving away, but unfortunately does seem to have come back in from the other side. Surrounding us. Coming in from all sides. Right, we're going to go to an ad break. Silly hour has commenced. Once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who made the show possible and made this live streaming possible. And there you see just one of them, Back on Track, www.backontracksa.co.za. Don't forget, this is an interactive live stream broadcast, so if you have any comments, and some nice ones coming through. Someone out from Rosie Everett says, Tack and Togs are so good to us Swazis during border lockdown, above and beyond expectation. There you go, well done to the Tack and Togs team. They'll be super happy to hear that. In fact, we have just conveyed the message, and they say thank you so much. Please keep supporting all of our sponsors, and please support these live stream broadcasts as well. It's all about statistics, digital statistics that count. So if the numbers go up, sponsors are happy, we can continue streaming for you. Delay is due to lightning, ladies and gentlemen. The wind has picked up a little bit. There is a little bit of rain. Not that that's the issue. Don't mind getting wet. So when you get a lightning bolt to the back of the head, that people get miserable. So we've decided to err on the side of caution while the lightning is around. In fact, the judges do have lightning meters, and if it's within a 10-kilometer vicinity, then unfortunately we have to call a halt to proceedings. So we're going to take a short break and grab a cup of coffee. We advise you to do the same. We'll be back in the not too distant future. We'll keep an eye out on the weather and let you know exactly what's what. Do stay tuned.
not that bad.
it's not stable with the straps. Yes. But I'm just scared of this lightning. Like a huge antenna.
Yeah, you alright?
But you lift the microphone right.
Okay, thanks, brother.
Okay, we're going to try to move on with the class if the riders would like to prepare.
Welcome back to everybody. So the lightning has abated, has moved off. We are told that it has moved off to further than 10 kilometers away. Riders have been given the go-ahead to remount and have been given 5 minutes to warm up. So around about 5 minutes time we will have the first of those horses back into the arena, and that should be Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB Nicola Syme Riley. She'll be first to go in the second round. Of course, we have had a few already. Let's just recap for you in case you've just joined us. Kayla Gattenbach went first, and like Mike van Pellegrassa, she finished on 9 penalties, went into the ring on 5, just the one down. Hausberger's Eldo Ronnie Healy, 4 penalties. He remains on the 4 that he entered the arena with. Chris van der Merwe, Domino van der Bosvinnik finished on 4. Lisa Campbell finished on 4. Nicola Syme Riley will bring that one-time penalty into the arena, and then we've got 4 on just the 0 penalties. Nicola Syme Riley is one of them. Fulvik Connoisseur, then back on track Clooney 3. Mark White Nissan's Capital, Chantilly, and Nicole Horwood will be the penultimate competitor. And last to go will be Jonathan Clark and Inush RK. Now, we do have a bit of a situation here with Nicola Syme Riley as she rides Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB. She'll go now first into the arena after the break, and then is it a possible break? Do we have to wait for her once again for her to remount? We're going to send Shay to the judges box and just ask about that, because according to championship rules we do need them in order, so there might be another break after Nicola has gone for her to dismount in Suggy, remount, warm up, and then come back. Have been told that we are waiting, so it's a pity we couldn't get Nicola in just before the lightning break. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for the lightning as she remounted on her second horse. But now there's going to be a further break. So we wait for Insuggy, and then we re-wait for Connoisseur. We'll be with you in a few moments' time. Around about 3 minutes to go. The riders have been given a countdown. Around about 3 minutes to go. Cup of coffee, sit back and relax. Of course, this is the second round of the final day of the President's Cup for 2020. If we do have equality of score following the second round, which it looks like may be the situation, then we are headed to a jump off.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Nicola Syme Riley has trotted in on Insuggy DB, count for one-time penalty. This round is over fences 2, 3B, 9, 10B, 10C, 7, 8 and 13. 45 seconds time allowed. Of course, we're going to watch Insuggy go, and then there will be a further break while Nicola dismounts and climbs onto Connoisseur and warms up Connoisseur. So around about a 5 to 10 minute break in between. Let's see how she goes. We wish her well. Just on the one-time penalty, she'll be desperate to go clear here. because if she has one down, it'll drop her behind Ronnie Healy, Chris van der Merwe and Lisa Williams. And of course there's good money for this class, even for the minor money. She remains on the one-time penalty, then she won't do worse than 5th place, and there is money for 5th. So her goal here is to remain on the one-time penalty, go clear on her next ride, and then obviously hope that the others have a rail. Sinsagi jumping super well. Sees a good one into that Biogenoxa. Well done, Sunny Park Stables, Insagi, DB, Nicola Syme Riley, clear all the way. She remains on one-time penalty. She'll trot up the hill and dismount Insagi, DB and climb onto Fulvik Connoisseur. One of those venues where the warm-up arena is a little bit, not far away, but a little bit of a ride up the hill. Now, just watching, looking out through the gate, she is dismounting Insagi DB at the gate. I would imagine that Connoisseur, we're seeing, having a look what's going on. Is it a change of tack? That's Insagi that we see. So she has left Insagi. Now she'll trot up the hill. No, there he is. Connoisseur waiting patiently. Has he already been warmed up? Is this going to be a quick changeover? Is she going to come straight into the arena? I can't imagine that she is. She's going to trot up the hill. No, off she goes to the warm-up. Right, so we thought we were going to get lucky. But she is trotting up to the warm-up arena, so expect around a 10-minute break now. So while we got a moment or two just to chat about the upcoming show schedule, of course it is the final day of the President's Cup for 2020. The next big show on the calendar in around about 10 days' time starts the Burlington Cup. Following Burlington Cup, there's a mass exodus out of Gauteng as the show jumping scene moves to Shongweni, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal for the Rionet-sponsored South African Championships. And following the South African Championships, the last big one on the show calendar will be the Christmas Spectacular at Kyalami Equestrian Park. What would have been the Easter show, now the whole spectacular moves towards a Christmas timetable and features the South African Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. And tagged onto that show, or just before that show, after that show, is the Youth Championships, the Junior Championships. Junior and Pony Rider Championships, and of course sponsorships would be most welcome for live streaming. So please do get in touch with us if you'd like to take just a percentage of a sponsorship, as has been the case today. You're more than welcome to do it. Share the costs and reap the rewards of lots and lots of exposure. We do our best to give our sponsors maximum exposure. And just to let you know that nearly 5,000 viewers today is what we've had. So that's the numbers that you're reaching. 5,000 just today. And of course those will continue to grow to a global audience. We are trying to do deals and tying in with international show jumping platforms. Not going to say who, but that is in the pipeline as well. So maximize your company's exposure. Do get in touch with us. Live streaming is the way of the future, and really the only way to take the sport to the masses, to grow our sport. Perfect opportunity for all of you to get involved. If you'd like to get involved, please post on this platform. We'll get in touch with you. So we are still waiting for Nicola Syme Riley to complete her warm-up on Fulvik Connoisseur. I'd imagine it's going to be another 5 minutes or so, and just enough time to take in another commercial break or two.
They say a good rider can hear his horse speak to him, but a great rider can hear his horse whisper. The years he's given me, a loyalty without compromise, beauty without vanity. I borrowed freedom when we rode. His body took the weight of mine and I was carried through. I can still hear that whisper.
Horseware Island rugs available from Tack and Togs. Do go and check out their website, www.tackandtogs.co.za. Nicola Simon Riley is back. Quick changeover. And there is the bell. She's next to go. Fulvik Connoisseur carries 0 penalties through to the second round of the final day. President's Cup 2020, sponsored by Erreplus. This 19-year-old, son of Consuelo, out of a Seducer mare. Wonderful, wonderful horse he is. I think he was runner-up in the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa one year. Or was he the winner? I'm sure somebody will know. Send your comments on our live streaming comments posts. I'm sure Michaela Demain or Roger, you're watching, you'll let us know. Did Connoisseur win the Outdoor Grand Prix? What were the big titles that he won? Oh, one goes down there, 10C. That'll drop him right down. Now he's got to get home inside of that time allowed, 45 seconds. He will do so. Jumps the last 43.63, 4 penalties. What a pity. Came in on 0, finishes on 4. So will not go through to a jump off should there be a jump off. Remember, we only go to a jump off in the event of equality of score. 3 left to come. There were 4 on 0. Let's take a look at what happened. Back toes on the front rail of the C element of 10. Remember, 10 was a treble combination. A element taken out, now just B and C. Reiner Korber standing by, back on track. Clooney 3 for owner Linda Ellerine. The back on track entry. Back on track, one of our sponsors here for the live stream broadcast. Please go and check out their wares. Can tell you that Clooney a couple of years ago suffered a almost career-ending injury. And it was back on track that put him back on track. So here is an example of what back on track can do for your horses. Currently on track now is last year's Derby winner, past winner of the World Cup qualifier at Midrand, Clooney 3. Reiner Korber has to go clear. Put the pressure on the others. Oh man, it's this commentator's curse, I tell you. Put the mockers on them. One left to come. Needs to get home inside of the 45-second time allowed. Should do so. Will do so. 43.96. 4 penalties. Oh, he'll be upset with that. 4 penalties. Right. Just 2 left to come. Let's take a look at the replay. Once again, it's that combination. Now just the 2 elements remaining. B element goes down. 4 penalties, 2 left to come. Both of those bring in a 0 penalty score. Conrad and Renee watching eagerly. Conrad sending a message that Renee still gets just as nervous watching Chantilly now as when she did last year when the mare was in her name. I'm sure it'll remain that way forever. Renee, breathe. We're all with you. Looking for 0 penalties. As the lightning once again strikes in the background. Flashes in the background. Come on, Chantilly. She goes clear. She puts the pressure on Jonathan Clark and Anoush RK to force a jump off. She's left the door open for Jonathan. It's now on a platter for him. He needs a clear. He jumps a clear. He's the outright winner. He has a pole. We go into a four-way jump off. Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB suddenly sits in a very, very good position on one-time penalty, as Cheyenne De Beer has just poked me in the ribs and pointed out. I missed that, Shay. Well done. 4 penalties. Nicole Horwood, Mark Whitenesson's capital Chantilly. This means, ladies and gentlemen, that should, and of course we do not want this to happen, but should Jonathan Clark have one down, the winner of the President's Cup will be Nicola Riley and Insagi DB on that one-time penalty. What a turnaround for the books, with 4 going into this second round clear. Should he have a time penalty, we go into a 2-way jump off. Should he have one down, Nicola Riley wins. What will happen? Anoush RK, Jonathan Clark for Data Sciences and Slade Equestrian. Time allowed 45 seconds. Should he play it too safe? I don't think he'll have a time penalty. Can't see him having a time penalty. One left to come. One left to come. Jumps clear. He's the winner. Oh! Last pole down. 4 penalties, which means, ladies and gentlemen, the winner on one-time penalty, Nicola Riley Insagi DB, wins the 2020 Erreplus President's Cup. Who would have thought? 4 went into the second round. 4 went into the second round on 0 penalties. None of them jumped clear. Oh, Jono gave a little bit of a flap to get her in there to the Biogen Ox. The final fence, paid the price, hits the front rail. Mare flattened out, took the rail, which means Nicola Riley on one-time penalty that she incurred during the week wins the Erreplus 2020 President's Cup. 4 went into the second round on clears. All of them pulled a rail. All of them had a pole. What a turnaround for the books. Who would have thought? Just been told by Michaela. Thanks, Michaela. Nicola won the South African Outdoor Grand Prix with Connoisseur and the following year with El Paso. So there's some statistics for you. Connoisseur, not the winner today, but Nicola Riley is on Insagi DB. Who would have thought? Wow. Did not see that coming. Well done, Nicola Riley, the winner of the 2020 Erreplus President's Cup. Full result for you in a moment or two. Don't go away. There's Di, owner of Anoush RK. She's got a smile on her face. Takes that pole well. Nicola Riley, can you believe it? I think the horse was halfway to the horse box. I don't think she would have thought, with 4 going into the second round on a 0 penalty score and her on one-time penalty. I thought she was, and she must have been thinking that she was playing for 5th place at the beginning, just when that lightning break happened. Well done. Comment from Elise Stradham. Sunny Park Stables, winner of both the junior and adult categories of the President's Cup classes. Sunny Park Stables, well done, guys. There she is, Nicola Riley. There you go, just listening into Jonathan, the commentator over the PA system. Nicholas Riley's in its 18-year history of the President's Cup. This her third win. I wonder if she has 3 Erreplus saddles. She certainly has one, that's for sure. Winner of the Erreplus saddle today with 80,000 Rand, courtesy of Erreplus and Tack and Togs. Well done. Also walking away with a nice payout, some 15,000 Rand to the winner. Second place, 7,500 Rand, 3,500 Rand for third, 2,000 Rand for fourth, fifth place, 1,200, and sixth place, 1,000. She's all smiles. Well done. And there in picture, ladies and gentlemen, is the winner of the 2020 Erreplus President's Cup. Watching Jonathan Clark go. I was poked in the ribs by Shay when I think it was Nicole Horwood had a rail on Chantilly. I thought, oh, we're headed into a 4 penalty jump off, because ranked up ahead of them, ahead of the clear rounds with Nicholas Riley on 1-time penalty. I forgot about that 1-time penalty. She was the only one today that managed to jump a double clear round. She incurred the time penalty earlier on in the week, comes out today, jumps a wonderful double clear round. Well done, Nicholas Riley, declared the winner. I thought we were going to 4 penalty jump off. Shay had to remind me, 1-time penalty wins it in